Daddy
Last
Pod. We're
time I
getting
was
ready to go
like,
live on the Vulcan
I'm just gonna keep on
soapbox
moderating.
again, like
A
we
lot of
did
things I want to
last
clean up
Monday. This
here.
is probably going to be a regular Monday to Monday thing at
So we
8:30
ready? Oh
every
yeah,
night. I enjoy being on the
Yeah, I think
Vulcan
he said he was ready.
soapbox
I
because
thought I
it
heard him
gives
say
me a
that.
chance to relax a little bit, explore the more
All right,
All right, so
explore
let's
the
go over the
more
rules real quick.
academic,
Y'all have already
controlled,
been here for the last
disciplined,
one.
strategic side of
And all of y'all
logic
pretty much,
and
adhere to most
engaging,
of this stuff
defending a
anyway. We share
worldview.
the floor.
It gives me
Just
an
understand we're
opportunity
going
to
to
do
mute.
that
Enos
more
gets a lot of
than the
flack
more
from muting
blood sport
people, and
debates where
everybody
it's a
says he's
slugfest.
being
It's more like
unfair.
a
Not
street
everybody, but a
fight
lot of people say he's being
in
unfair.
the blood
It's not going to
sports,
be fair.
whereas
So
with soapbox,
it's
a
going
lot
to be as
more
fair
of
as he can try to make it at the
a
moment. Like,
strategic
he's not going
thing,
to see
more like
everything
a
in the moment. It's like being a
jiu-jitsu
ref. Anybody
tournament
ever ref something
versus a
before?
bar
It's not
fight or a
easy.
street fight.
But we're trying to
So
do
we're
our
getting
best to
ready
be
to go
fair and give
live
everybody
here
a
on
chance to
Vulcan
engage.
Soapbox, of
I
course.
want to get deep in the
Again,
conversation, but also we got a lot to cover.
Thank you for
Like even
coming
today, we got a
to
lot
my
to cover. We're going to be
stream
covering the whole Cam
to
Newton, David
enjoy
Banner
it. T-Reason
interview,
and
which we
Wicked
didn't even get
already
even
trying
like
to rehash
10% of it
arguments
done
they had
last time.
week.
So we're gonna try to get through it.
That's
So if
gonna
I'm
be fun to
speeding the
watch.
conversation up, trying to move everybody along, it's just because we're trying to get
And
through
if
the
you
whole
would like to
thing.
come on stream with the
Because
Vulcan
for me,
Soapbox
I want to
sometime.
do the expose
See, what
on
I
this
enjoy
thing.
about these
And
guys
so
is that
everybody
they're
knows all the
not
rest of the
simply
stuff here.
about
So if you
winning
get
the
muted, just don't
argument
get
or
offended.
advancing their
We're trying to move
worldview in a
on.
way.
No, I think with this panel, it'll be a
my
little better because
channel
there's not
much
going to be
more
much
about.
feelings involved.
Their goal is to
Facts over
teach logic
feelings.
and critical thinking and that sort of thing.
I want to cover that part too. I would definitely want to talk about this
people at
feelings and
large,
the
to try to
rationality
teach
thing
people
too.
how
I want
to
to cover that
use
as well.
critical thinking and logic.
And those sorts of things. Enos, we're ready to get going. Everybody ready? Everybody mic check.
Whereas
Everybody
I'm
good?
trying to teach people.
Let's go.
I'm trying to teach people more what to think when it comes to defending my worldview. My channel is a lot more about advancing my worldview and that sort of stuff instead of necessarily teaching people how to think. I want to teach them what to think because I'm trying to advance my worldview. Vulcan Soapbox is not enough time to advance the worldview as much as they are trying to teach people the steps, the processes of logic, how to recognize logical fallacies like a straw man and a homonym
It's your show, Vulcan. Come on, man.
Or genetic fallacies and that sort of stuff. That's what they're trying to do.
What's the deal, good people? We are live today. Basically, you can consider this like a part 2 of the last conversation we had. We got a great panel here, very similar to the panel last week.
Yeah,
so we're going to be covering the Cam Newton and David Banner interview,
which is why I have my
which is wasn't like a huge hit online. I think it had maybe 200,000-300,000 views. I don't know about the clips, but the whole show. But when you read the comments, people really resonated with what David Banner said. And I think that some of this stuff is worth discussing, doing an expose on it, bouncing ideas off each other on. So all of us can be enriched, especially the audience out there. So I really want to cover that today. Even though it wasn't the biggest interview in the world, the impact on the culture, especially Black culture, I think is pretty significant. I think it's worth talking about. So first, I want to give everybody a chance to kind of introduce themselves. Go ahead, Wicked, introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Wicked. Just here to have a good conversation with you guys like always, and try to put out some good points and see where I might be right or might be wrong, and hopefully we could all learn something.
Yes, sir. Uncle Tiger.
So y'all ain't gonna be able to see that panel.
You're just a random guy on the internet
with my
who wants to talk
with
to
my
people.
QR codes and stuff and my big head in the way. But
cool. And then T-Reason, I guess we'll go to you next because Dane's he's doing his thing.
What up, fellas? It looked like we back in full swing. I know we took a little break, but it looked like we back, ready to go. It's T-Reason, ready to get it. Let's talk.
Yes, sir. Yours did freeze a little bit. I don't know if that was on my end or your end, but it did freeze for a little second.
It looks smooth for me.
Okay, yeah. Dane, introduce yourself.
Man, look, I got my Asper cream here on my desk in case I need it after last week's podcast. Man, I was getting beat up and slung around, choked down, backhanded. Man, I felt like Tina Turner. Man, on this on the podcast last week. But I'm happy to be here and ready to, get ready to rumble. My thumbnail I put on my stream said Big Daddy bathes them in logic on the Vulcan soapbox. So I'm ready to go, man.
That's right. All right, so we got everybody introduced. Obviously, I know I'm the Vulcan. I'm ready to have a good conversation right here. We're trying to get a little deeper than the average podcast gets. And we're going to have some fun with it as well. So, Enos, let's go ahead and get into the clip of the David Banner Cam Newton interview. And we'll start from the top, y'all. I know we covered some of this stuff in the past, but we're going to start from the topic on this one. So, yeah, let's get to it, Enos.
My question is, not necessarily on topic of rap and hip hop. It's more specific to you being and having roots of Jackson, Mississippi. Do you think Mississippi is slept on?
Yes, very much so. But more specifically, Mississippi.
Okay.
You can trace most contemporary music in America back to Mississippi.
Okay.
That's true.
Most great music, the basis of it is pain. No one has suffered in North America the way that the African or the Moorish people have, right? And so the reason why our music resonates the way that it does is because the one thing that everybody in this room will have in common is pain through death, because everybody's gonna die. A lot of times for me, and it's one of the reasons, again, why I am so proud of you, is...
Okay, so we brought up some points here that I think is worth getting into a little bit. And so we're going to start off with, he says that nobody suffered more than African Americans in North America. So we're going to do this a little bit more organized than last time. So just first go around, say yay or nay, and then we'll get into our why afterwards. So Wicked, for you agree, disagree?
I would disagree.
Uncle Tiger, for you, agree, disagree?
Disagree.
T Reason, for you, agree, disagree?
Disagree.
And then Dane, how about for yourself? You agree, disagree?
Oh, I definitely disagree. I don't even know how you'd measure such a thing.
And then for me, I would say suffering-wise, I would say I agree. And then, okay, so started off with, I mean, T Reason, it's because it's 2-on-3, me and you versus them three on this. Split down the color line to some extent. You want to go ahead and make your positive case for why you would say so?
Well, I don't fully understand the whole question. Are we saying that we agree with what David Banner is saying or disagree with what he's saying?
David Banner says that no one has suffered in North America more than African Americans. Yeah,
so I do agree with him on a lot of what he's saying, but obviously we did make the case for Native Americans. So it's kind of a toss up between the two, but a lot of the persecution that African Americans have faced, I mean, it's all well documented. We know certain things that were happening specific to blacks, very unique to blacks. And that would be the reason why I can agree as far as like understanding the pain and the struggle and different things like that.
Okay, so you would say that African Americans kind of tipped the scale a little bit more than Native Americans on the suffering part?
Certainly.
Okay. Wicked, what about for yourself? In just like a minute or less. All right, oh, there we go.
Fighting with the mute button. There it is.
I was on mute. That's why I was trying to go unmute. I said that I disagree because, like we said last time with the Native Americans, I feel like even till this day, they still have less ability to do things. A lot of the tribes, they're very limited on the supplies that they get. They're very limited on what they can do, laws that they can have. They don't even own their own land. So I still, even to this day, I think they still have a little bit more problems, not to negate what happened with Black people, because I mean, it's so close into things. But I believe when you try to take out a whole entire community, enslaving them is just as bad. It's like, how do you compare the two? But I just feel it's edged out a tiny bit more on the Native American side.
Got you. Okay, Uncle Tiger, how about for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's indisputable that I mean, not diminishing the suffering of the the Black people, but I think it's indisputable that the Native Americans suffered way worse. I mean, you can right now Google what is the U.S. population by race, and it'll come up whites this percent, blacks this percent, Asians this percent, blah 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 this percent, but it doesn't say Native American this percent. It says other this percent, and it's like the lowest. They are very significantly diminished. I mean, they're basically extinct as a people, and it's a tragedy. So for them and or everybody. And I don't think that while yes, Blacks have suffered a lot, I don't think they're diminished to the point of near extinction. So
Mr. Dane.
Yeah, man. This is one of those type questions, just the format of it. I always wonder, what's the point of the question of this foot race of victimhood of, well, we suffered the more, so we suffered the most, and we suffered the most. Because naturally, whoever's the one that suffered, they're going to naturally think that they're the ones that suffered the most. They're going to be like, well, I'm the one that was worse off in a situation. So it really gets to be a subjective thing. Why I mentioned when we went around with the affirmative or the negative, I said, I'm not even sure how you would measure such a thing outside of a subjective system. But just looking at the historical accounts of it, the Native Americans, when they first encountered Europeans, something as small as a handshake contaminated the Native Americans with diseases that they had zero natural immunity for, because the Europeans, they lived, for instance, with their livestock in their homes with them. So there was a lot of animal diseases that jumped over into human beings. Native Americans didn't. So the Native Americans had zero resistance for any of it. Syphilis is one of the diseases that started off with animals. And so it quickly went through the Native Americans. When we talk about the conquest of the Native Americans, the actual military conquest and the ambushes on villages, killing men, women, and children, those sorts of things, it was actually very small. What defeated the Native Americans were, number one, disease, and then number two, the U.S. Army killing off their food supply. But so I mean, I just don't know how slavery was a horrible, vicious system, and whatever, no doubt. But I don't think that those are two. That's a dichotomy that either you think one was bad or you think the other's bad. I think that both were terrible, but I think when you look at the number of deaths, that sort of stuff, with the Native Americans over centuries, T. Reason said last week something that I hear a lot of people talk about when they talk about slavery. They say, we was in slavery 400 years. Nope. In the United States, slavery only existed like 78 years. But there's a lot of misnomers and misinterpretations and stuff when it comes to those issues that people firmly believe.
Let me go ahead. That's a good point, Dan. Let me go ahead and get in here real quick, just because everybody was a minute or less. I'm gonna try to keep mine short as well. But for me, I do agree with everybody's saying. It's there's a lot of subjectivity in it. Obviously, we all understand that. But I'm looking for the objectivity. I'm trying to see if there's a way to use some of the objectivity to get somewhat of a rubric. Just like if you go to the hospital and they ask you your pain, they have a rating for pain. Now, some of it's self-reporting, obviously. I'm sure they can hook your brain up to a scan and somewhat tell the pain, but then that's also subjective to people's threshold. So there's going to be a lot of subjectivity, a lot of objectivity. And for me, I'm looking at the question with the nuance of the word suffer. Now, somebody said who had it worse. I might lean maybe more towards Native Americans, which I think is maybe the heart of the spirit of what people are saying when they're asking this question. But as far as suffering, I'm thinking about something a little bit different. I'm thinking about length of time of suffering. And the best analogy I can kind of give, and we kind of work it around and see if y'all agree or disagree. But, if you have somebody, if you get buried alive, or if somebody just, shoots you, who's going to suffer more? Well, if you get buried alive, that's going to be days, maybe a week of suffering, and then also, but if you get shot, somewhere and you just kind of bleed out, that's what, a couple of hours, maybe a day, and so I'm looking at the amount of suffering. Now, you can say intensity of the suffering and stuff like that, psychological and physical. We can get into the nuance of it to some extent, but I think when it comes to suffering, because of, I think anywhere between 50 million to 100 million Native Americans may have been on this continent at the time. Nobody knows the exact numbers, obviously, but they were pretty much wiped out, mainly from the things that were mentioned, disease, the buffalo being wiped out and things of that nature. And some of them went out in war, which they were fighting, and then, they get shot, and that's a couple of hours, maybe a day or so, but I think that when you look at the African Americans, a lot of them died on the way over here. I'm not including like Arab slave trade and stuff like that and castration, but just the ones that were on their way to North America and the ones that were actually here. I think just the ongoing suffering from slavery itself and all the way into Jim Crow, I think just the length of time of actual suffering, pain, mental and physical, I think a good case can be made that it's worse than the Native Americans kind of being wiped out in a small period of time. So I want to give it back to first, I want to give it to Wicked, Uncle Tiger, and Dane. Well, first, I guess T. Reason, is anybody that you want to cross-examine on the panel? Anybody points you want to cross-examine?
Obviously, Dane, man. Obviously, that's who I would like to cross-examine. I think he brought up some good points.
Okay.
One thing I want to start with, they both real bad atrocities. So let's get that out the way first. They both were two real bad events that took place. But when you talk about suffering, you talk about duration of suffering, the duration of pain it goes to the Black community by far. And I think he's heavily underestimating the length and time of slavery. 70 years is a heavily underestimated time frame. I think we should actually look at the exact time frames so we can see how long slavery was, desegregation, and different things like that, so that way we can see how long it's actually lasted in America. And we can see the inequality there, because I think that's something that's.
Okay, this is you cross-examining Dane right now, or like you want?
Yeah, I mean, I'm speaking to a lot of what he was talking about. He said 70 years. I think that's a heavily.
You didn't really want to cross-examine him. You just want to speak to what he was saying.
I want to speak to what he's saying, and then I want to prove that what he's saying is not true, because he said 70 years. So I want to show the actual time frame. I want to find out.
You're not requiring an interaction between you and him.
Slavery in the United States.
I mean, he obviously he's going to disagree with what I'm saying. Obviously, he's not.
You're not requiring any type of interaction, basically. I just want to make sure, because the cross-examine is a specific thing where you're cross-examining someone. You're going back and forth with each other's points.
Well, I'd like to know where he came up with 70 years. I want to know how he's determined.
That's simple. I'm glad you want me to clarify, because you're straw manning my argument there. It's important to respond to the arguments presented and not the argument that you think you can defend against. So, where did I come up with? If I got my numbers correct, it's 78 years. But I did graduate from public school, so it may be 74 years, but it was less than 80 years. The U.S. Constitution was signed in 1887. Slavery in the United States was abolished in 1865. So count it up. It's like 70, that would be like, 78 years that slavery existed in the United States. Now, there are 400 years. Think about it. People say, well, we were in slavery for 400 years. All right? Christopher Columbus landed in the Americas. They're not sure where. It was somewhere around Salvador, down in the Caribbean. In 1492, we all learned that in elementary school, you know. In 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Now, if it was 400 years, well, then slavery would have lasted all the way to 1892. And that would have been for the entire continent, which it didn't. So it lasted in the United States from 1787 to 1865, so less than a century, barely over 3/4 of a century. So that's where I come up with that number from.
So that number is misleading, because
it's factual history.
No, it's not, because let me finish. You're interrupting me, and I'm not done talking.
But it's not misleading. So when you say it's misleading, you're accusing me of misrepresenting stuff to deceive.
You keep going, and I haven't even gotten to my point yet. You don't even know what I'm about to say.
Yeah, get your point, T-Reason.
So my point is, when slavery was ended, there were still people that were slaves. So even though on paper something can be ended on paper, doesn't mean in reality, which is what I'm talking to Wicked about when he comes up with these hypotheticals. The reality is people were still in bondage. People were still in slavery. So just because
you can move the goalpost all you want.
No, I'm not moving nothing.
Well, hold on. Let me ask this question real quick.
I mean, just to make sure,
like, do you have a certain number that you're more comfortable with, T-Reason?
It shouldn't matter what he's comfortable and uncomfortable with.
I need to look into it. I think it's closer to 200 years, but I need to actually look and see what they are. That's why I say I would prefer us to actually find out what the periods of actual slavery is, desegregation.
Well, you got a computer.
There's a whole entire timeline of all that information that shows you that it's actually been 400 years. I just don't have that information in front of me right now.
Do you at least agree that slavery was abolished in the United States in 1865? Can we at least agree on that?
Not yet. I need to fact.
When do you think the 13th Amendment was passed? Or do you just get to make up some arbitrary term that agrees with your argument?
I don't want to make anything up. That's why I say I want to look into it and make sure what you're saying is true.
Okay, well, it's just simply historical fact. The 13th Amendment was passed in 1865. 200 years before that would have been 1665.
Let T-Reason Google it while we're on a live show. Just let T-Reason Google it.
Okay. So he's clearly wrong. I said 200 years. And I'm actually a lot.
Hold on quick. I just want to say this too.
He don't know what he's talking about, man. He don't really know what he's talking about. He just start opening his mouth. He has no idea what he's talking about.
We don't have access to Google.
I know history.
It don't matter Google or not. I just said I want to make sure what he's saying is true, because I know 70 years is wrong.
It's a debate, T-Reason.
Okay. Yes.
No, I'm not saying Google nothing. I'm saying let's.
You might have to cut it. Yeah. So real quick, I know y'all want to get the details on the amount of years and stuff like that, which is important. We're talking about suffering. I don't know how much longer we're staying on this particular part right here, but Teresa, in the future, if you disagree,
we can move on.
Well, so Teresa, in the future, I mean, this is what I would recommend. You know, you can take it or not, but like as soon as you throw out a number, if you disagree, you should already be on your Google figuring out. So when you speak information already there. That would obviously be to your benefit to do so. You know what I'm saying? So before you have a question, I would already have. I mean, that takes 10 seconds max.
I'm dying to know what
I didn't want to be to look it up because then we have people like Uncle Tiger crying, talking about it. You can't use Google. Well, I just want to get the
crying now because you use Google actively while you're being reviewed.
Let me say this. Hold on. Let me say this real quick, T-Reason. Let me say this real quick to the audience out there as well. And this is part of the purpose of the Vulcan Soapbox. Anybody can Google information. If I say Abraham Lincoln was born 2026, well, whatever, right? I said that wrong. My kids can Google when Abraham Lincoln was really born. That to me is more boring. Not saying that's everybody else's perspective on it. I'm more interested in your extrapolation,
slavery lasted, and all this sort of stuff. It's just simple history.
Do certain things to get to certain.
I am dying conclusions. To know what
that to me is a more intricate thing. That's something that even AI can't do all the way yet. And so
to try to show that
talking about a certain date ending, to me, it seems like that's something more for
what he's going to do is he's going to move the goalpost. He's going to move the goalpost and reword his position and reword his argument. That's what he's going to do. But that's fine.
But everybody's different. Y'all might value that a lot more than I do.
Well, I got a question that'll lean towards that.
I'm dying to know what T-Reason found if he can let us know, because I'm dying to know.
Yeah.
I know, man. I'm gonna get to you eventually. You know what I'm saying? The fact is gonna come. You know what I mean? You can get out your feelings.
You're gonna get that.
You know what I'm saying?
Trust me, I ain't in my feelings, but I am in a history book. I know the dates, man. I don't need Google, brother. I got Encyclopedia Britannica right up here, man. Right up here, man. I don't need Google.
The TV version.
Waiting on that.
The clearance aisle version.
Well, wait. I'll probably give you another minute. T-Reason on that one. I don't know. I don't think it should take that long to Google that kind of information.
I already have it. I've been having.
Okay, you ready? Okay, sorry. So go ahead.
Slavery and what became the United States lasted from 1619 to 1865, spanning nearly 250 years.
Again, moving the goalpost and strawmanning my argument.
Moving anything. I'm not moving anything.
In the United States. When did the United States become a nation? 1787.
So you're trying to shorten it to what favors your opinion.
No, it's the historical truth. 1787.
What was
1780? Do you see this? 1787.
Hold on real quick. So what's the debate now then? I mean, the debate. So we've established, of course, David Banner says North America. Dane brings up a point talking about America from its founding to whenever it ended, which is a good point to bring up. That's important for the conversation. So that being the case, T-Reason, do you now agree with them?
I got an even better argument.
Okay, well, go ahead.
It couldn't be any worse.
My argument has improved because now you got to prove during that 50 or not even the 250 years. You got to prove from when you're talking about America was founded. You got to prove that Indians endured even more during that shorter time span because they was probably out the way by then.
No, not actually. See,
actually.
It would, okay, if I could respond, it would really help our argument to go smoother, T-Reason, if you were a little bit more familiar, you had a little bit better working knowledge of American history. But the Indian Wars had not even really started until after the Civil War, which was ended in 1865. That's when the Indian War started. Before that, it was mostly disease and resettlement and that sort of stuff. The Trail of Tears killed about 15,000 Native Americans that were marched from the southeast, what was referred to as the civilized tribes, which would have been the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Creek, the Cherokee, and I forget the fifth one, and was marched from the southeast to Indian Territory, which is now Oklahoma. That wasn't until Andrew Johnson, the president, which was the guy who followed Lincoln. See, that's when the genocide really ramped up, was after the Civil War, during the Indian Wars and that sort of stuff, when the reservations began to be established. And, but the Civil War and slavery was pre-Geronimo, pre-Osceola, all that sort of stuff.
You got that, Dan? Okay. Yeah, and I know Wiki want to get in there real quick. T-Reason, do you have a rebuttal? Or for any of that?
Like I said,
he's going to make something up.
Because he just talking and blabbing, and we ain't got no hard facts. He could be wrong wrong like he always is. Because he sounds like he know what he's talking about. We just gonna take it at face value.
Which part am I wrong about?
So what I'm getting from UT reason is that you don't have a rebuttal right now. You're just
I gotta look.
He
don't have one. He got to pull it out of his ass. That's what he's got to do. Got to make it up because he's been indoctrinated.
Is like you don't have a rebuttal
that there was
right now.
400 years and so on and so forth, and there simply wasn't. He was just miseducated.
Until further notice is not proven correct.
Okay, so I want to give Wicked and Tiger a chance to get in. I think these comments. Sorry, we got to do the comments. Sorry. Go ahead, comment. Baby London, Wicked Dream. That is the most inconsiderate and unintelligent argument you could have. Your words are careless and cruel.
Wah, wah, wah.
On-site 937. I'd agree with Tiger on this one. The population being wiped to 1% means their suffrage is worse than blacks. Dang, great response. The question is not a dichotomy and subjective, and might I add, to point of ridiculous.
I'm not sure I even understand what he was saying, but thanks.
On-site 937. Dang, slavery started in 1619.
Not in the United States. The United States didn't exist then.
He don't care that it's in the same land as the United States. He don't care about
20 and odd enslaved Africans occurred at Point Comfort, modern-day Hampton, Virginia, aboard the English privateer ship White. Difference in the time length is not a prerequisite for determining pain or suffering, especially since with time come change. Too many factors to argue. 246 years on-site says. Yeah, that's right, Dane. 1865. Abolish 1865. Tia Ketter. What's the deal? On-site 937, December 6th to be exact. Probably is not actually. The Cherokee, yeah, he knows. I guess you don't have to pick every comment, just the comments you think are, because I don't know how long we got on these comments. The Cherokee is made of tribe of pale people.
That's true.
Indians suffered over 500 years. If we going off time, then they still suffered longer. People, please try to help out with the grammar a little bit on that. But yeah, so I want to give everybody a chance. If you want to respond to any of the comments, we're gonna go to the next one soon. But I want to give Tiger and Wicked a chance to get in there. Go ahead, Tiger. What you in a minute and a half or less, what you got to say about what's been said so far?
I mean, what more is there to say? I mean, we ask a subjective question: who suffered more? I give a subjective answer, and then it's like, well, where's the objectivity? And it's like, well,
now, I understand that slavery came to North America.
I think, and then so we point out the objectivity by saying, here are the years, here's the population percentages, et cetera, and it's still not good enough.
That would be the English. Go blame the English.
What more is there to say?
The Dutch, the Spanish.
Cool. All right, Wicked Dream. What's on you?
All right. So I just have a question. Would you say that a lot of tribes today are forced to live on small plots of land where they have very limited water supply, food supply, don't have a lot of the amenities that we have, pretty much live half the life that we do? Would you consider that do you think that still happens today?
For me?
This is for both of you who say that.
Oh, yeah, I would say that definitely still has today. I would say that still happens today. I mean, like from my understanding of the metrics, African Americans tend to be lower on the metrics, but the Native Americans even lower than a lot of African Americans when it comes to like alcoholism, test scores, SAT scores, criminality in the community and stuff like that. They tend to be at the very bottom. So there's definitely a lot going on in that community.
It used to literally.
What about even like the Navajo tribe, I believe it is, that's out west. Their water supply that they have is very limited on the amounts that they can use daily, stuff like that. Does that happen to Black people today? In the way that they're living, they're still suffering.
All right, let me bring them down. Maybe y'all can hear me a little better.
Yeah, we can hear you, Dan.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize my mic was unmuted. I was adjusting my OBS.
Even till today, there's Native American tribes that are living in very, very scarce supplies, areas, very limited on what they can do and how they're able to actually even thrive and produce good communities. Obviously, there are some that are doing well because they got their casino licenses, but that's not a good majority of them that have that. There's many more, I believe, that are still living in very scarce livings today. So I think that's why I think they might be suffering a little bit more.
Yeah, I think again, those are like it's already been said. I think it's a subjective thing. I'm trying to pull some objectivity out of it. If anything,
Well, that's what I think the objectively was, because I mean they're limited on water supplies, or I mean, how many black people are limited on water supplies, food supplies?
I'll offer a counter to that though, because the thing is that again, I'm focused on the suffering thing. People can be in tough situations. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're suffering. I guess for me, how I'm looking like this, and this is I guess my thought experiment. Being slavery for a year, or spend 5 years like the Native Americans are living. I'm gonna take that 5 years like the Native Americans over actually being a slave. You see what I'm saying? Like the chattel slavery of the South. That's why I'm saying, like, I think whether we do it, because David Banner's original point was North America, it wasn't America specifically. But I think it could be made even with Dane's point about when America was founded. It could still be the case that, I mean, just I guess in your own mind, would you rather have been a slave in the chattel slave, where where you're a property, they can sleep with your wife, they can do whatever they want to you, or would you rather live on a reservation with not enough resources? I would take that reservation every single time over being a slave. But I'm curious to know.
I don't know. It would depend on how old my wife was, really.
I would say, what are the living conditions that you're in as a slave compared to the living conditions as a Native American?
I mean, after 37 years, I mean,
Wicked is pretty much, you would have to talk to them personally and see if they view that as suffering.
Yes, I did.
Because some of that, they may enjoy it. They may enjoy living off the land. They may enjoy their.
I could turn that same argument back at you.
No, you can't, because like there's enough people vocal about it to say that they don't like the situation. There's many people.
There's many Native Americans that are vocal saying that they don't like their situation.
Yeah,
again, I can throw the same argument at you.
So that's
you can't argue me. You can't argue a point with me that I can turn around at you.
No, what I'm saying is, like, we would have to talk to those people. We'd have to let them have a voice and let them say, okay, yeah, we would rather have,
But that doesn't refute my argument. That doesn't refute what I'm saying.
They may not want to be Americanized. It might be suffering from your lens, because you're used to running water and you live in a home and different things like that, but they can pervert the environment that they're in. You don't know.
You got to be careful though.
You got to be careful. Hold on. Real quick. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you right now. You're going to tell me that somebody is going to prefer
what
not
running
active running water than having active running water?
Of the happy noble slave argument.
As long as they get water, as long as they have a method of obtaining water.
Well, maybe they were happy being treated like that.
So if I take away your running water right now, you'd be okay with that?
But that you're asking someone that has already lived through a certain level of circumstance versus someone that this is all they know. You see what I'm saying?
Needs to engage with the argument. He's not doing that.
That's you're putting your own personal bias. You're putting your own personal bias on someone else. Like,
I don't think that's a personal bias. I mean, I think it's pretty universal.
Let me elaborate on that. I never
use the word elaborate, man. I'm proud of T Reason.
I wouldn't feel no type of way not living in a
mansion. But if you saw mansions, if you see mansions all the time.
But if I lived in a mansion for majority of my childhood,
like a lot of the slavers, even after slavery, was over with, but especially before, they basically made the argument of hang on a minute, Dusty, I get it for you. They basically made the argument that, the slaves, they're happy here. We take good care of them. They love this family and that sort of stuff. Even in Australia, when it came to dealing with the Aborigines, the British down there, when they would confiscate the Aboriginal child and send it off to boarding schools and that sort of stuff to try to anglicize it, the argument was the Aboriginal mother soon forgets her child.
But what you're doing, you're trying to argue a minority against my majority.
As if we were just giving away dogs that have been born to a female dog.
How many people live in huts compared to how many people live in cities?
And that's the same basic argument that T Reason is using without realizing it. Well, you don't know. Those people may have enjoyed being treated like that.
That doesn't prove anything. The environment that they're in is the environment that they're in. Most of them are not living in major cities like us. So you're comparing a group of people who live.
You're right. And do you think that if they were able to, do you think if those Native Americans were able to build those cities to the same level that we're in our cities, but their own cities, they wouldn't want to do that?
You're agreeing with me. You're proving my point.
Hold on. Let's get Tiger. Let's get Tiger in real quick.
Yeah, I just have a question. How many Native Americans are on this panel who are even capable of having this conversation versus African Americans? I think that's a fair question.
I'm Native American.
I don't know that I think that's a fair question myself. To me, that's kind of like women who say, unless you have a uterus, you can't have an opinion on abortion. That doesn't make sense. That's not logical.
Well, I was gonna say, Tiger, if you
it's
don't
just
mind
to
kind of
demonstrate a
explain,
point. It's just to demonstrate, like, we're arguing, black, we're arguing subjectively who suffered more. And it's like, okay, well, where's the Native American here to defend their position? They're not here because a lot of them don't have access to this, right? I mean, they're not all, okay, all right, but we don't have anybody who lives on the reservation in their level of suffering,
But I still want to hear y'all's answer to my question. Again, this doesn't prove my point right, but I do think it's a decent question. Maybe it's not. Y'all let me know. But what I'm saying is this: to be a slave during chattel slavery, right? Chattel, like would you rather spend 1 year like that, or would you rather spend 5 years on a reservation as a Native American?
Depends. What are the living conditions as the slave? What are the living conditions
your best
as we know? Okay, so let's do it like this. Okay, hold on. Let's go to a reference. Let's see if we can reference this. You've seen the movie Life, correct? Tell me, you can't say you haven't seen the movie Life.
One of my favorite movies of all time.
All right, so I'm glad we're on the same page here. So would you rather be in the house, running the car, or would you rather be digging the ditch? If you're digging the ditch, you're living the same life as the Native American. If you're buffing the car and living in the house,
acting like a producer, I just told him you were coming, so he'll know you there.
Well, on this thing right here, why are we going to another analogy? I already gave one. It seems like you're giving another analogy.
Well, because there's two different. Because in your analogy, there's two different levels of how the slavery went. Like there were some that had better lives than other slaves.
Try to clarify some things.
You know what I mean? So it's like
and whatever. But
at which level of it are you at? You know what I mean? There's only one level in the Native American
steamrolling over the whole panel.
Whatever your understanding of the history of the average is, right? Whatever your understanding of the history of the average Native American lifestyle, for 5 years, or the average slave in chattel slavery for a year. Which one are you? Which one? I mean, I just want to. I mean, again, it's not going to prove my point.
Dusty.
Right. It's not. What's going on, Powder?
Oh, what's going on? Thank you for having me up.
Right. I'm just curious to know which one y'all would choose.
Again, so I know that there's two different. So it's hard for me. It's not that I can't answer. It's kind of hard because me personally, you said from what I know, right? From what I know is that there was two different lifestyles towards slavery. There were some that had it really a little bit better, which was still bad, and there were some that had it really bad. But I only know of one lifestyle which was really bad for Native Americans. So it's kind of hard for me to compare the two, because it's like, which one, if I'm comparing the really bad one to the Native American, it's like I'll take the really bad one because it's only a year compared to 5 years. But if it's the good one, or if it's, you know what I mean, it just depends on which one.
Yeah, just so Tiger, if you can get that, whatever your version of the average slave lifestyle would have been in chattel slavery, or 5 years, and whatever.
See, what I'm thinking to ask him is
reservation. Which one would you
because
take?
T Reason wants to look at slavery in the Americas for the whole time, the whole, from Columbus to 1865, I guess.
For the two different peoples.
So that opens the door for me to bring up the Spanish conquest of Central and South America, which was
Native
brutal towards the Native Americans down there.
Maybe even less than 1% of the U.S. population.
I'm going to try to get in and bring that up.
Very little to no representation. Black folks in America today are a much larger demographic with a very real level of representation. Now, we can argue its effectiveness, but it is the case that Black people have fared better in comparison to Native Americans.
Good point. Tiger dropping some bombs right here.
Literally being displaced.
So I'm getting you right, Tiger. Your comparison is not really about the actual lifestyle of two; it's the outcome overall.
Well, okay, I can do that too. So here's the thing. Native Americans had their own nations and their own people groups, their own armies, their own social program. African Americans were brought here against their will, and eventually, over time, several hundred years later, actually benefited from it. The Native Americans were completely displaced. They fought tooth and nail to preserve their peoplehood and their nationhood, and they failed. They lost. That is actually worse.
Well, let me ask T Reason, for you, an average slave in chattel slavery, or 5 years on a reservation as a Native American?
I'm headed to the reservation. I'm going to the reservation.
Okay, Dane, what about for yourself?
Oh, I don't know. If you say 5 years of chattel slavery.
No, 1 year as a slave, chattel slavery. You know, all that comes with that, whatever your understanding of it is.
If I could be a chattel slave in a place like Virginia or Maryland.
5 years on a reservation.
Yeah, if I could be a chattel slave in some place upriver like Virginia, Maryland, then I'd probably choose that. To a Wicked's point,
you're gonna be. You're gonna be just thrown out there. You don't know where you're gonna end up.
Well, that's probably
just like a random bear question.
They're gonna put you butt your ass. You're gonna be on the auction block, and they're gonna sell you off.
You know, can you cut it real quick? Yeah, so real quick, just to make sure I understand the question is, and we're gonna move on here soon, but I just want to at least get the answer. Real quick. So what I'm saying is this: you get, we'll say you're reincarnated.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know the timeline. All you know is that you're gonna be in chattel slavery as a slave, or you're going to be on a reservation for 5 years as Native American. You don't know where you're going to end up. You don't know anything other than you sign for one or the other. Which one are you signing up for?
Well, my preference, I'd probably take a reservation, but that doesn't mean that Indians suffered any less than or more than black people. Just my personal preference. Yeah.
I was just curious to hear your buddy's thoughts, and then even the powdered Dusty. You want to comment on that one?
If I don't have a family, I would take 1 year chattel slavery. If I do have a family, I would choose a reservation. And when I say chattel slavery, in my mind, it's more like being in jail or in prison than it is like, getting whipped and thrown in the sweat box or whatever, right? So if it's that Django degree, then I'm probably gonna go with the reservation either way.
Okay. I would have thought it'd been reversed with the family. I would probably go reservation, but if it was just me, I would still go reservation either way.
I assume that the family's going to be slaves too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is I would say with the family, then you can sleep with your wife if he wants to. You can chop your kid's foot off. I'd rather go to. I would take my family.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If I have a family, for sure, reservation.
Okay.
If I don't have a family, I might consider trying to just push through the 1 year so that I can get back on track with life.
Okay, got you. Okay, cool. I know we're not gonna finish that one right there.
If I could I add something, Vulcan, just real quick? Just want to point out, T Reason, he was wanting to date slavery going all the way back to 16 whatever, whereas I was looking at within the span of the United States. I just want to point out that if we're going to back up to 16 whatever, and if we're going to look at North and South America versus just the United States, well, then we would have to also include the Spanish conquest of Central and South America, which was horribly, horribly brutal on those Native Americans, so much so then the Catholic Spanish were so much more brutal and genocidal than the Protestant Americans were, the United States was. So if you consider what happened to those empires down there, then I'm not sure that it would be any comparison to chattel slavery. If we're going.
So it sounds like you left North America and went to South America. Sound like
yeah, and I just want to say this for the audience.
Do you know where the Aztecs were at, T Reason? Do you know where the Aztecs and the Incas were?
I just want to say this real quick so everybody understand. David Banner's point was who had it worse in North America. But I think we got a lot of good history out of this situation too. Yeah, if we don't have any comments, I'll go to the next one. Oh yeah, so on site says Tiger made the most sense. But y'all already been in the argument mode, so y'all cannot hear yet. Y'all hear yet. Y'all listen. The same pale people who killed and captured slaves came to America to kill and capture Native Americans. The people are different, yet the events are the same.
That's not true.
I should hop on and tell y'all a story Grandpa told me.
Hop on, man. Come on with it.
The argument is diabolical, and the answers are maniacal. Seeking a panelist with fresh, innovative content are called serious inquiries only, open to collaborations where value and expertise are mutually compensated. Sounds good to me. All right, it's next one. You spent 40 minutes on that one. Dang.
Is this. What happens in most, have you ever noticed when you get a contract from white folks, there's about 40 pages of what they want from you and about 3 pages of what they're going to give you. When we walk into business situations, we usually don't know our worth and we don't know what we want. All we know is we want
something. Oh my goodness.
When I know you know this now. Usually if you get a lot of money on the front end, you getting your ass towed up. You a slave at the end, right? So what I realize is that when we stay in these small spaces, we usually don't have a vision. I saw
My.
Yeah, so on this one right here, talking about the contracts, we'll start with you, Tiger. What do you think about what he said about that? You agree, disagree, and why?
Yeah, what I heard was, well, white people deliberately deceive us because they know how to run businesses and they know how to formulate contracts that work in their business's favor. And boo white people for being smart enough to do that. That's really all I heard.
Man, that's what I heard too.
Got you. Okay, the Powder Dusty, what do you got?
I just heard somebody who doesn't understand how contracts work. All contract, if I present you a contract, that's why it's called a negotiation. If I present you a contract, I'm not concerned with looking out for your well-being. I'm looking out for my well-being. If you want to put something in the contract, that's on you. So I think that he's just confused about how contracts work and he's turning it into a race issue when it's not one.
Correct.
That's the truth. P. Dusty said something made sense.
Wicked, what you got?
I mean, I just hear no accountability for not reading a contract.
Yo.
Yeah.
That's all that I heard. So what does color have to do with you not being able to read a contract?
Yeah, don't sign a contract that doesn't benefit you.
Most people don't even read stuff. They just sign it. Like half of us probably didn't even read the terms to YouTube that we're on right now and just hit that agree button.
I didn't read any of those rules Vulcan put up before the podcast. I just didn't read it.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't taking your own advice.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's like it's if somebody presents you with, hey, here's a business deal, it is on you to make sure that you read that business deal, you agree to it, and once you sign that contract, that responsibility is on you. There is no responsibility on anybody else but you, because you were the one who signed it. They didn't force you to sign it. They didn't put a gun to your head and tell you to sign it. They didn't tell you they're going to give you connect somebody for ransom, and if you don't pay them, you have to sign it. It was you. You made the decision. You read the contract, you agreed to it.
T-Reason, about for yourself.
I think this topic was an eye-opener, and I think this is, I'm glad he said
goodness, here he goes. He's trying to have something to say, but ain't got nothing to say.
That further is another form of persecution blacks endured in America, because coming into this, because it's all about information. It's all about understanding what you're getting involved in. So these people are thinking or coming into something with ignorance, and it's not because they're not smart enough to know right from wrong and the correct way to go about things. It's just they're not taught these things. You see what I'm saying? So information is very
see, that is
powerful.
A feminine perspective, because he's taking the position of being someone who is in need of being taught and cared for and provided for, rather than someone taking the position, the masculine position of wanting to stand up and say, I'm going to learn, I'm going to train myself, I'm going to take responsibility for myself.
They're not going to look out for your
That's why what he
interest.
just said is feminine.
Proves his point that we as black people have to come into something with our guard up and with our eyes open and say, this person may literally screw me over on this contract that I think is something written fair for anybody coming into an engagement with this company or this entity. And that's why information and knowledge is important. And it's kind of an eye opener to hear so many people agree that, a contract is almost pretty much from their standpoint designed to screw you over, and you better negotiate it to get the terms and conditions to even make sense or be fair. Because that's
all right. Yeah, you said some good points there, T. Let's get Dane. Let's get Dane in there.
My. I haven't heard as much buck passing, and blaming other people for not preparing folks for adult life in a long time. I got a few names for you to respond to this, okay? Suge Knight, Barry Gordy, P. Diddy, okay? These are all people in the music industry. Do you think that these guys, when they sat down with black artists, the white artists, the yellow artists, the green artists, and they said, hey, man, let me educate you about contracts? No. Business in general, whether you're selling records, whether you're selling gasoline, business in general is about investing the lowest amount of money and selling for the most money and making the profit in the middle. The only color that most business people care about, if they're a good business person at all, is green. So they're going to screw over Vanilla Ice just like they're going to screw over T-Reason. It's about the money. See, and there's so many more layers to the issue of how black artists have been exploited. Like Little Richard invented rock and roll music, basically, and he didn't profit nearly as much as Elvis, okay? We can make that argument, but the layers that caused that to happen is so much more than just a contract from a business person and some racist motivation to screw over the black artist. There's so much more to that. I'd love to get into it.
Yeah, I think for me, from my perspective on it, I think that I don't think it's necessarily a racial thing. You know, if I can use like the show Fresh Prince, for instance, I think if Carlton and Will Smith are going to create contracts, Will Smith's more likely to be more empathetic in his contract because a cultural thing. You know, people that tend to see themselves more individualized tend to be more, obviously, more selfish, more self-serving. They're going to make sure the contract.
I mean, on site, the thing is, it's just that matter of if you're a man, you take care of yourself, you provide for yourself. You don't wait for somebody else to come rescue you.
And I think that some people who grew up like, you know, more urban or in the trailer parks where you kind of have to team up.
And when parents are channeling their kids towards sports and entertainment,
you're more likely
instead of law or engineering or science or the construction trades or whatever.
You know, people who've been in business,
I mean, it goes back to the parents and what they're raising their children up to try to steer them towards. And when they go into music,
they might.
Music is not about being a wholesome, lifelong place to build wealth, to build a family. It's about entertainment.
Now, I don't think it's racial. I think that's more of
a few centuries ago, when theaters and musicians and the bards and stuff in Europe would try to, they would have to go perform for a town or something, they had to camp outside of town. The townspeople wouldn't even let the entertainers come into town because they were considered so trashy, lowbrow,
so I would say it's probably more about that, and I think there is a
and it hasn't a whole lot changed.
It's not split on the line racially.
So people they're priming their kids to go that direction.
Which I just thought of.
They're trying to prime them to go that direction.
Most black people have the
and so when they go that direction, they're not prepared. They don't have adequate entertainment lawyers. They don't have an adequate business mind. They don't know anything about investment or finances or anything like that. And then they show up and they want that person that wants to make the most money.
You should look
over
what
you're
him signing to make sure that it's benefiting you. If it is a racial issue in your mind.
That's your perspective.
Like if you have that racial mentality, I'm talking about if you have that racial mentality.
Sorry, hold on, quick. And just for the panel, if it's a question for a specific person, try to add the name to it.
Well, I don't know if it was more of because you're saying it's a racial thing, and the way that I interpret this is he's coming in from a racial perspective.
I've been screwed over in my life before in business. I've been screwed over before.
Okay, got you.
Is it because I was fat?
So if he has that racial mentality, so his mentality being a racial mentality is
really good looking, I don't know. But I could blame it on that.
Since it's a
but I
white
got screwed over ultimately because I didn't know what I should be looking for when I went into the situation.
But if you have
I
the
didn't know
mentality
what the
of racial identity
were.
You would think that the
in a nutshell, I had not done my due diligence.
Malicious.
So why did I get screwed over? My fault.
Hold on, I mean,
that's manhood.
Hold on, did he finish the question real quick?
So if you have that mentality,
femininity,
would you not
says,
try to look over
they took
what the other person is trying to sell you?
You know,
or get you
I thought I was just going to his hotel room at 2 a.m. to have coffee.
A racial mentality basis.
Yeah, we get it.
You know, I shouldn't have been expected to. That's the feminine mindset.
Like, who is that for?
And that's what T Reason is trying to put forward.
Well, that would be for
everybody.
Everybody question.
The producers and the record label owe them protection.
Okay, and y'all know y'all can't make it specific to one person. I have to be for everybody every time.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, I just think I don't think that's not really a person specific question because I didn't really get that idea from anybody specifically. But it just kind of popped into my head that well, if I have a racial mentality, I would automatically be assuming nefarious activity. So I would want to investigate into whatever I'm signing or is being sold.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, and I think pretty much everybody would agree with that. I mean, race or not, if you're skeptical about a certain group, then obviously you're going to scrutinize whatever literature they're providing, you know, or
that's not what comes into play for these types of examples we're using.
Okay, go ahead, T Reason, go ahead.
So a lot of times when you're dealing with like, let's say enterprise, or you're dealing with like,
he's talking about things he probably never had any actual dealings with.
All these other big names, right?
He's just making it up. That's what this guy does.
Whether your example was
this guy right here, he's just making it up.
When a black person's dealing with a white person, they automatically don't trust white people. So why would they sign a contract without reading it? So a lot of times what we're looking for is okay, is this a reputable company? Is there other people employed at this company? So when we get that contract, it's a standardized contract. So we're thinking that
there's no such
we're
thing.
signing a contract that not only did I sign, but all the people that I know who work for this company.
He probably hasn't. I've actually on site. I've actually talked to T Reason on the phone before. I mean, he's a decent guy.
When you say
he's a
weird,
decent guy.
Who's the weird? Who's in this weird category?
So black people. When they're signing these contracts, they're assuming the contract they're getting is the same contract that
I'm thinking to see if I can get in there and say something to him.
White, brown, Hispanic, Latino, whatever the case may be. They're assuming that they're getting a standardized contract. They're not assuming that this contract.
You're just more explaining the psychology of people who are signing this kind of
exactly because he's saying why would black people? He's saying in ignorance why would black people sign a contract when he cannot when you cannot.
But can I see your problem right there? You said assume.
Hold on real quick. He's not just saying why they would do it. He's also saying, given the skepticism there, you would think you'd have even a greater reason to.
Yeah, because you're saying assume.
Are you saying,
you're thinking it's
quickly, hold on. Do you agree with him, T Reason, about because I don't hear you disagreeing with him about
I disagree.
I'm gonna have to find a way to get Wicked Dreams to calm down a little bit. I'm feeling a little left out. I'm feeling a little overlooked. He's in there beating up on my guy. I'm supposed to be the one beating up on him.
They're looking at it as this is a standard contract. They're not looking at it as this is.
But what I'm saying, what did Wicked say that you disagree with? I don't hear you disagree
with. Is he saying that if you don't trust white,
he doesn't know what he's disagreeing with. He's confused.
Without reading it and going deep into it to see if you're getting screwed over.
I see that Wicked's not really gonna challenge his claims directly. Wicked's a smart guy. He knows logic and stuff, but he gets thrown too much. He reacts too much to the other person's argument instead of establishing his own.
So why isn't a disagreement? Why they would or why they wouldn't? I mean, like Wicked, do you disagree with his reason why people do it?
Well, yes, I disagree with it because he used a key word.
You disagree with why they do it, or you disagree that it's a good idea to do it for that reason? Those are two different things.
Well, I disagree that it's bad to do it for that reason.
Hold on, but he has because are you saying it's a good reason?
I know what I do. I move my Venmo.
My issue is
I'll move it out of the way so y'all can see. I'll move it over here around me a little bit. See, I'll cover me up.
So here,
let's see if
I'm just stuck on one key word that he said. He said
he's right
they
here.
assume.
This is the guy who actually owns the podcast.
Is taking away the responsibility from the person. Because guess what? If I had
good or bad to assume, are you saying it's good to assume that, T Reason?
Well, what I'm saying is they're told this is a standard.
Again, I get all that. I mean, but again, where's the disagreement between the two of y'all? I guess this thing, right? This is important for the show.
It's a work in motion, folks. Give me a minute.
Where are y'all actually clashing on?
We don't want to do that. Somebody might want to send me some money.
The other person is.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that. I don't like it that small.
Where's the disagreement?
What we're clashing on is he's saying that you shouldn't sign a contract. He's saying there should be no situation where you signed a contract without first ensuring that the contract you're signing makes sense.
And you're saying you disagree.
I'm saying I disagree. I'm telling you why people do it and why it happens.
Why people do it is different than you disagreeing with what he said. That's the part we got to understand.
Now, I don't think you should. But
okay, then y'all agree. Okay. That's the point I'm making.
Ain't logic great?
This is important on the Vulcan soapbox for the panel and audience out there. You got to hear the clash. Don't let time get wasted with red herrings and getting off topic. There is no disagreement here. Y'all get that? Does everybody get that now?
There is a disagreement.
I get it.
Well, please say it. If there's a real disagreement, state the disagreement so it can be obvious to everybody.
He's saying that they should never.
This is why I love this podcast.
Not trusting
what Vulcan is explaining is 100% true.
They should never.
But what happens is that T Reason is more interested in arguing to defend his social group, black people, the black culture. Understandably so. He's more interested in that than he is in focusing on the actual right in his feelings on site, the actual logic of it.
Saying, Vulcan, and I agree on that.
It's sort of and it's understandable. You know, like I said, I talked to him on the phone before. He really is a reasonable, nice guy. Credit where credit due. The guy that I was fighting with last week, not so much. Zaddy, not so much.
Go ahead, T Reason. I want to hear it.
I don't know. I don't know if we can all understand that. You know what I'm saying?
I just have one question for him real quick then.
I'm getting from the panel. I don't know if we can all assume that.
T Reason, let me ask you a question. Do you trust the bank teller?
Yeah.
Do you count your money when you get it back from the bank teller?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Point proven. Thank you very much.
What did you prove? What is the point?
Because you said that people are trusting their friends. They have people that they know who get these contracts, and they just agree with what they're saying because they assume. You're assuming that the bank teller gave you money, but yet you're still counting it. Therefore, if you assume, then you would reread the contract.
Not every time though. So them times I didn't check, I could have got screwed over.
And that's my whole entire point. But you still check. You take the responsibility and you still check on it. Even though you trust the person that you're saying, you still have the responsibility to check and make sure.
I assume he already.
I'm never saying that they're not ultimately responsible. I'm never taking the off that person to read over the contract, but I'm just saying now you see to the level that the playing field is, because some people don't understand that. Just because you do doesn't mean everyone else does.
Well, then that's their own fault, T-Reason. Don't you understand that if he signed an unfavorable contract?
See, that is T-Reason's feminine mindset, his feminine way of thinking. Although he is better than he was the first time I engaged with him on the Vulcan soapbox. He's coming along. Him sitting there with a computer to Google up information on, that's my suggestion.
It's not their own fault.
Don't be stupid. It's pretty simple.
Okay. Well, let me ask this question. Let me ask this reason. If it's not, whose fault would it be from your perspective?
This is the same reason why they don't believe white privilege exists. This is the exact this concept.
Obfuscation.
This is exactly
100% obfuscation.
I say because they
what does that have to do with what we're
Why don't he just
about?
answer the question, who is responsible if not the person doing it? He won't answer the question because he has to do that. It's easy for you to say, obfuscate away from it. I'm an Alabama redneck and I'm 54 years old, okay? So I can't hardly pronounce the word. Sorry.
I've already said I'm not going to
But he's trying to dodge and come out with a whole bunch of words to avoid actually answering the question of who is responsible when that comes up.
Contract doesn't read it good enough. Whatever the reason is, they sign a bad contract.
I think there should still be some onus on the company to have some wherewithal to be fair and indiscriminate about the contracts that they're dishing out, and they should be held responsible for that. There should be lawsuits filed for some type of negligence or some type of
stupid.
The femininity gets deeper.
I have a serious. Okay, hold on.
No, you're not. No, but you can't just take advantage of people. You can't sign somebody into slavery and then just be like, oh well, you signed the contract, so I get to make you the slave for the rest of my life. That is.
Wait, well, I have one serious question then. So are you just so I can understand what you're saying real quick? Are you saying because somebody didn't know that they're not responsible for what they did?
I'm saying that it depends on how extreme it is. And when it crosses over violating somebody's rights or violating somebody's position financially,
yeah, he dodged completely.
Accountability for that.
Each individual is responsible for their own due diligence.
Well,
Simple in life in general. You go get a job.
Yeah,
it's not.
You want to know how much you're getting paid? What's your job? Description, that sort of stuff.
Like anybody who's
you go to buy a house, buy a car, buy a couch, buy a television.
If it's unreasonable,
you want to find out what is it that I'm actually committing to.
Aspects to a contract that the courts may throw out. That's fair to say.
But it's not violating someone's rights to want them to read the contract they signed to. Your signature.
No one's arguing that.
Hold on, let him finish.
It actually sounds like you are arguing that.
Go ahead, the powder dusty. Finish your point. Whatever you got.
My point is that everybody's responsible for looking out for their own interests. That means reading the thing that you sign. If you don't sign it, or if you don't,
I've been on panel with P. Diddy.
You're almost committing fraud
Dusty
because you're agreeing to terms that you didn't bother to read. That's usually I end up laziness. Maybe trying to beat up on him and
him me like I do T-Reason here. Usually,
to try to chalk it up to to the other party's malice.
He's a fairly good faith debater. You know, I like engaging with him.
Negligence is entitlement. It's just a weird form of entitlement masquerading as victimhood.
Insanity. Yeah.
If I could say something, Vulcan.
So I'd like to cross-examine Powder Dusty. I have a question.
Of course you would.
Okay. I'm gonna get.
Y'all laughing.
2 minutes. Go ahead.
I just want to know: have you ever signed a contract that you didn't read?
Hold on. Does it? Okay. Well, I don't.
Yes.
So he's going anecdotal now. He's completely leaving objectivity and he's going anecdotal.
The same level of ignorance that you just said other people shouldn't.
I've exercised the same level of negligence that I said would be other people's fault, but it's the same for me. It's the same for me.
I want to hear T-Reason, where you going with this? What's your point next?
Because he can fall victim to the same thing. That's all I'm saying.
I would be a victim.
So does that mean the evil white man was racist against him?
I think Dusty is just saying is that in times when he was negligent like that, he is not a victim. It was his fault. But you disagree with that point?
No, I don't disagree with that. But he was ignorant because he didn't.
Okay,
I
think
so it's just a personal criticism. Right? He just wants to personally criticize.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I think we're all on the same page with that, right?
I think every single one of us has done that.
Yeah, everybody's done it. I'm not saying I'm any better than anyone else. I'm saying that I'm just not as entitled, I suppose, as it sounds like T Reason might be to have the other party look out for my interest more than I'm willing to look out for my own interest. That's insane.
My.
So, as we can go to the next one here.
Vulcan, ahead, could I weigh in on a little bit? First of all, Powder Dusty here on other debate panels, me and him engage a lot like me and T Reason do on this panel. So I'm surprised that I'm agreeing with Dusty on this panel. But you and I have talked off stream lately, Vulcan, about the feminine, masculine. If I could just make it real quick, this is a perfect example. The people who are saying I'm responsible for my due diligence and taking care of myself and providing for myself and protecting myself and building for myself, that's the masculine mindset. The feminine mindset says I need resources from others, protection from others, provision from others. I'm not calling anybody effeminate like in an LBGT fashion. I'm saying the two different ways of thinking. The men say I'm going to cut down the trees and build a road and take the trees and build a cabin. That's masculinity. Femininity says, well, someone needs to tell me where the cabin's at and how to get there. That is that being provided for, which seems to be what T Reason up here is expecting, is someone else to look out for the people instead of expecting them to do their own due diligence. And T Reason, I don't appreciate you making me agree with Powder Dusty because this is unnatural, but here we are.
Let me cut in here real quick, Dave. I want to give T Reason a chance to respond, but if you don't mind, T Reason, I think there's two things I'm hearing to respond to. One is just an abstract. Do you agree with them that one's more feminine, one's more masculine?
No, I don't.
Then you could speak to more personally to you, whether you think that you are displaying more of a feminine mind frame in that as well. But if you can just kind of address both of those.
Yeah.
I think it's so easy to take all
on-site. On-site. T Reason is a very feminine thinker, so he just wants to argue even when there's no argument.
Fair. We can screw as many people over and have as many people come in here and sign this contract, knowing that they need the money or the things that we're going to provide. But we don't have to try to be fair. We don't have to strive for any good business. We can do bad business all over town, and they're just going to have to suck it up and take it, whether they like it or not. Even if we're the only kids on the block, so be it. Tough.
Survival of the fittest. That's masculinity.
Better go figure it out. Instead of saying, you know what, let me make it make sense for all the parties involved. Let me do good business. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm like, it's almost like you almost got to make sure, no matter what the circumstances is, this could be somebody that and they're gonna stab you in the back. And I don't operate under them. I don't operate under them circumstances.
If I own a business, what is my purpose? If I'm going to be fair with my business, what is my purpose to accomplish, my goal to accomplish in my business? What is it?
So it sounds like what you're telling me right now.
I'm asking you a question. Don't tell me what it sounds like I'm asking. It's simple. What is my goal? What is my goal in the business?
Well, let's. I think we covered that pretty well, y'all. Let's go to the next one right now. Let's go. Let's go to the next. Oh, we got some comments here. So Raging Patriot says white fatigue is real. Whitey ain't right. You heard?
Thank you, Raging Patriot, for 10 months of membership.
Yeah. And then what we got next? White folks are J's, FYI.
That's why Dane's wearing that little hat right there.
Yeah. Documentation over conversation at the Powder Dusty.
I don't even know what that means.
Right. Yeah.
I don't either, but this is an Irish cap, Dusty. It's Irish, man.
Do you know who Soy Pill is?
No, I don't deal with you people.
We've seen them.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so Munoz says, T Reason, I like your take, but keep that dope mic for your freestyle via your arguments are trash.
Opinions over facts.
John Watt says, after dealing with contracts so long, most people won't read it. You're in front of them, they just sign. LOL. No color involved.
That is true, John. Good point.
What's up, Cynthia? Hey, happy Monday. Happy Monday to you as well. Powder Dusty, cruising the streets of white tea. John Watts comes with a low class, middle class positioning and education. More white people will go for their own kind, having a step up because it's less competition, even if it's subconsciously. How do you know what white people think subconsciously?
That's a good question. P Dust is on it tonight.
Why would you any contract why would you sign any contract you didn't read? From the Caucasians.
We've given many examples why.
Better question, would they offer the white person the same contract as a colored folk?
Exactly.
John Watts?
Exactly.
I don't know why they wouldn't.
Powder Dust, do you know what white people think subconsciously? So don't keep us waiting, John. Munoz says, don't throw a contract. Don't throw a contract at me. You know that N word as can't read. Yay. Bet you get your dealers to wait up in front of you.
I don't know what that means.
I do.
I don't.
Man, stop acting like you don't know. You don't know.
Educational level, which black schools are proven to be less funded for better education, which is critical thinking skills? The comments we got.
Exactly.
The revenue.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Just get your reparations from hundreds of years ago. The panel verse came to give a sub and smash that like. Appreciate you, big dog.
You got to watch the Panelverse people coming in here, though. Do you have an extermination contract for this podcast?
So if I didn't ask her age before, I'm not a PDF. T Reasons logic.
No, that's a totally different parameter.
Yeah.
Maybe that sounds good. Makes sense to me.
That's illogical as hell to compare contract versus engagement.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
So Angry Casper says ignorant and negligent is not the same. Why bother reading, brother? If you
see,
know
T Reason makes his claim, and when I try to respond to it, we got to move on to the next subject. But Vulcan does know that if he lets me go, I'll just talk the whole show.
While slept, LOL, while asleep.
So
it's like clicking on the terms of agreement and not reading all 30 pages, then crying about you got banned for saying something dumb. It's on you.
Exactly what I said.
Thank you, Raging Patriot, for the 5.
Raging Patriot, yeah. The panel verse, Dane, you can't even wipe your butt. No advice needed from you.
Oh, fat joke.
I have a bidet. I have a bidet because my hand is too good to get crap on it. I just turn the knob and it pressure washes, man. It hoses off my hoo-ha, man. It's wonderful. You should try it.
Shot up your ass.
Yeah,
it makes me feel a little warm and fuzzy when that cold water hits my little, dookie shoot.
Yeah, Munoz says, Dane, your purpose you want to hire people like you. You're a bunch of gnomes.
Gnomes?
I'm a white female that signed a cell phone protection contract once. It covered nothing useful. They didn't fix my phone. It was on the contract. I'm a female victim, and a man should have known better.
Look at
it is illegal not to offer the same contract.
Look at him.
Wow, y'all be so effing racist.
Get him.
If I could say something, Vulcan, I've seen a few things even in.
I'm hoping he knows you're having me just read the ones I need to be reading, man. But to be fair, every single person is the panel verse day, and you flow everyone. If you click in, you're the verse.
Yeah, that's what they say.
I would like to say first, I do understand that those creating the contract should not seek to take advantage of anyone. That being said, you're responsible for whatever agreement you accept.
Capitalism is geared to take advantage of people. I mean, by nature, that's how you make profit.
Any business is always going to look out for themselves before the other person.
How is capitalism bad for society when it gave you this computer?
Capitalism conversation another time, y'all. But yeah, so next one.
Dude's got an Omo shirt. What the hell?
They pick the most digestible time in history about him, and that's what they put to us every year. If you go back and look at Martin Luther King, and it's online, the speech that he was going to do at his church that the week that he died, you would have thought that was Malcolm X. Martin Luther King was sick of getting his ass beat on. He wanted to be about finances. He was talking about some of the things that were going on in the war that nobody dared to speak about. That was the reason why they killed that man. But the version of Martin Luther King that black people love, I don't think Martin Luther King liked him when he died. If they could separate themselves, he wasn't like that dude.
Well, that's heavy.
But it's the truth.
See, I'd be interested to know how much this guy has actually studied the history from all the different angles about Dr. King, because there's a lot of it. It's just it's legend or it's misrepresented. This idea that when you go back to the 60s, that politicians and political activism and stuff was somehow or another more accurate, truthful than it is in 2026, it just isn't the case. Dishonest, manipulative, propaganda people didn't just spring up out of the ground last year.
And specifically to Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King.
Here, I'm only going to open this up to people who actually have an opinion on this part, right? Anybody have any opinion about the Martin Luther King integration segregation thing and his conversation with Belafonte? Anybody have a thought on that or anything? Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't want to waste time on this if we didn't. Well, only thing I would say about this is he did misquote what Martin Luther King said on that one right there.
I think that a lot of people, when it comes to figures like King and a lot of people in the civil rights movement and even other movements throughout American history, they base their understanding based on one storyline that's been fed to them from wherever they got it from, and they haven't really studied it from different places. They get it from an echo chamber, and then they take that, what is essentially becomes lore, and then they'll extrapolate arguments from that without actually doing the research to find out whether or not it's even accurate. They just repeat it, and then they end up with the fallacy, the appeal to the consensus. So it's, well, everyone agrees this is the case, so it's the case, without actually researching it.
Yeah. So anybody else got anything I want to say on this topic, on this part? So yeah, I'll just say this. I mean, I think, like I said, he was misquoting what Martin Luther King said. He had a fear about it, and there's nothing wrong with having fears. Anytime you're in leadership, when you have to make tough judgment calls, whether you're a football coach or you're doing something else, there always going to be fear on both sides. You realize you gotta, sometimes you're doing things where you got to just pick the best out of the two bad options. And there's going to be fear on both sides, no matter which one it goes. I think this guy is kind of engaging. David Banner's engaging in revisionist history by some of the stuff that he's talking about, getting tired of getting beat up. Nobody wants to get beat up. Before you get beat up, you're tired of getting beat up. He was doing it for a specific purpose. And there's nothing that says that he regretted that decision to do what he did. So, I mean, I think, again, this is him trying to radicalize and get Black people riled up emotionally. But there's no historical justification for the stuff that he's saying here. Munoz says MLK is a Republican. The Chattering King, everyone is just going to pretend that this is normal attire. Laugh my butt off. MLK was a fool and a charlatan. MLK didn't write this stuff, and all the tinfoil people say he was a plant. Angry Casper says that. The panel verse, I mean, it is true, and they still haven't owned up to it, showing their opinions are just pretend words. Actions will never follow. All right, so yeah, so on this one, right, we can go to the next one, The
version that is in front of us, the propaganda that we see in schools and in Black History Months and the I Have a Dream and the monuments and how great Martin Luther King was and what he stood for. You're saying that it's a lie?
What I am saying is, what? Here go all them endorsements, Regina. Regina said, No, bro, like, integration was the worst thing that ever happened to Black people. Being enslaved is just losing the war. Like, once we integrated, we thwarted the opportunity to teach our own children. We don't have no options on what we teach Black kids in public schools. Think about this, y'all. In a lot of public schools,
all right, cool. So for this one right here, we'll start it off. Let's move it around a little bit here. So Uncle Tiger, did you catch that? What's your, you agree, disagree? What's your thoughts?
What is the question? Integration is the worst thing that ever happened to black people? Is that the question?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's highly debatable. On the one hand, they got freedom of association and the right to vote and all this and blah blah blah. But on the other hand, they also sort of lost their own ability to be nationalist and create their own communities, create their own schools, create their own education, whatever they wanted to do. And instead, utilized what the white people of the time had. So it's debatable either way. I don't think it. On the one hand, you could say it's bad. On the other hand, you could say it's good. I mean, it's debatable.
Okay, and then Ty, Wicked Dream. Sorry, what about for you?
I mean, I think it's definitely debatable because from my understanding of what I know, I could be wrong, but I do believe that during segregation there were higher rates of marriage, there were higher rates of family between black families. There was a lot more community involvement. Um, you know, now things you were able to do, you know, again, that was always taken away. But I think as the core values, from my understanding, was better in the black community during that time compared to when you were integrated. So
I mean, I stand with
it's really
Chad O.
subjective.
Jackson when it comes to this
person.
question a lot.
All right, about the Powder Dusty, what you got?
I think that forced integration, by that I mean like relocating kids to different schools. I think that was the wrong way to go about it. But I think that
I hate it when I end up agreeing
aside
with
from
him.
that, I think that no, integration is just fine. It gives everybody the same of everything. Right now, at this point, if you can't make it, it's on you. You're not being oppressed. You're not being segregated. It's not this.
Correct.
It's not that. You're just not thriving on the same playing field as the rest of everybody. So I think that integration was good. I think the way we went about it was a little bit ham-fisted.
Okay. Dane, what about for yourself?
As far as the question of whether or not integration was good or bad for the black community,
or stays on mute.
I think integration as a concept was a good idea. I think the implementation was flawed, and I think that it needs a rework.
I think that desegregation was great. As far as
T Reason's already going.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think that integration was the worst thing to happen to Black Americans. I think slavery was the worst thing to happen to Black Americans. But as far as what he's talking about, I think that I understand where he's going with it, but I think that the implementation is what needed to be more effective. And I think we should have had more input on how that was going to work and oversight on that to really make sure it was done correctly.
Got you. All right, Dane, it's on you.
Okay. I think desegregation is fine as far as the government not having laws and policies in place to prevent people from living wherever they can afford to live or any of that sort of stuff. But as far as like Dusty said, and I don't appreciate y'all putting me on the same side as him and agreeing, but forced integration, like the busing and then that sort of stuff where it forced people to integrate, I think that was a violation of everyone's rights to one degree or another. And I think it was not very good at all for black businesses. If I could take a moment, my grandfather was born in 1901, and I heard a lot of stories growing up about how much my mother's family loved the family that owned the dry cleaners right down the road from them, which was a black family. They were very close, and they loved them to death. But then integration comes in, and a lot of the black people then started frequenting, for some reason, the media or the civil rights movement or whatever seemed to have convinced a lot of the black clientele that there was something to be gained by going to the white business. And that ended up starving out a lot of the black economy that existed at that time. So in those aspects, if you try to look at it from more layers and angles than just segregation bad, integration good, something that shallow, and you look at all aspects, you'll find that it actually ended up damaging a lot of the black economy. So that's kind of where I come down on it.
Yeah, so I think for me, my point on this would just be that I think in general, I mean, obviously, as T Reason said, the worst thing that happened to black people definitely wasn't integration. It would be slavery itself. That would be definitely worse. And then you could even say Jim Crow was worse than integration. And so it wouldn't even, I don't know if it'd even make the top 5. Now, as far as integration and segregation, I think when you just look
See,
at it,
I'm
we don't
interested to
really
know
have.
when
I'm
people
not
say
familiar
Jim
with
Crow,
any
like
kind of
I can't help but wonder, like,
experience,
what
examples
aspect
out in the
of
world
the
where you
stuff that
have,
had happened during that Jim Crow era do people mean?
that are in the
Are they
same
talking about
nation
things
that
that
are just
happened that, like,
operating pretty much
the
separately, that are
KKK
nationally
did, where they
successful.
lynched
You know,
people and
I think
beat
that
them
that's
up
more
and
of
were
like a
terrorizing them by burning stuff and they
hypothetical that we will
blowing
never
up
know if it's
stuff and
actually
everything?
going to make any sense. I don't think it makes any sense. I
Or are
can't
they
see it
just
making
talking
sense of it.
about the laws that
When
were
people
in
make the point
place,
about black
you know,
businesses and black people
colored
being more
only
successful
water
than white
fountains or
businesses
whites
and
only water
we
fountains,
integrated, you know, a lot of
segregated
black businesses
schools and that
lost
sort of stuff?
business.
Is that
I
what they're
think that
talking
part is
about?
true, but that's a minority
Because
group
if
of
we're
white
going to
people.
say
I think
Jim Crow
integration
laws
helped
when it comes
more
to the
black people in
segregation and
general
stuff
than you know,
was
maybe
really
some of the
bad
top
for
business
black
owners or
people, I
whatever the
think
case
that
may
we would
be.
need to sit
You know,
down
they
and have a
lost most of their
conversation
business. Maybe
and
they lost
show
a
the
lot of their business.
data,
They went out
the
of business.
numbers of what
And
the
a lot of
black
white
economy was
establishments lost
like,
business
with
at
the
that
state of
time.
the
They may
black
provide
family,
preferential treatment
these sorts of
as far as hiring and
things
stuff historically.
from the Jim
And
Crow
so, like, I
era to
think
find
that's
out,
true, but I think
was
people
it
have it just
actually
where the
bad?
wealthiest black
Was the
people live
black
here in
community
America,
in a better
and
place
that's due to
in the
integration.
community
So
and
I think that
economically
at this
then than
point
they
in
are
time, I think
now?
there's really no. I don't think there's a really legitimate debate between integration and segregation at that point. And I definitely don't think that, especially if he's a rapper, probably more white people brought his album than anybody else. So I mean, like, he's benefiting from all of that at the same time. That'd be the point that I make. Anybody want to cross-examine anybody? Anybody have any points they want to make against
I'd
anybody
like to
else?
cross-examine a little bit with you, actually, Vulcan. I don't know if you call it cross-examine, but ask you to clarify. It's like I was just saying to my chat here. When someone says, like, Jim Crow, the Jim Crow era, was bad for black people, I'm curious as to what aspects, and this is sort of a rhetorical question, I think, like, what are we, aspects we measure by that? Because if we're measuring the horror of Jim Crow is to include things like the Klan and lynchings and the denial of equal protection under the law and that sort of stuff, well, sure, there's a big argument to be made. But I'm wondering if we backed up and we looked at the economic status of black people during Jim Crow, and if we looked at the formation, stability, and unity of the families, the churches, and the communities of black people under Jim Crow, would we find out that maybe there were some positive things within the black community at that time compared to what we have today? So I'm just curious as to how we measure that without simply saying oppression's bad. I think most any normal person would agree oppression's bad. And it's a difficult question to ask, was Jim Crow completely bad without it sounding like you're defending racism and genocide and that sort of stuff. But
just to make sure I'm understanding your question, I almost want to have you say it again, but a little bit more concise. But I'm comparing, what David Banner's point was integration was the worst thing to happen to black people. So I'm thinking about everything that's ever happened to black people in the entire universe, and I'm going, where would I rank integration?
Okay.
Yeah. That's how I'm taking the question.
I see. Because I would wonder could it be argued that under segregation that maybe the black community had a more solid, substantive idea of their own identity as a separate group, and that possibly when integration came and equal employment rights and equal lending rights, all sort of stuff was put in place, that is it possible that became more diluted? Which then, if that's the case, then it could be argued that come along, just a decade and a half later with the introduction of things like hip hop music, that then record producers in Hollywood could begin ascribing a cultural identity to the black culture that wasn't there in the 50s and 60s, which would include single motherhood and all of that great society stuff that it could be argued would have the black community today in a worse place economically, socially, morally, and so forth than it actually was, say, in the 50s.
Well, I guess for me, and I'm trying to take everything you said and try to form it into an answer to the question, because a lot of different components to it. And I'm assuming you're asking me, so I'm answering. If somebody else wants to chime in at some point in time, feel free to do so. But for me, how I'm looking at it is like this. We have this thing that we've never really seen before, which will be different races under the same nation operating separately, having their own basically ecosystem, I guess, at some point in time. I don't know if the blacks would have their own power grid, I guess, at some point in time. I don't know the extent to which how far this is going to go in segregation. Are they going to have their own militia? I don't understand. But to me, it seems like that's very experimental. I don't even have a working example in the world that I can say, okay, I've seen them do that over there and it worked really well. So to me, there's nothing about that really sounds appealing from a historical standpoint. I don't have any word of anybody know an example of just a nation that has two different races operating under the same nation, but they're operating completely separately and they're successful?
Oh, I don't necessarily mean like two nations. I'm just talking about as far as the segregation of the two communities within the same nation, with the separate schools and that sort of stuff.
Very experimental, I don't know. It doesn't seem there's nothing that we can look at to say, yeah, that's a successful model. I don't see anything that says that's a successful model to get where we are today, or to get,
I do have a quick question. So would you say that
this is for who?
This is just for you, really, I guess. So being that
on site.
I want to make sure. I want to make sure. Dane,
let's see what he's saying.
I know you're talking to your chat right now, but Dane, did I
I'm good.
address what you're saying on to some extent?
Well, I mean, you know how I am, Vulcan. If you let me, I'll just talk the whole podcast. It'll be the Great Dane show. But it's like I asked Big Ward the Genius, also a podcaster here, but he's here in local to me where I'm at. Like I asked him in the barbershop one time. When I asked him whether he thought that his grandparents received a better education than his own children, and he didn't even have to think about it. He said, oh, my grandparents, 100%. So I wonder, when we look at that, like his grandparents that went to a segregated school and everything, I wonder if his grandparents, when you look at the living rooms and the dining room tables and such of that community, if they weren't better off as a community and even economically, being segregated versus we're going to integrate, and then we're gonna move away from the black identity and even the white identity and move into, we're all just Americans, which would then, if you really want to just take it off to the next level, we're going to introduce the Great Society, and we're going to incentivize.
Just quickly, my question was did I properly answer your question? That was my question initially.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, it's a discussion it would have to be a discussion really to fully answer the question. But yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, stimulate thought, consider, see what your take on it was. But I guess we could move on.
And I mean, I don't know, Wicked, you want to ask me something too, but I mean, I would like to hear Powder Dusty, T Reason, Uncle Tiger on the point.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really like a random thought of more of.
Before we get to random thought, I want to address the point that I was making, which is saying that, to me, two different races under the same nation, we don't have anything that we can go off of to say that works. I mean, Thomas Sowell's book would say that, to have the most social mobility and to have the most, dynamic financial situation is for you to successfully assimilate into the dominant culture. That's what his research would suggest. And so that seems to go against segregation.
But that wouldn't necessarily require integration.
Certain things. So I would just be curious to see y'all's thoughts on that. Y'all agree, disagree? What do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't give an example of a multicultural system that has two different cultures operating equally under one roof. I just don't see how that's possible.
Yeah, that's the point that I'm making. I don't see how that'd be possible long term.
I just even long term, even short term, how is that even possible? Because the minute you have two different ideas, you're automatically going to clash.
It was happening short term. It was a thing, but obviously it wasn't sustainable.
But that wasn't what they had under it.
But it's hard. You can't give an example because it's hard there is no possible way you can have two different ideologies on a same.
But it's not two different ideologies. That's what. See, they're misquoting my position.
Real quickly, Powder Dust, do you have anything you want to say? And then Tiger next, and then T Reason.
I would agree with your take and Thomas Sowell's take. And as somebody with an economics background, I love hearing you reference Thomas Sowell. But yeah, 100%. You can't just have within one society. You can't have two different cultures operating beside each other, but not with each other. It just is going to fall apart.
All right, Uncle Tiger, what about for yourself?
But it wasn't two different cultures operating on the same nation. We were both black and white. We're in the Western culture. By and large, we both shared the same religion. To a large part, we shared the same cuisine. We had overlapping music. I mean, black people invented rock and roll music.
I think it is.
I mean,
that simple.
Blues, soul, jazz.
It doesn't get any more synchronized and in one homogenous in the military itself, which is life and death, basically. But T Reason, you got anything you want to say about that?
Not really.
All right, and then Dane, end on you, Dane.
Well, I just would like to clarify just a little bit that when I'm talking, what I was talking about was not because words matter. The semantics of it matter. I'm not talking about two separate cultures operating in the same country. The black community and the white community were not two separate cultures. They were two subcultures of the American culture, but both of them had a Western culture. Both of them back then, by and large, were Christians, and they just went to two separate churches. They ate a lot of the same food. They listened to a lot of the same music when it came to rock and roll. I mean, black people invented rock and roll, jazz, blues. I mean, I'm not sure when we say different culture being fashion, cuisine, shared history, these sorts of things. I'm not sure how we end up with two separate cultures. There were variances, of course, but there's variances in the culture of South Alabama and South California. But that doesn't, so I'm not sure that we're talking about two separate cultures operating in the same country. I just think it's a subculture of the Western culture.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I guess whenever Wicked said culture, I just kind of took it as he meant race. You got ethnicity, you got race, you got culture, you got all different things in there. But yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, to be subcultures.
Yeah, I guess I would say yes. It would be subculture, not actual culture itself. To clarify,
yeah,
it would definitely be a subculture, not an actual culture itself, because obviously the American culture would be what we were founded on, and our basis and our principles of what we abide by. Now, obviously, inside of that culture, you would have different ways of interpreting that.
Yeah, I mean, and more importantly, I mean, African American is an American invention. So I mean, like it doesn't exist anywhere outside of America, and they were coming from the people that had enslaved them. That's the culture they came from. Typically, really, truthfully, like a Southern culture, but that's a whole nother topic. But so yeah, let me read these comments and we'll get to the next one. Angry Casper, I've been in fights I lost for being the melanin level I am. I never saw that happen to someone with different melanin. Now try call me a liar. John Munoz says David Banner is the truth. Plus, he influenced me to get a pond for catfish. Trigger Warren, Unc changes that T to an N, and we might have a fight on our hands.
I'm changing it right now.
Crypto newbie, what is missed is what David Banner said. It's the equivalent of losing the war once.
I had to stop and think because I am a public school student. I had to stop and think. What's he talking about? Uncle Tiger, TYGER. Oh my God.
And now you showed my comment like always. They go and sub and unsub for my channel. Furiously thumbs up, and then the thumbs up in probably Darth Maul, Andrew's Mass Reporter. And Casper, this is like such a niche pill, and black creators. Shout out Base Pluto to be unique. Cook this topic.
That almost made sense.
I think
that was a good try, though.
So is that if that's it, Vogue? Let's go ahead and get to the next one. I thought Dane was gonna say my grandfather was born a black man, the powder dusty.
No, that was Steve Martin in The Jerk. Remember? Steve Martin. That may be before.
That's what started that story.
That's before all of y'all's time. Steve Martin in the white guy was adopted by a black family. That's a funny movie.
All right, he knows.
A lot of colleges, they tell black men that they can't wear locks. Your natural hair. Dog, do you see that they say they can do anything to meet that they want to, put anything they want to without telling you the truth about it? Think about right now in America what black people have.
All right, so we'll go the powder dusty. You go start this off first. Yeah, what's your thoughts on what he's saying?
Oh Lord, we got powder dusty.
Focusing, and I'm glad you asked me first because I want to kind of ask people. I'm watching this podcast, and I don't know who the host is with his green Hamburglar hat on or his outfit, but I feel like the guest is looking for racism in the wrong places. It's not the real racism that I'm seeing on this shit is that they've got this black host dressed up with an Elmo shirt on.
P. Dusty's gonna have to stop saying stuff that I agree with. I just don't know how to act. I don't know how to act when I agree with P. Dusty.
How can you take that? Do you guys feel? Am I the only one that feels like that's like some subtle racism right there in the production?
Nah, he dressed himself, man.
So,
go ahead.
So,
he dressed himself.
Real quick, Dusty. Real quick, Dusty. Just to address what you're saying. So far from what I can see, he has a victim mindset. So therefore, all of his opinions are going to come from that perspective.
But what about
that makes sense to Wicked Dreams because he's Italian. That's all.
Himself in an Elmo shirt.
Listen, if somebody wants to look like Where's Waldo, that's on them. Maybe he wants to be found.
I mean, I say that, and I'm sitting right by Dane, who looks like a whole beach ball. So I don't know.
I've kept my woman for 35 years. How long have you been divorced, Dusty?
About as long. But I got another one.
Okay, so yeah, so
this heat up. Let's go.
Yeah, so I guess Wicked is on you.
All right, so for me, I just to tell somebody they can't wear their hair a certain way is absolutely stupid to me. Like, what effect does that have on anything? Like, honestly, if I wear my hair up, if I wear like me at my job, it depends on whether I mean, I don't have hair to begin with because I cut my hair short. But me as a chef, it would matter what hair that you have. But going to school, and that's completely irrelevant to what that does for your education.
It's not completely irrelevant.
So at the end of the day, it has no.
That school has got a certain reputation,
good or bad
and getting an education is about a lot more than just memorizing facts and passing tests. It's about developing and preparing the person that's being educated, preparing them to go into the professional world, the academic world, that sort of stuff.
So there's no meaning to it. So it should be irrelevant.
All right, Uncle Tiger.
Can I perhaps I'm misunderstanding? Like, what's the question? What's the
matter? The job that the business I make my main living in is a forward-facing sales business, and human psychology.
About like
there's human beings.
He's talking about that. He's
trust
talking about that,
men with beards less than they do.
Black people were being discriminated.
Men who are clean shaven. So in business, beards are considered less desirable.
Manicured.
A lot of businesses you go into, especially if they're public facing or you're in a professional office, require men to be clean shaven.
Skip this one because the thing is, I don't want you to go off somebody's interpretation of it. I know what my angle is going to be a little bit different because I caught other things that he said outside of that.
Also,
to focus on, so I don't want you to be limited to just.
So I wear a beard in my business. I work for myself, but my industry frowns on that. So when I have clientele that doesn't want to do business with me, in part because I have a beard, it's my decision.
Yeah, tell me what you think about tattoos, Tiger.
Well, I mean, I don't want to go off on a non sequitur. I might have misunderstood. We can move on.
We got the next one. Okay, T Reason, what about for you?
Conformity and control, man. Conformity and control. He was talking about, basically wearing his natural hair. I think you should be able to wear your natural hair as long as you're able to do the job and perform. You should be able to wear your natural hair. You shouldn't have to change anything unless it's going to impede upon your job. Like, for example, Wicked said he works in the kitchen, so obviously you don't want hair in the food. So I can understand in that regard, you know what I'm saying? But as far as, professionalism and, being punctual and all those different things, I don't think your hair plays a factor into that. So I think you should be able to wear whatever you want to wear in the discussion.
Okay, I think I have a response now. If I
let's get to Dane. Dane, it's on you.
Okay. Glad to be here. My job my business that I own, that I make my normal living in, is a public facing sales job. Okay. And so in public face, human beings in general, it's just a human nature, psychology. They consider men with beards to be less trustworthy than men who are clean shaven. A lot of jobs you go into, even if it's not a public facing sales job, you're in an office, there's a dress code, and beards are not part of that dress code. When I used to work an industrial job and I worked in power plants and stuff, I had to shave for the purpose of the power plant. because of different gases and chemicals in case I ever had to put on like a Scott Air Pack or something like that. My position is this. When I go to an employer and I ask them for money, they're buying my hour or they're buying my job or my week or whatever the pay is negotiated out, the interval. They're buying my independence, because if I was independent, I'd stay home and I'd get them to send my money to the house. So when I sell my hour to that employer, if he can tell me what clothes to wear, how to wear my hair, how to shave my face, whatever it is, because he is paying for that privilege and that influence in my life. So when we say natural hair, perhaps we need to work out the semantics on that. If I don't groom my natural hair to fit in with society, well, then it's just going to get longer and longer and bushier and mattier and stuff like that. I'm not a hairdresser or a barber, so maybe I'm wrong in saying this, but I think that black people, if they don't trim their hair or whatever, it just gets bigger and curlier into basically like the afros of the 1970s or whatever, okay? The dreadlocks is not necessarily the natural growth of the hair, for that matter. But so beyond that, I would like to hear an objective argument. We don't have time for it, I'm sure, but I'd love to get into it, of how we would show objectively that there's something moral about being allowed to have your natural hair, or immoral about telling someone to cut their hair a certain way or wash their hair a certain way or dress a certain way or whatever. What is it that somehow or another is so moral about allowing people to just be who they naturally are on a job? With a school, you apply to go to a school, you choose that school because they have a lot to offer you, the educational level, the prestige, that sort of stuff that's going to benefit you probably the rest of your life. You're going to them, asking them permission, asking them to, hey, will you educate me? I mean, the leverage is on their end. If they have a dress code, I don't see what's so moral about allowing people to dress how they want and whatever when they're coming to you asking you to do a transaction with them.
Got you. Yeah, and so for me, what he said is, I want to focus on the fact that I think a lot of this is like, a lot of what he's saying is just sophistry, because you see him, he starts off with the locks. You can't wear your natural hair. Like, as Dane said, our hair doesn't lock up like you would see a stylish version of it if we let our hair grow. I mean, there's going to be some lock in there, but it's probably not going to be aesthetically pleasing to most people. And so it's not it's not necessarily your natural. There's some natural in there, but more importantly, then he throws in there about they're putting stuff in the meat that we don't know about. So, and that's my issue with a lot of these things here, is that he's racial. Then he throws something that's not racial. It's more corporations and greed and stuff like that. And then he goes back to racial again. And I just don't want the audience to be misled by the shifty-handed nature of his eloquence of words. It's just, they'll throw in a little bit of truth here and there to mix in with the whole lie that they're trying to sell you. And I think that's what you see what he's doing here. Now, as far as the lock thing, I think it's already been said pretty well. But now that I've said all that point, anybody want to cross-examine? Anybody disagree?
I do have a question for Dane.
Okay, so real quickly, is it a disagreement or anything? Or
I guess it would be kind of a disagreement. Okay, go ahead. Because he's talking about, well, it's the school and they have these rules and this and that, and what's the delineation, I guess, between the two. What he was saying is, I guess because when you're going to a school, you are paying them and you're on your own education and you're trying to learn for yourself and you're trying to better yourself, compared to a business where they are paying you and you have to follow their rules. So I think the fact that one you're paying for to the fact that another is paying you, I guess, would be the delineation between the two.
You agree with that, Dane? Or
no, I think that what he's saying can be true to a certain extent if you're talking about going to a community college or a trade school, both of which I've been to. When you start looking at going to different universities, the higher up the ladder you go, from, say, a community college all the way up to Ivy League, you choose those schools because they have track records and histories and a lineage, an academic genealogy, and you're saying, if I can get my degree from University of Alabama, well, that's better than the University of South Alabama, even though South Alabama's a good school or whatever, generally speaking. if I can get my degree in this from Harvard, that's better probably than University of Alabama. You choose those schools because they have a lot to offer you. And so when you go to that, say, you might say, well, I'm going to be an Alabama man, if there's any such of a thing at the University of Alabama. I'm going to be I'm going to be a Roll Tide fan. I got my degree at Alabama. You're wanting the history and the heritage of that university to be passed on to you so that when you put on your resume, University of Alabama, people can say, hey, chances are very likely I can expect this standard of education and training from him. So it's not like going to public school where you just show up and the public school's a public school. You're picking that university because you want what they have to offer.
Okay, so do you think, you able to respond to that now?
So I got a little rebuttal to that. Okay, so if you want to bring in the trade school, I'm going to go ahead and go back to my example I used before. In a trade school, there are certain rules and regulations that are abided to that trade. Example, me as a chef, I can't have long nails, I can't wear jewelry, your hair can only be a certain length, your beard can only be a certain length. So therefore, you have to abide by that. But the schools that he was talking about were bigger schools where your hair doesn't matter.
Can you hear me, Wicked? Can you state to the audience and the panel what the disagreement is, what he's saying?
So the disagreement is in the part where he brought up trade schools and having to be,
he's getting distracted by an example.
About this and
that's
that,
not
which
an
I
argument.
would agree with because again.
I'm not hearing it yet. Like, can you state like the disagreement? Dane is making this point right here. This is what Dane is saying.
So I would agree with the point. Yeah, I would agree with the point where Dane said that your hair shouldn't matter in a trade school. So when it comes to trade school, I believe your hair should matter because there are different trades where it does. If you're a mechanic, if you're a chef, if there's different things where certain criteria of your body, your nails, your jewelry, your wear, the way you dress matter because it could affect the job. But if you're going to a school, which is like he was talking about in the example of where these schools were not allowing people to have dreads in their hair, those were just regular schools where your hairstyle has nothing to do with the criteria of what you're going for.
How do you know that?
Because in the schools, it was more of a regular Ivy League school, not a trade school. Trade schools are more specific to where
he didn't say that. He did not say what type of school. When I said trade school, I was just giving an example. What I was giving when I mentioned a trade school, I think you're distracted by shiny things when you're stuck on trade school. When I said trade school, I was just creating a ladder of academia from learning how to weld to learning how to do physics. And so I was saying whether you're in trade school or a community college and then like a state university or an Ivy, all I was doing was illustrating the ladder in academia. But as far as what kind of school the guy in the video was talking about, you and I neither one know what kind of school he was talking about. He could have been talking about any kind of school.
No, I do because I remember that story that he was talking about, and that story about the kid with the school, that was not a trade school. That was just a regular college.
That's aside from
that's the only reason.
My greater point is that when you choose a school, you choose that school by and large because you want the kind of education and reputation, heritage that school has to offer you. And so my point is that when you go to that school, you're not just hiring someone to mow your grass or wash your car. You're asking them to enroll you in that school and pass on whatever that educational heritage and legacy is to you. And so to do that, that school has to protect their reputation. In order to do that, they have the power to set certain standards for what people who go through their school look like, talk like, walk like, act like.
Hold on, I think we got your point. Dan,
okay, so are you saying it's more of a image issue?
Hold on, Wicked. That's right here. Is there anything what Dane just said that you disagree with?
So I think I can interpret what he's coming from now. I think he's talking more of here's a school and this is the image that we want, so you have to follow by this image, which I can definitely understand what he's saying by there.
You understand, but do you disagree with it at all? Like, do you disagree with his point on that?
I mean, I can agree with it, and I disagree with it because I don't think that the style of your hair affects the image of the school if you can produce what the image is. You know what I mean? But I also do think that, like, you should be able to wear your hair, like I said. But if they have this, okay, here's our standards, and that's their standards, they're allowed to do that because it's their It's their school, you know what I mean? It's what they want to set the standards as. It's like if you join a fraternity, you have to follow these standards and then these rules if you want to be in that. So I get both sides.
I want to give a chance to Powder Dusty. I think you had a point you wanted to bring in. Waiting on Enos.
Yeah, I think that Wicked Dream just kind of touched on what I was going at. Is that it's all this is really a matter about freedom of association, right? I have the right to not have you at my school, just like you have the right to not go to my school. If you do come to my school or my job, then I have the right to set the terms of you being there, and I don't give a fuck. Sorry, am I allowed to do that?
Not really. Just
okay.
Dusty. If I can speak your language just a minute, Vulcans. It's a lot more of a controlled structure, non-blood sport. But I will come on your stream next time you're live, and we can cuss each other out.
I knew that we were friends.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, but let me just complete the thought. It doesn't matter if this is your natural hair. If I show up smelling and say this is my natural smell, what's it matter? We're all nasty balls of filth naturally. We do things to kimp that so that we're not offensive to the people around us. That's just a simple standard. So I don't care. The whole it's my natural hair thing doesn't carry anyway with me.
Got you. All right, cool. So ready for the next one? That was a good one, fellas. Thanks for that.
But what I'm saying is that even within that, man, like I give you a great example. I told you, bro, if I had any power in the spaces that I wanted, it's coming. But like, bro, I would make you the Black Superman, bro. Like, period, dog. I don't want there to ever be a period where our children don't think that they're gods or that they're superheroes. Like, think about this. This is gonna mess y'all head up. A real superhero.
Hold on, he knows it should be like 29:35, right?
Say God.
29:35.
Yeah, it was on site. I was kind of shocked that P. Dusty made a good point. But yeah, I think what we run into when we're talking about dress codes and appearance codes and stuff at schools is that most people in the culture today, they think to get an education is just about going and memorizing the information and passing the test. And they don't understand that an education is supposed to like help shape your mind and affect who you grow into as a person and a professional or an academic. So there's a lot more to it than just passing through the curriculum. There's the development of the person. And the reason a lot of people, they don't understand that today is that college has been done on such a mass production thing since about the 70s, maybe early 80s, where, used to not everyone had a high school diploma. When I was in school in the 80s, that was the big push. Nobody needs to drop out. Everybody needs to get a high school diploma. And then everybody got a high school diploma, and then it was everybody needs college. And now you just about have to have a doctorate, but definitely a master's for your college degree to mean anything. And then it doesn't even mean a whole bunch because so many people have them. It's just a matter of passing the test and getting a certificate to hang on the wall, and not about actually expanding your mind and having a command of the language and being able to compile that information in your head in such a way to where you can make wise decisions about your world around you and your reality. That's what an education is supposed to do. But that's what it rarely does.
I wanted Black people to build their own shit. I would have wanted Black people to praise their own God. Okay. I would wanted Black people to teach their own kids. I'm not saying that we can't be together, but would you respect somebody who you allowed to stay in your house, whether you forced them to stay there or not? And what, they've been staying there for 50, 60, 70, 80 years, 100 years? It's time for us to get our own. If we have our own, then we don't have to beg for anything.
Or the ability to create your own. Because
I don't understand that get our own. That's the same stuff that these white nationalists are saying nowadays. It's that same stuff. It's time for us to get our own.
But what I'm saying is that even within
Black people who want to get their own today can go get their own as individuals.
All right, so we'll go ahead. The Powder Dusty, go ahead and kick this one off too.
No idea why there has to be this collective.
Yeah, I just think that
to it.
These dudes are not responsible for themselves. That's all I hear is them blaming segregation or integration for what they claim is Black people not being able to have their own things or build their own things. However, I'm pretty sure both of these two men are doing fine.
I bet
right? They look like they're probably working for themselves. So I don't know what the complaint is, honestly. It seems like complaining just to complain about things.
Gotcha. Okay. Uncle Tiger.
Yeah, I mean, if Black people want the ability to create their own educational system, they have that ability. I mean, what I don't understand the issue. That
I mean, that's true.
They can have their own schools. They can do whatever they want. I mean, nothing is keeping Black people from being nationalist, from being like, identitarian. Nothing is stopping them from doing that. So.
Gotcha. Okay, T Reason. Hope for yourself.
Oh wow, here we go. T Reason.
We did talk about this one on the last pod. I think it's kind of overlapping at this point because we did review this. I remember seeing these.
He's real big on the meta conversations,
but
by the way. He's gonna give his commentary.
I understand what he's trying to say. I think he could probably articulate it a little bit better, so it can be more up to date with what we're looking at.
No
right
real
now.
Response.
But obviously, what he's talking about is confidence. When he's talking about he want to be viewed as a god or a superhero, he's talking about instilling values in a child from a child's mind perspective when they see superheroes and different things like that. Somebody they can look up to, and when they look in the mirror, what they see. You know what I mean? A lot of times, the Black community is vilified, and we're looked at as the aggressor.
I think what I'm gonna start doing is bringing my violin in here. It's a fiddle,
they may
actually.
go to the other side of the
I'm Scotch Irish, so I have a fiddle. I don't have a violin. I'm not gay, so I don't have a violin. I think he's kind of
speaking to that a little bit.
And when he starts talking that
and
sort of,
a lot of guys on the panel,
poor little me, poor little black man stuff, I'm gonna pull my fiddle out. I'm gonna start playing like
you got the same opportunities I have. You can do the same things I can do. And that's what we typically hear, and that's typically the response I expect to get.
Gotcha. Okay, Wicked Dreams. How about for yourself?
So for me, I think that if we were to go back in time, what he said has a lot of valid points
from David
but
Bannon
in
about
today's time,
poor little
I believe everybody has enough opportunity, no matter what your skin color is or who you are, to do better for yourself.
See, that's
that
the WB
really
Du
just
Bois
depends on yourself.
sort of philosophy.
But if we were to talk about in the times where he was, then he does have points.
Wherever you drop your bucket,
but in today's time, I don't think that point.
That's what I appreciate a lot more than this.
Gotcha. Okay, and then Dane, how about for yourself, Dane?
My. I'm gonna have to stop because I sent P Dusty the link for him to come on panel, and now I'm regretting it because I don't know how to act when I'm agreeing with him. It's almost as bad as when I agree with T Reason. But yeah,
keep acting like you're straight.
I think all three of you are best friends tonight.
Excuse me, y'all grown folk talking. But anyway, so I, in a sense, I agree with David Bannon that Black people as a whole, they should, build their own stuff, build their own businesses. That's part of what I was touching on about the pre-integration sort of time when that existed. I won't pull out I got on my slush puppy hat. But I got my tinfoil hat if you want me to put it on. I think the state of the situation now is because of a governmental psyop and that sort of stuff to injure the Black family, the Black community, the Black economy. But I'm all for anybody, whatever color or group affiliation collective, get busy. That's the masculine mindset is I'm a man, I'm going to take care of myself, I'm going to build for myself, and if I fail by myself. The problem that I have with David Bannon is that he ends up kind of conditioning that on the collective. And that's when you get into that femininity. Oh, we're the group. We need to do this as a group ourselves. When the men just need to stand up and chart a course and say, I'm moving in this direction, and anyone who wants to follow me can follow with me. That's the way it should be done, and not the whole thing of Black people need to build their own. I think people need to build their own. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think for me, again, it's a lot of sophistry involved with what he's talking about here. And I wanted to cover this video because I don't want people to be misled by what he's saying. And part of it is when he's talking about Black people need to have their own gods, it's just really sad because what does that even mean? If you're talking about Black people from Africa, there was all type of different spiritualities going on. Which one are you referring to? And anybody who understands how civilizations are built, the more homogenous they are, the better chance they are to survive. The stronger the culture, the stronger the family is going to be, the more they're able to do commerce together and have shared common values. So if you got a bunch of black people with a bunch of different spiritualities coming over, that's why those civilizations don't thrive. The monotheistic societies thrive the best. And that's why that's what you see in the most powerful countries in the world. They're monotheistic. And then the ones who weren't necessarily, they kind of learned it from the more monotheistic ones, and now they're able to compete. So I think he just really doesn't understand how societies are being built and how that happens. And I think what he's doing is just an appeal to emotions, have their own God. And then he dodged the question. He asked them, "Are you saying that integration was worse than segregation?" Something like that. He just dodged it and said, "I'm saying that black people should have just taught their own kids and did this and did that." So I think he just dodged the question after he just finished saying that integration was the worst thing to happen to black people. And then Cam wanted him to actually expound upon that some more, and he dodged it and just went to something else. But I do think there's some good points. I think there's some good points on what he's talking about. I think that, like Dane has pointed out, a lot of people point out, we should, people should do for themselves. And there is a community within a community within a community within a community, obviously. Anybody's been to Jewish areas, Asian areas, all kind of different stuff, you're going to see that. And you do want to have strong communities that people have similar morals and similar values and similar religious views and stuff like that. So that's important. And I do think that one thing to talk about is the black dollar circulating in the black community longer, which would strengthen the community. And I do agree with things of that nature. But I think we got to understand that when David Banner's talking about is it's mainly sophistry, because he didn't have anything that he's using to back up what he's saying. It's just do for yourself, have your own. What does that even mean? What is that? Teach your own kids. Homeschool. We're talking about homeschool. We're talking about a charter school. We're talking about, the parents teaching the kids at home. He's not really saying a whole lot. And that's my issue with a lot of these guys on the internet, is that they stay very surface level. They never go more than an inch deep, but they can sound very sophisticated and intelligent because they can just hop around with random information and just try to tie it all together in very loose ways that keep them from having to be, like you see Cam trying to ask him a direct question. He's able to dodge it. He doesn't, sit anywhere long enough to where you can really see where he is on that. And so I just want people to hear the sophistry that he's communicating here, and guard yourself against stuff like that. That's the point that I'll make. Go ahead, Dane.
Essentially the Joel Osteen of sociological issues, right? Just rattling off a whole bunch of ideas, and that sort of thing. And I'm interested to know how much of his own dollars he's reached in his pocket and spent to establish these schools and help people open up their own businesses and build their own stuff. How many checks he's written to actually help out in those situations.
I mean, It sounds like a bunch of politician ideas. It sounds like he's doing a lot of pandering without giving any actions that can result in actual change.
Yeah, so real quickly, y'all, good point. We got some comments here. I'm gonna go through these comments real quick. So we got John Munoz saying, Dane, chat is a bunch of virgins living in their mother's basement.
That's 2 people. I got 2 people in my chat.
Arctic Indian nations within America are their own nation within a nation.
Actually, I got 3 people.
Munoz says, with an economic background, what's your bank statement looking like at Power Girl?
I'm not going to answer that.
Orthodox guy, yes, you can. America pre-1965 had multicultural system and economics were town and county based. Panel verse, couldn't help it flow for old time's sake. Man, you should see some places I go now. Some rough chat is. LOL with buddy, always remember to have fun. John the Munoz, words matter. Dang, so is your high blood pressure.
My blood pressure is very medicated.
Angry Casper, unironically, if blacks did what reds did, they would have the same outcomes. And if you fair and neutral blacks have better outcomes. Furthermore, everyone forgets about Asians in the USA. His accent is fake. Angry Casper, and a huge fact that DI will fix all this. Whites will be a minority, and then you guys can show us how it was meant to be done. Angry Casper, you think whites will expect blacks to die at a higher number than them?
I guess a lot of these people are out of P. Dusty's stream because it sounds like a lot of chats like they do.
There. He's a chef, The Revenant. The UK, that poor kid stabbed police talk with the murderer while he bled out. Them took the murderer to get food, his choice. It's not easy to read these comments. Jonathan Munoz. Dane, Luke said they have a guy would report you for bad language on Call of Duty.
No idea what that means either.
All right, that's it for the comments. All right, we go to the next one. Oh, so if anybody have any cross-examination they want to do on the last topic we were just covering?
If I could say something real quick, Vulcan, you talking about schools. When a certain political segment says, okay, y'all, we need to do school vouchers so that the money goes with the kid and not with the neighborhood or whatever, school vouchers, typically people that I'm assuming is on David Bannon's political persuasion jump up and down and say racism, racism, racism. We can't do that. That's oppressive. But something like free school choice would give those parents an opportunity to seek out better school education opportunities for their children. But when it's brought up, because it's usually brought up by the right, it's usually labeled as, oh, that's racism, and they don't want to do it. But that would really help a lot of black parents with their black children.
A lot of people have expressed that perspective on that. Anybody have any cross-examines they want to do on this?
I mean, I homeschooled all 5 of my kids.
It's like to cross-examine David Bannon versus David Banner.
And, you can't expect it so much because I'm the daddy. But I homeschooled all 5 of my kids because I wanted them to have a decent education.
That is important for me to do for me, and those who see it can come along. Those who don't have to suffer. And they will suffer until they see if my way is the right way, it's the way to go. But Cam, it's the history. Why everybody's scared? And why so many wild things is happening in the world. If we had our shit together, it wouldn't take but a couple of us to put our money together, bro. We can go buy and do anything. We can go buy up Ghana. We can go any of these places, buy land here. We can go back to Mississippi.
He's saying a whole bunch of dreams. It was sophistry, okay, the technical term that like Vulcan pointed out. It's a whole bunch of sophistry. It's a whole bunch of pep talk. And we could do this, we could do that, we could do the other thing. Okay, Mr. Bannon.
What people won't tell you about
how?
The word.
What's step one? Where do we start? He doesn't have an answer for that. He's just got it's feminine thinking is what it is. It's just more pep talk, more pie in the sky, more dreams. How do we do that? Or how do they do that? I mean, just talking about black people doing it. How do we do it? Doesn't have a clue. Doesn't have an example. He'll have more sophistry. He'll have more pie in the sky, more dreams, and that sort of stuff.
He said he doesn't have a problem with people's racism. He has a problem with black people.
I guess he's just making it up as he goes along.
We thought of ourselves and put ourselves first the way that they do.
In the words of our friend Andrew Wilson,
before we put ourselves,
he's just pulling it out of his ass. He's just making it the fuck up. That's all he's doing.
Tiger's not here right here, so we'll go. Tiger, what's your thoughts on that?
Go around. Don't.
Okay.
Yeah, go around.
What you got?
I mean, my key point in that whole entire conversation was when he said to me that if you look up the way that everybody says the word, what the meaning of the word racist is, I don't agree to that term. I use this term. So what he's telling me is that I don't care what the real definition is. I'm going to use my own definition to prove my point.
Billionaires in entertainment, or whether that be music or
got you. Okay.
The film industry.
And then the Powder Dusty. What you got?
Or whatever, or athletics.
Sort of similar to Wicked. I think that it's goofy that people bring proprietary definitions.
And so on and so forth.
And the new one for racism is one that ironically allows for racism. Also, on that point, I would ask, what exactly is the power that white people have that black people don't?
Okay. All right.
They control the rules of Monopoly board. That's the power.
They don't control nothing.
Which one? I know Therese will have his point on there. We're going to get to you. I guess go ahead, Therese. You go next then.
We went over this one as well on the previous podcast.
We've had a lot of these conversations. T-Reason and I have. They throw out these. They control this. They control that.
He's speaking about
what specific rule or chessboard do they control?
He's clearly wrong. But I think when he says systematic racism, he might have a point. As far as to what he's talking about, he kind of made himself look bad when he said, I know the definition of racism, when he really doesn't know the definition of racism, because it's like, bro, you kind of shooting yourself in the foot. But when you talk about systematic racism, structured racism, laws, and, governance and different things like that, when that comes into play and you see the history of America, you see black people have been at a deficit, and we're still at a deficit. We closed the gap in some ways, but it's still a long way before the playing field ever gets leveled. And I think that's why they hate Obama so much, because he did a good job of leveling the playing field and eliminating a lot of racial discrimination.
Black people were in a much better place in their communities, in their homes, and
because
economically.
He kind of off-kiltered that balance. That's why he attacked DEI. That's why he attacked a lot of
Pre-hip
programs,
hop,
and that's why you see
pre-Great
states
Society.
getting gerrymandered to the point to where it's only going to go one way. You see what I'm saying? So in some way, shape, or form, we make progress as a nation, and then we backtrack, and then we regress, and then we change laws that we put in place for specific reasons. Now the implementations can be flawed, but instead of scrapping the program, I think we need to restructure. And I think that's what
I don't even know what he's talking about at this point.
He just doesn't know how exactly to go about it because he hasn't been challenged on his views enough.
Can I respond to him?
Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned DEI in there. Those sort of programs that are written into law is a good example of systematic racism against white men specifically. Now, I'll ask again: what is a specific example of white people having power over black people that black people don't have over white people?
But this would be fun to watch.
For example, when you apply for a bank loan and you have the exact same credit score, credit profile, and because you're African American, your application is denied, and because you're Caucasian, your application is approved.
I'm glad that you brought up that example. I was a bank loan officer for 10 years. I can tell you that has not happened in decades. That is so illegal. In fact, the opposite is true. If you're going to turn down somebody with a black sounding name, first of all, the loan applications don't ask you about your race on there. So the loan officer doesn't know what race you are. But if the name looks black, you better make sure that you have a good reason. You better make hold on, let me finish. You better make sure that you have a better reason for turning down a black sounding name than if you've got one that's like Dane.
They've proven this many times, and if you go back to the history of Austin, you can look and see where people, when they bought and sold their houses, they would write into the deed that their home couldn't be sold to a black person.
That's illegal.
50 years ago.
Yes, but even still,
that's illegal.
Even still, the dominance is there. That once the monopoly.
T-Reason, real quickly, just want to make sure you understand, because he was saying that hasn't been the case for decades. So I think y'all are agreeing that it was definitely a time when it was the case. Are you disagreeing that it's something that's current, or where are you at on that part?
I'm disagreeing with the fact that the effects don't still have implications on today. Just because okay, now it's it's illegal and you can't do it, doesn't mean that it hasn't been done long enough to where we're still dealing with the damage that was done because of that. So now it's like, now it's all fair, but we didn't already ate all the pie. So it's like me inviting you guys to a party, right? And I say, well, whoever
you hear that ate all the pie, that's because he has a Marxist socialist perspective
thought I had pie and pizza
about the economy, that there's only so much pie to go around
on the table for you. How are you going to feel as a person that I say, well, you should go eat, go get
that example? I know that you're not telling me that. Yeah, I know you're not telling me that there's no houses available. There's houses everywhere available, and there's more being sold every day. And in fact, what you keep illustrating is that the opposite is true. We now have a systematic overcorrection. Every single bank branch, not every single bank, every single branch. You can try this tomorrow. Walk into any bank branch and ask to see their CRA file. It's called a Community Reinvestment Act file. And every branch has to keep this publicly available file that anybody can demand at any time that demonstrates that they're not redlining. You not only can't redline, you have to proactively demonstrate at every branch level that you're not doing it, and it's publicly available information.
Well, one thing I will say real quick, that my understanding of it is, and I don't know if this is still the case, when I looked it up a couple years ago, that black banks tend to turn down black applicants at a higher rate than even the white financial institutions do. That's my understanding. But there's only like 40 to 50 of them total. But
when you're dealing with lending, I'm not a lender. I am a real estate agent. But so P. Dusty may clarify, give what I'm about to say, and focus a little bit more. When you're dealing with lending, there are so many moving parts to a loan approval, from application to closing. So many moving parts. I've heard this claim about black homes appraising lower, but when you begin to look at the details, there's more to the story. I've heard the claim about black people getting turned down when they have the same credit as a white person. That information is protected under privacy law, so I don't know how these people actually know the depth on that. Redlining was never really about, maybe in exceptions, but it was never really about the race of the buyer. It was the location of the property. So they would draw a red line or whatever around certain neighborhoods, and they didn't want to invest in those neighborhoods because of like the appraisal, property values, that sort of stuff. So if a white person wanted to buy a home in a red line district, they still didn't get the mortgage approved. It wasn't trying to keep black people and other minorities from getting a mortgage. It was because the bank didn't want to risk their money on that house. And that's just the way that it was, but it gets put out in the media. This is what happened, and this is why it happened. And people, when they hear something, it's not just T-Reason. I mean, a lot of people on my side of the spectrum do the same thing. And when I say spectrum, I don't mean autism. I mean the political spectrum. But on my side of the political spectrum, they do the same thing. They have that confirmation bias. And when they hear that information, it makes them feel good about their beliefs, and they just start parroting it. I compare them to the seagulls in Finding Nemo. On the pier there, they just go, mine, and they don't really dig into it.
Yeah, T-Reason, did you want to address anything that's been said?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of examples of black people trying to put their house on the market to sell their house, and they can't sell their house, or they get a low appraisal. So what they do is so they'll get the appraisal as themselves, and they'll get a low number. So then they'll have a white person put that same house up for an appraisal, and they'll get a much higher appraisal for the same home in the same neighborhood with the same conditions. And you look at that happen so many times. And
why do you believe that's true?
Well, let me before we.
It's not whether I believe it's true. It's been proven.
I'm asking you, where was it proven? Why do you believe it's true?
Hold on real quick, y'all. I just want to say this real quick because I don't want to.
He's just repeating what he's read on blogs or seen on videos. That's the bottom line.
Categories there. Does it happen at all? Is it happening often enough that it warrants a conversation? It doesn't happen all the time. You see what I'm saying? I mean, so if y'all don't mind, like, which one are we saying here?
It happens enough. I'm saying
I don't think it happens.
Yeah, he's saying it happens enough.
Enough is not.
What's your thoughts on that? You think it's happening all the time? It never happens, or it's not happening?
I mean, and there's always the outlier, right? There's always, sure, maybe something happened one time. I think it's far from proven. Dane worked in real estate. I did lending, and we're both telling you that's not happening. That's not happening. It's against the banks. It's against the bank's interest. It's against the client's interest. It's against the real estate agent's interest. It's against everybody's interest for this sort of racism to seep in just to affect black property owners.
Well, I will say this. And to T-Reason's point, there's this very common thing in black culture, and I don't know about other cultures, but like I know my uncle had a similar situation where he was advised to he actually did it in steps. He talks about it all the time about how he'd take anything that was ethnic off his walls and change the families that was on there. Other people in my family have done the same thing. Now I don't know if that's real or it's contrived, but it's definitely it's big enough of a deal to where people are making decisions based off of it in a regular basis.
It is a standard course of practice for any listing agent like myself. When you sit down with a seller and you're telling them how to get their home prepped, you tell them, you're fixing to move anyway. Go ahead and pack up your family photos. Go ahead and pack up everything that personalizes this home, because when people walk in to look at it, you want them to be able to see it as their future home and picture themselves in it, not that they're moving into somebody else's house. I tell that to all of my sellers, whether they're black, white, yellow, or green. When an appraiser walks in, I usually get pre-listing appraisals done for my listings. And so when an appraiser walks in, he's giving his best guess value for that home based on market forces. I've had appraisers come in that the buyer hires. If he's smart, he'll hire his own appraiser, and that appraiser's value be so far off from my listing appraisal that we couldn't even get the deal closed. Why? Because you're dealing with people's educated guess. But if you're looking for, well, this white person down the street, I can't tell you how many sellers I've argued with who would say, well, Bob's house down the street is, quote, just like mine. They're not in the real estate industry, so they don't know if it is or not market wide. Just like mine, it just sold for $350, and but mine's got granite countertops and a pool, so it ought to be at least $375. And you can show them all the data you want. It won't convince some of these people. So
well, I guess on this,
that definitely makes sense.
this is not something that's going to be quantifiable as far as like people listing their homes and getting people to want to come take a look at it and being based off race. This is not one of those areas where it's going to be really quantifiable, I'm assuming.
Well, it's just that there's so many moving parts that people come into it and they look at it with their own biases when they interpret that data. And what I'm saying is, I never thought I'd be saying it with P. Dusty, but within this panel, he's the expert on lending, and I'm the expert on listing and selling and getting deals closed with lenders or whatever. So I'm not sure how somebody with a Google that can rattle off, well, this happens because I saw it on Google, how their opinion really has anywhere near the same substance. Because it's like people who say there's a gender wage gap.
You're not in every single city.
You're not. I'm in more than you're in. I'm in more than you're in. I'm in more than you're in.
No, you're not.
How many real estate deals have you ever taken from listing to closing?
That's not what we're talking about here. That's what that's from your scope.
Right. I'm involved a lot more than you. If I could say this, if I could land my plane real quick, can I land my plane, Vulcan? Can I land my plane?
Let me say this real quick. I know the Powder Dusty had a point.
Hold on, you asked me a question and then you keep moving it.
Yeah. Well, so real quickly, because I just want to see if we're on something that's actually we can have a good conversation and maybe even debate about. Which aspect of are we talking about? We're talking about the what's the banks doing. We're talking about what the real estate agents, the loan officers are doing. We're talking about what the potential homeowners are doing. What are we at on the conversation here?
I'm talking about the market as a whole myself.
And T Reason, is there certain because T Reasons is the opposite end of this. Again, as a 1 versus 2 at least. I'm just trying to say, T Reason, what is it that what's important for you in this conversation?
So basically, he's saying that his scope covers the entire market. That everything because he experiences.
I haven't said that.
If I don't see it happening, if I don't see people putting their houses on the market and getting a lower valuation, then it doesn't exist.
I haven't said that
he's
either.
Saying, well, whenever I have someone put their home on the market, I tell them to remove all the pictures and fixtures so that way no one can identify whether it's a black person or a white person.
That's not what I said either. You're just misquoting me.
For the connection. No, that's what you said.
I did not say anything about that sort.
What you do,
that wasn't what I said.
Doesn't happen. You're saying what you're doing and what you're seeing from your small sample size, which does not represent America.
It's bigger than your sample size.
No, it's not. You have a much smaller market than me. You're in a much
How do you know what size my market is? What volume was sold in my market last year?
Is your market Mobile, Alabama?
I'm asking you what volume was sold in my
market Mobile, Alabama? Yes or no?
I'm asking you, making a claim.
I'm asking you a yes or no question right now, and you're not giving me an answer.
My market actually covers
because you know the answer, and I know the answer.
You don't know the answer.
Answer it then.
My market covers South Mississippi and South Alabama. My market is both states.
Okay, so real quickly, I think we've covered enough on this part right here because I don't hear T Reason. You're not saying that you have some type of quantifiable evidence that it's happening more than what they're saying it's happening, right?
Like so to me, from what I hear is I think just Dana's just trying to make a separate point of like there could be reasons on why some people might not be because they're saying clean up your home. So to give an example of what Dana's saying is if you have a modified car and you go to try to sell that car, you would get less money for it than if you were to return it back to stock.
I get all that, but I'm
not
using that caveat. I'm saying apples to apples. I'm not saying apples to oranges, which is what you guys are saying. You guys are saying, well, if you have a stock car versus an aftermarket and you have a stock home versus
this guy is just going to continue obfuscating and nothing that he's saying makes any sense. He's just pulling it out of his ass.
Are you prepared to be able to prove that right now, T?
It's 100% feelings, and he's got Google in front of him, so he'll pull up a factoid and try to create an argument based on a factoid he doesn't even understand.
But can you demonstrate it?
Are you able to demonstrate it to have a debate about it right now?
Of course he can't.
I'll tell you what, we'll debate this exact same topic the next time we have this pod.
All right, sounds
good. In other words, right now you're talking out of your butt.
No, I'm not.
In other words, right now you're just talking out of your butt.
I have a whole bunch of them that I can think of, but I can't literally tell you the exact person's name. I'm not good with remembering the people's names involved.
Yeah,
well, it's already made the news many times with different examples.
So made the news. Made the news doesn't mean it's true.
The next time, that's why I said.
So y'all want to go ahead and end on Tiger? Yeah, I know you had.
That's why I said the next time we have this conversation, I will show you those news clips of actual situations, real world situations.
We got it. You're gonna have it next time. Got it. Appreciate it.
News
Tiger,
clips, sure.
We end on your comment on this particular one. Tiger, what you got?
Oh, I'm good. I missed way too much of this but move on. You guys, please move on. Don't let me belabor it.
Okay. All right. Next one he knows. Okay. Grid Motorsport. Folks, please donate to Flo to show appreciation for his suffering through this nonsense.
Thank you, Grid One.
Thank you, Casper. Knowing versus understanding how you catch idiots. How you can catch idiots. John Munoz. T Reason looks like the type of coach that will beat your kid when you're not looking.
What kind of coach does Dane look like?
I don't look like a coach. I'm 325 pounds, man.
Exactly my point.
So
I might carry a coach purse.
Morons. I'm racist against morons.
You talking about Dane?
Angry Casper. Dude needs to learn per capita. I guess we're done right there. Okay. So yeah, so next one we got.
Can I thank Ike? I got a big dono for Mike.
Yeah, did you hear Vulcan? Did you hear him, Vulcan?
I didn't hear it.
P Dusty.
Oh, I got a big super chat from Ike OG.
Yeah,
oh, nice.
Yeah, he's streaming on his channel too. He was asking if he could just recognize his super chatter.
Oh yeah, do your thing.
Ike, thank you for the $100. He says nausea fatigue. Thank you, Ike.
Yes, sir. All right, put that comment back up, Enos. Oh yeah, well, nausea fatigue.
Man,
that's big.
P Dusty by a dinner for all of us.
You get no reparations, sir.
Yeah. All right, Enos. Justin, while playing the devil's advocate here, when do you allow the meaning of words to expand? The word gay didn't start off meaning same sex. Is getting caught up on a new meaning being applied to the term, just dodging the real point.
Good point. W point.
All right, got anything else he knows? All right, we can get back into it.
In anything, dude. So maybe we should be.
Do you have relationships, partnerships, alignment of other cultures outside of?
Fuck yeah. Okay. Dude, let me tell you something. When I hire,
I forgot to I got sidetracked over the redlining and the real estate issue, but I wanted to bring up the fact the question or whatever on the last segment, asking if this David Bannon guy had any actual steps or suggestions to move towards what he was talking about. We could buy, Ghana, we could buy this place, we could build that. If he had any actual logistical plans he could share with folks.
Great example. People talk about all the things that.
Because if he does, hey, I might want to invest.
Man, I was. And I did, they say arguably the biggest urban relief concert in history for Katrina. But guess what I ended up finding out? Yeah, we raised right around $1 million. Katrina was $1 billion problem. Even if all the rappers in the world had put their money together for Katrina, it wasn't shit we could do. Nothing we could do. And then black people, we put more pressure on our rappers and our entertainers, our football players and basketball players than we do on the motherfuckers who getting paid to do that kind of shit. But I realized I used to think that God was telling me to do that. God didn't tell me to do that shit. My ego told me to do that. It ain't my responsibility to save nobody but my ass. And if I have children, then you brought them in the world. You're a lot better at that than I am. I ain't quite.
You're muted,
Unmute.
He's muted.
Yeah. Whatever you agree with or disagree with on that, Tiger, what's just on you?
Well, there's things that I agree with and things that I disagree with, but I think most importantly, if any group of people wishes to be homogenous and build their own businesses and hire based on race, then they should be allowed to do so.
Got you. Okay. And then Dane, how about for yourself?
Well, I think that what he's touching on when he says, we raised $1 million, but it was $1 billion problem. I think he's pointing on the touching on the fact that most of the American public are undereducated. And when it comes to finances and economics, they're severely undereducated. And when he talks about how, black people put so much pressure on their entertainers and athletes and that sort of stuff, I believe that he's touching on a big truth that I think I've mentioned on this podcast a good many times. And that is how so many black parents today seem to celebrate and push their children towards athletics and music and not towards STEM fields or business or economics and that sort of stuff. And so, he was talking about a superhero like Superman or something. The black people do have superheroes in their communities. It's just that when it comes to the socio-political leanings of a lot of the heroes in their communities, if they're not an athlete or a musician, well, then they're discounted and they're, called Uncle Tom and stuff like that. Men like Clarence Thomas and Thomas Sowell and that sort of stuff. Men who there's nothing wrong with catching a ball or tooting a horn or whatever, but it's men who took the more academic way, the more business way, the more long-term wealth establishment way. There are those people there are black people like that in the West. They're plentiful. They're just not celebrated. So when it comes time and, you need some help, if you're thinking that that's the heroes or the rappers and musicians and athletes, that's who you're going to go to carry that load. And typically entertainment is a self-focused, look at me, I'm on stage, it's celebrating me. Whereas the STEM field or the engineer or the doctor or whatever would be more of a I'm creating and producing something that's tangible other than entertainment, would have a different mindset in that person, probably be able to help more. But, that's it. I could go on forever. Thank you.
Yeah. Wicked. How about yourself?
I would say it leads more to self instead of community. If you have that kind of mindset where you're looking for the fast money thing of something that's going to be more for yourself, kind of like Dane said, to where I think your mentality should be more towards community driven, starting obviously with your family and what you could do first and your closest people, then from there reach out. But I don't think you should ever be something about that's fast money about yourself. Because I just think it's more than about self and overall, because you can never really do anything on your own.
All right, the power to Dusty.
I must confess, I wasn't really paying attention to that clip.
No problem. Yeah, get the next one. T. Reason, on you.
Like I said, I think it has to do with the industries that you're involved in. I think it has to do with what you're exposing yourself to, and that's going to help you make the right choices, make the right decisions. That's going to lead to the outcomes you're looking for.
Got you. Yeah, and for me, I try to take notes so I wouldn't forget, but he said his only responsibility is him, which contradicts what he had been saying before. He had been talking about you owe your community this, you got to do this, and now he's saying my only responsibility. And that's my issue with a lot of these characters that you see, these charlatans online, is just the fact that they don't have one message. They're just going to say whatever it takes to kick against the grain and to get people on their side for whatever movement that he's trying to do, whatever way he's trying to make money with the people. He's trying to get them on his side. He's going to say whatever it takes. It's not my responsibility. Then it's all y'all responsibility to take care of your communities. He's going to say whatever it takes. It's like Dave Chappelle said one of his stand-up special. He says, Pepsi or Coke tastes the same. Pepsi paid me last, so it tastes better. That's kind of the thing right there. And so that was one point to make and then he said putting pressure on the athletes.
But that has to do with the feminine versus and stuff like that. I think that the reason why that happens, especially in the black community, is because the female, athletes, the woman, really see this in the white community. The woman needs resources because she can't go kill the animal herself, cut the tree down herself, build the house herself. She needs resources.
I represent you.
So she'll say
you more.
The community, it takes a village to raise a child.
Uncle Tiger or Dane are watching Pink,
but people say that,
or whatever,
but they say
Roses,
it takes a village to raise a child. Everybody needs to come around and do
things to help me.
Yeah,
but then they'll turn around and they'll complain about having to take care of their home and take care of the people. I'm tired of these kids. I don't want to have it 2 kids because, I want to have my life once they grow. They want everyone else to come together to serve their needs, give them provisions. But they don't want to then turn around.
About the content for his content.
They don't naturally want to then turn around and serve others. And that's what David Bannon saying that Vulcan pointed out. There's all sorts of things about the community coming together to do things that David Bannon wants.
What is the message messaging
he thinks should be
especially
done
David Banner
to better
specifically, the
himself in
kind
the
of messaging
community.
he
But
was
when
giving
it
to the
comes to
people
him
just
contributing,
hurt us more than helped
that's
us
a whole
anyway.
different story.
So I'm glad he would do that to raise money, I guess, to some extent. But at the same time, it's like that's not the kind of messaging we need people to be reinforced to the Black culture specifically.
Vulcan.
Now, so real quick, I'm gonna read these comments real quick, then we'll get into the. Greg Sanders says that's all we have managed to accomplish with all of our meaningless virtue signaling here in Western civilization.
I'm gonna point out to him in a minute that I was just touching on what Vulcan said when I said I would like to know how much money David Bannon's actually given to build the schools that he says that needs to be built for Black children and to do all of these. How many businesses has he invested in?
Okay, so I think everybody's said their piece now. Anybody? Powder, you want to say something? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna push back on maybe a little bit of an arbitrary issue, but you referenced to people of the same race being more identifiable because they look more like you. And I guess my thought on just that little thing is that I think that's culturally programmed to think that people of the same, like that's the identifying factor. Because I would point out that I think that if you put us all in a lineup, me and T Reason look a lot more alike than me and Dane.
Yeah. No, I would agree with you with that. The point that I was making, just to make sure it's clear, is that if I'm an artist, right? Now, let's say I'm a white artist, and I say, "Hey, I'm down with the two. I'm representing us on the big stage. Blah blah blah." I'm telling my audience, my congregants that I'm telling my fans that, hey, I'm representing you. It's about us, and I'm doing this for all of us. Then if I'm gonna say that to them, and that's how I'm making my money, that I'm representing you, that I'm us, I'm taking what we have on the big stage, I'm kicking it to these white people right here. I got money. I'm showing we can have money, we can do this, we can do that. If I'm appealing in that way to my audience, then I shouldn't be, surprised when they have more expectations out of me than they would just a normal artist.
That's a point.
That's
it just sounds like a bunch of pandering to me.
I don't agree with what you said. I agree with what you said, Powder Dusty. I'm just saying that you can't. If you're going to appeal that, you're going to establish a rapport that way. It goes both ways. They're going to expect more out of you because you're saying that you're representing them.
One thing that will cause me to choose another company to do business with is when the company's marketing says Christian-owned business. Now, I love the Lord. I love going to church. I love my Christian people. But when they have to sell me on their service, not by the quality of their service or their product, but hey, we're both Christians, you should support me as a Christian. To me, that's just a big red flag to say that.
It's just pandering. It's pandering to get your point across to attract a group of people at the end of the day.
I think it's more so a bonus than pandering. I think sometimes you might have two companies where you're like, okay, they both look good on paper, and then you got that one last little thing. Well, this one's Christian owned. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
and that would be pandering towards them to kind of give yourself an up.
So I think when you have
a business,
you have
to try to
do everything you can to earn someone's business. So if you got one more notch in your belt,
that's a guilt
and
trip.
It's a true notch in your belt, not just blatant pandering. If it's actually factual, and you do your research and find out this actually is a Christian-owned business, and they do donate and they are active in their community, you should support that kind of business. Not just based on that, just them putting that there. But I think a lot of times when you're dealing with a company, you're going to look at all the factors. You don't buy just for one reason. People buy for numerous reasons. They don't just have to have one reason. If you check off 10 of their boxes, you're more likely to be that company they spend their money with than a company that's just taken from the community and is not active in the community at all. That's why I don't even like big corporations for real. I'd rather support local wherever I can.
Oh, yeah, you got a good point to the reason. I think Dane wants to respond to you.
Different people, they choose who to do business and where to spend their money at for all sorts of reasons. And the average American is dead broke living week to week. All right. The financially intelligent person is looking for the best value for their product or service. Me personally, I don't care if you're a transgender lesbian with one foot missing. If you give the best product for the money, I'm hiring your transgender lesbian butt to hop on over there and do whatever it is you need to do, because my money is my physical labor, which comes from my body, stored into a form that I can use for trade. So that dollar bill is like a battery charged up with electricity for my body. So your service needs to be worth more than the work it costs me to earn that money. That's all I'm looking for. Well, we're all Christians. I don't care. I'm not going to buy a subpar product because you're Christians. It's guilt trip. The same thing happens when I hear people talk about, well, we need to buy local. I'm not buying local.
I know, Powder, Tiger, you have anything you want to say on this topic?
I need to respond to that.
Okay. Wicked, anything? Okay, Powder Dust, I see you raising your fingers up.
Dane, do you apply that same non-pandering standard to YouTubers like Speakeasy?
What do you mean?
It's this outside drama, dude. Are you bringing it? Really?
No, we're not doing this outside drama again. We already did this last week.
Okay, fine. The hall monitors got me.
Last week, right?
Yeah.
Got me
we went through this for like 45 minutes last week. We ain't doing this again this week.
I don't know.
I just got
Justin,
here.
you were so based up until that point.
Yeah. I don't know.
You like Speakeasy too. Y'all buy the pandering. Go ahead.
Who said I like Speakeasy?
Your little sassy attitude tells me all I need to know.
This has nothing to do with this.
Real quick. Witchy Bishy, his experience as a realtor is less valid than biased Google propaganda. ? Yeah. Tutty Bug, Dane, I'm in the South Mobile, Bellingrath area.
Bellingrath. It's a big it's an area close to me. I'm in Grand Bay, whoever that was.
Yeah, Miss Dusty, T Reason just twisted his words.
Elaborate on that.
Elaborate
on that.
Kind of hard to have a conversation like that.
What did I say? Elaborate.
Okay,
I'm sure she's not still watching. She jumps in and out.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lot that was said that I want to get into, but we got a lot more.
I wanted to respond to what Dane
said.
Go ahead
and respond, T Reason.
Well, first of all, Dusty called you ugly.
Hold on. Can you say what was said earlier and then respond to it?
Yeah, so he was saying that whenever he goes to buy something, the way that he goes about that is he wants to make sure the product is quality. He wants to know he's buying from a reputable business that can stand behind their product, and the focal point of what they're trying to sell you is what he came to buy. But the biggest flaw in what he said was he said me personally. So just because that's what you do personally, that doesn't mean you can speak for every single other person that want to do business with this company. Some people may specifically sought out Christian-based businesses. And in order for them to identify those businesses, you can't say so what just because
I can say whatever I want, man.
Okay, but that's an opinion. We're not talking about opinions right now. We try to live in a fact-based reality, and you over here with all these opinions.
I didn't make an argument that people couldn't make whatever decision they wanted to make.
Your own feminine mindset right now. What I'm trying to do is speak for the other people who don't have a voice that can speak over you right now when you constantly got something to say, interrupting me while I'm trying to talk. So
it sounds like your feelings.
What I'm trying to tell you is other people may make a purchase based on another reason. And like I said,
I can do that too.
They look at numerous factors. They may have two competing companies, and apples to apples, everything is the same. The pricing is the same. The quality is the same. The people they're in contact with, they like all of the people. And now they're like, who do I choose? And they see, oh, I'm a Christian. Oh, this is a Christian-based business. Oh, that's going to give them that last little notch. So while it might not be something you want to see, obviously there's a business need for it because they put it on their promotions. So you can't dictate whether their media.
None of that addresses my argument.
Only they're going to be able to dictate that. And capitalism, which is something you support wholeheartedly, is going to dictate whether they should have that on there or not. Not your own personal example, because the world doesn't revolve around Burley Dane with the long beard. You know what I'm saying?
That ain't all I got long.
It revolves around your little bubble, like your little.
All right. Okay, T Reason, we got you, T Reason. I'm gonna read this comment, and I want to give Dane a chance to respond. You put comments up there, you know. So Greg Sanders says, "You guys lost me away
What
back.
an idiot!
I'm wondering if either of you still have any clue what the other is talking about."
Dane certainly don't.
And then Raging Patriot says, "Drinking with your pinky out is highly suspect."
Who did that?
I'm not sure. I think all of us gotta do that sometimes. When you put that pinky, it's just in the way.
Got the pinky
just in the way sometimes. But anyway, anyway,
nothing he said.
So Dane, real quickly, just for the help, I think for all of us, can you kind of state before you get into your breakdown? We're gonna go after you get done, but the next thing. But can you just state what exactly T Reason saying that you disagree with, and then why you disagree with it?
Well, I mean, what he said didn't connect with the point of my argument at all.
Straw man.
So yeah, it's an absolute straw man. So am I disagreeing? Like he said that people are allowed to choose who they do business with based on their own criteria. Well, of course, I agree on that, but I didn't say they weren't. What I said was that if they're choosing to buy a product or hire someone based on being Christian or based on being the same race or the same nationality or whatever, if that's a factor they use on hiring, they're just stupid. But they're allowed to do it. I didn't say they weren't allowed to do it. Well, people use different criteria than you use. No kidding. Nobody, I did not say it wasn't. So he's responding to an argument that he created himself. He's not responding to my argument, but it was fun listening to him, sort of.
You like your self-talk, man. I literally outlined exactly what I was saying.
All right, because the power dusty.
You still weren't able to straw man what I said.
But yeah, I think we covered that one. We'll go to the next one, he knows. Shout out to Big Daddy Kent Dane.
Yeah, I need to get monetized so I can be rich like Vulcan and Dusty. I can start making money.
You know, I know that y'all had this in the questions, but I'm gonna jump a little bit. One of the reasons why I want to be in the high-end fashion is because I want little black boys to know that you can be a heterosexual, strong man and still be in fashion. It's okay for you to dress how you want to dress and express yourself. You know what I'm saying? I think that's very important, bro, because ain't nothing soft about you, bro.
Can I check you something real quick? I just want to be in high fashion, low fashion, just fashion. Fashion for me is a way of self-expression. And I think oftentimes people get excused because it's high fashion. Like to me, this whole outfit, thanks to Macy's, it was affordable, right? But I think we get caught into, oh, this was this brand, this was that brand. I went to Neiman's to get this one. I went to Nordstrom to get that. I went to Paris to get this. But it's all expression. I don't care how much you pay for them heels, baby. I don't care how much you pay for them shoes, my boy. I just wouldn't wear it. You feel me? And we get so caught into, I spent $1,700 on this bag or $17,000 on this bag. And it's like, but I wouldn't wear that. I wouldn't rock that.
But let me tell you why I do that.
Okay.
The reason why I do is Malcolm said by any means necessary, right? It doesn't necessarily mean war. I want to be where my people's interest is. Like the real truth, I can say this on your show. But I was never into Ferraris and jewelry and all of that kind of stuff. But I realize that our children are. So if I want their attention and I know that's where their attention is, I'm going to go to where my people's attention is as long as it doesn't compromise my manhood or my soul. Yeah. So I'm in the high fashion because number one, for some reason, and this is really sad, man, bro, I didn't really get paid as a producer. And I produced Quincy Jones. I produced Maroon 5, Chris Brown, like all of these different people, Wayne, Tip, it goes on and on and on. People didn't really pay me until I bought a Bentley. I mean, white cats can walk around looking like a troll, bro, and no shoes on and dusty and half addicted on meth and get paid $1 million a track. But for some reason, I have to wear my money on me. So what I learned is if God gives you information, if God illuminates you to know where our interest lies, if I can be a part of that and bring them to me, then the other fucking thing, if you're going to spend
My Dane catching strays.
Go ahead, T-Rex. You can start this one off. What you got?
Hey, David Banner was throwing strays at Dane, talking about the troll-looking people. But yeah, man, I agree with what he was saying. I'm big on meeting people where they at. You know what I'm saying? He want to get in tune with his community. He want to appeal to a certain audience. Obviously, you got to gravitate to where they at. That goes back to the last question with the marketing, appeal to people where they at. Some people want to see that. So we're going to capture those people too. We're not going to leave them by the wayside. We're going to make ourselves easily identifiable.
Back to that.
If that's the metric you're looking for, we're going to make ourselves available to you. So that way we can gravitate to our tribe or our people.
He's preaching now. Somebody pass a plate.
What we want, our community. You know what I'm saying? We got to be able to reach out to those people and display ourselves in a way that they can resonate with. You know what I mean? I'm big on that.
All right, the powder dusty, it's on you.
Yeah, I just think that I'm still stuck on how crazy it is that we got this dude here wearing a Elmo shirt And I looked a little closer. I think he's got a rip on the right side of his chest too. There's like a puncture or a cigarette burn or something. Like, I don't know. I agree with what T Reason says. You got to meet people where they're at. But like, man, what is this dude doing talking about fashion or any sort of thing? Who let him go on like that? And I'm a white guy wearing an FBA hat. And Dane dude, do this.
All right, Uncle Tiger, what you got?
If the question is, should men be fashionable? Yeah,
I'm
sure,
wondering,
why not? I mean,
does Powder Dusty really not know who
and if it
Cam
means
Newton
that
is,
they're
or is he
alienated
just
by
playing it
another
up?
people group,
That's
whatever.
what
I mean,
I'm
we should
wondering.
all be. We should all. I think men should just be fashionable as to the best of their ability. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, or am I confusing what the question is about? Because
whatever you thought about what he said right there, I mean, he kind of shared his focus and his desires for the community, young men. You know, he said initially was he wants young Black boys to understand that you can be into fashion and still be heterosexual. That was what he started out with.
Yeah, I would take race out of it.
Sounded in my headphones like I lost the channel, but they're both there.
To be
I don't know. Maybe it's my 54-year-old ears are going out on me.
Reproducing. You know, you want to be attractive to the opposite sex, right? I mean, that's right. Who cares about like? I mean, I mean, perhaps there's some fashionable things that I could disagree with, but like, I mean, generally speaking, like I feel like that's just like a general statement, right? Like, what is there to agree or disagree on?
Got you. Okay. Yeah, Dane.
All right. Let's see. I think that a lot of stuff that David Bannon's coming up with is solutions looking for a problem. I mean, I've never heard anyone going around telling young men, whether they're black, white, yellow, green, that dressing nice and grooming themselves well and that sort of stuff is somehow a feminine thing. I haven't seen that. I think he's just coming up with something to say. But what strikes me about David Bannon is it so much of what he's Banner, I don't care. I don't listen to the music and I don't follow sports. That's Cam Newton, by the way, P. Dusty.
You can still say the name.
Anyway, I don't really care. Anyway, so what strikes me is so much of his argument comes from that perspective of expecting provisions and protection from someone else. So much of it he flips around to compare with, this is a perfect example, well, the white boys over here, there's a white children, or however he worded it, blah, blah, blah. It's constantly comparing himself with someone that he seems to see as having some sort of influence over him, instead of just simply saying, I'm going to blaze a trail, and I'm blazing the trail, and everybody else be damned, I'm blazing the trail. That's masculinity. So, I mean, that's what I just think is a bunch of crying, looking for something to cry about.
All right, Wicked.
All right. So, I mean, to me, this whole entire interview has been him talking out of two sides of his mouth, because he'll start off with a topic and then he'll go into something that has nothing to do with the topic. So it's kind of confusing, for him to say like, okay, well, men should be able to dress fine however they want. Yeah, that's okay. But at the end of the day, when he's going to be like, well, I'm wearing a JCPenney t-shirt, but I don't think I should justify my morals. I don't think I should go against my morals in order to be with somebody. But then he goes, well, I'm going to go pander to these people who were like, oh, I want Gucci and this, and materialistic. So if he's at one hand saying that I'm not materialist because I'm wearing a JCPenney t-shirt, but yet at the other hand saying that I'm going to go try to talk to these people because of this materialistic thing, isn't that going against your values, which you said you don't want to do at the beginning?
I think you clashed the two people. I think you clashed what David Banner was saying and also what the other guy was saying, what Cam Newton was saying. So you mixing the two. Because Cam was saying that he shopped at Penny's, and David Banner was saying that he buys the Ferraris.
But that he doesn't want to go against his morals.
He told us where he draws the line. He said he said where he draws the line.
Yeah, he draws the line at his morals. So if he's not interested in Ferraris and all this and that would be his moral basis. I'm not interested in these things. These are the rules that I follow, but yet I'm going to go cater to these people which go against what I believe. Isn't that not contradiction?
It is, but then he says why he does it though.
Okay, so it doesn't matter. So okay, so you're going to say that if you're going to hold on. Okay, so if you're saying that it's a contradiction, then you're saying that well, he says that the reason that he does it. So even though it's a contradiction, it's okay to contradict what you're saying.
Given if you have a valid reason why, I think he's.
So contradiction is so. So what you're saying is that contradiction is okay.
I think he's understanding. He's trying to level with us and give us a peek into how his brain works. He's going down his reasons why he has to do things, and he says morally, I don't need a Ferrari. Ferraris don't appeal to me.
I get that.
Hold on. Let me hold on real quick. I just want to state for the audience real quick what was said, because what David Banner's mentioned was he said that he quoted Malcolm X saying by any means necessary, and he said it's not talking about necessarily violence, but if this is the way to reach my people, if they need to see Ferraris, they need to see all that kind of stuff for me to be able to reach them, then that's what I'm willing to do. That was the point that he's making. I just want the audience to hear that point, so y'all can
right. And I get that point, but from my understanding, he also says that even this, and these are my morals, and I don't go against my morals, but yet you're going against what you don't believe in.
But so his moral pillars. He got moral pillars, okay?
Right. So it's okay to go against. So it's okay to contradict yourself.
Not pillars.
Listen. You're trying to put it into a box and from your comprehension. He's saying I have a greater purpose to reach my people. Okay. So look, I don't need a Ferrari. I have the money to buy a Ferrari, but I don't need one. But you know what? I do need to reach my people. So in order for me to bridge that gap, listen to what I'm saying. Stop trying to counter what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. He's saying in order for me to build that bridge back to my community, just so that way I can get what I need.
Lady brought me something
the
to
platform
drink
that I need,
because she knows I talk so much that I'm
because I know
dry.
Once I got that Ferrari,
and of course it's a Stanley
my greater
Cup,
goal,
because she's a white woman. That's what white women drink out of.
Stanley Cup. Do that much easier.
Big
I can
Daddy
still
Stanley
do it without it, but it's going to be harder. So why wouldn't I make things easier for myself when I have the ability to? So it's kind of like a compromise.
Well, because that would go against the morals.
Okay,
that would go against your morals. That would be contradicting yourself.
Let me ask you this:
I don't find it okay to contradict yourself. I don't think it's okay to say I don't believe in this and then go ahead and do the things you.
What if it's more of a paradox than a contradiction? What if it's something that just looks contradictory? Maybe he's weighing at the lesser of two evils. Maybe it's like, or he's just being pragmatic about it. Because I don't think he's saying it's immoral for him to buy a.
Keep in mind, for my chat, keep in mind that
he didn't really specify what moral
Vulcan seems like at the moment he's coming to T Reason's defense to defend his argument.
But again, so this is again why I brought to the beginning of my point is he's talking out of two sides of his mouth. He's saying one thing, and then he's kind of going against what he's saying, and he's kind of just pandering to kind of get a general.
Let me pull this down. He's trying to point out
he's just saying
the logical processes that are going on. He's clarifying and trying to teach logic and critical thinking.
Right.
He's not actually weighing in on T Reason's point to defend T Reason or whatever. That's what the Vulcan podcast likes to do. That's what their goal is to teach
okay,
the proper usage of logic and reason and that sort of stuff, devoid of the entertainment value. They are entertaining, but it's not a focus.
It's okay for me to lie to you.
Entertainment is not a focus for the Vulcan podcast. The focus is to teach people to think critically and how to operate within logical rules and laws.
It's okay to pander.
It does not compromise one of his moral pillars, is what I'm telling you. So
how if I say it's not okay to do this and then I go ahead and do that, how does that not go against what I'm saying?
Okay, so to try to give you some examples that you can understand, he's saying that
he doesn't know, he doesn't have an answer, so then he takes that feminine mindset of, well, I need to try to use some sort of a belittling thing. Let me go a different way that maybe you can understand.
But it's a gray area for him.
Instead of just simply presenting his argument and defending that particular argument. See, with T Reason here, this guy right here, as you begin to chisel away at his argument, he would just move those goalposts. He just continues doing that.
I don't find it okay to be pandering to somebody just to get your point across if you don't actually mean what you believe.
He does.
Okay, but, I definitely see what you're saying.
He's explaining to you why he's going about doing it. To get
what he's doing? No. He is justifying
So real quickly, because I want to move on, but I just want to make sure we're clear on this. So Wicked, you're saying that there's two contradictory beliefs that he's simultaneously wanting to hold? If you don't mind, if that's the case, which two are you referring to?
Yeah, I would say that he's saying that, like, okay, well, you don't need these things to do this, and there are ways to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and do the things that you don't need to do in order to do the thing. Instead of actually doing the correct way to do it, I'm going to do the wrong way to do it.
And that was a lot. That was a mouthful for me.
A sort of an ends justifying the means. Is that what you're saying? The ends justify the means, even though the means may.
I guess you could say that. Correct. Yes, I guess you could say that.
He's talking about some kind of immoral act. My understanding, maybe I missed part of the video, or because I don't remember the whole thing now at this point. But I thought he was just saying that I'm buying certain things, shiny things that people are going to want to look at, so that they'll hear what I'm saying when I'm wearing it or using it or whatever the case may be. I don't. Is that two different beliefs?
So I guess what you could say is, just because he's saying that, okay, there's a way to get to point B, but it might not be the best way to do it or the correct way to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and do that anyways, whether it goes against what I believe or not. So I believe that A is the correct way to do it and B is the wrong way to do it, but I'm going to do B because it's more beneficial.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I don't know if I heard him. Is there like a certain quote that you have where he said that something similar to that?
I can't give you a direct quote.
Or like like a ballpark, like
ballpark. I guess the way he said is like, okay, I think that I can do X without the car, but you know what? If I have the car, it'll help me do X. So I'm gonna go ahead and get the car, because even though I know I don't need this and I can do it without it, I'm gonna head and do it with it anyways to kind of give me the advantage and kind of go against what I believe.
But so what you just said right there, you wouldn't say there's any issue with that, would you?
It's kind of hard. I think if you could do it, yeah, I think if you could do it away without doing something that would go against what you believe, you should do it that way.
I don't see how buying a car would be against your beliefs.
Yeah, that's the part that I think we're kind of struggling with there. It's just that. I
mean, so if I believe that, okay, you know what, I don't need a car, I can do everything I need without a car, but I just go ahead and buy a car anyways because it's easier. I think you should just.
I want to finish what he's saying. I want to finish. Sorry.
I don't think you should always take the easy way to do things, because sometimes the easy way isn't always the better way.
Okay. Powder Dusty, you want to respond to that?
I mean, I just feel like he's conflating presentation with something that violates somebody's ethics or is cutting corners somehow, and I don't think that's true. Like buying a car, looking the part eases the communication. It's part of communication, right? The point of communication is to convey a thought, hopefully to some sort of an end, right? And if you're not presenting yourself in the way that makes communication most fluid, you're actually inhibiting yourself.
I think this is outrageous that we even have to explain this to a guy who doesn't think a contract has to be morally written. But I think
No. I never said a contract never had to be morally written. I just think you're responsible for no. I said to you.
So you know what I mean?
Hold on real quick. I just want to say this real quick. I think we've kind of covered this one pretty well. I'll just say this crazy example that I wanted to say that, we've already kind of covered it. But, if I say I'm going to, I'm starting a program for young people or whatever, and I'm going to center around basketball, and obviously kids in the elementary, middle school, to them, LeBron is the best thing since sliced bread. To me, it'd be Michael Jordan. I may use LeBron to reach the kids, even though if we have a personal conversation, I'm going to say, no, Jordan's better than LeBron. But I may use LeBron just to help accomplish whatever goal I'm trying to accomplish with these kids. And I think that's kind of what I'm taking David Banner to be saying.
Dane uses a conversion van to reach the kids.
No, not actually. But I'm glad you brought me into the conversation. What I would like to know is he's talking about, he has all these great ideas. He's not offering any actual logistical steps to take to reach any of that. He talked earlier about, we could get together by Ghana. That's that pie in the sky stuff. He's got no substantive steps to do to move in that direction. And when he talks about things like reaching the kids, he's talking about fashion and stuff, or like you just said, Vulcan, a basketball program, that sort of stuff. That sort of stuff, by and large, to one degree or another, is already in place. What I don't understand is why whatever his name is, or however y'all pronounce his name, and people that hold his ideas, why they're not talking about starting programs to steer young black children towards the building trades, pipe fitting, welding, machinist, electrician, why they're not trying to steer them towards engineering and finance and those sorts of things, why what they end up talking about steering them towards ultimately ends up being entertainment or consumerist, like fashion or buying a car or music or sports and that sort of stuff. I mean, even if they go through college as a star player and they get into the NFL or the NBA or whatever, they can blow a knee out, tear a shoulder, and then what are they going to do? And I know that some professional athletes actually have usable degrees, but it's those marketable still. You don't build wealth generationally by having a hit record, unless you're going to be like Michael Jackson or someone like that, a hit record or winning a championship ball game. You build it slowly.
Yeah,
why don't he and people like him talk about steering the community in that direction?
For sure. And I didn't really give mine, but yeah, I mean, I get people love fashion. Fashion's great. A lot of money can be made from fashion. It's important to have your own unique way of, relating to the world with how you look and stuff like that. But I think it's a poor use of our time when it comes to the black community to focus on helping heterosexual kids that know they can do fashion. But that's in my opinion, because I'm not a fashion guy. I got some creativity in there and all good reasons people might say. All right, this is gonna be the last one, y'all, we have right here for the night.
Can I just say one last thing on that?
Go ahead, T Reason. Let me read these comments.
I think he was explaining his moral reason by doing it. And I think if you listen for that part, then you can understand why he's morally doing it, because he's literally explaining his moral reason as to why he does it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the book of, I think he may be alluding to the feminine male fashion agenda that is being pushed specifically in the urban community. Yeah, I mean that may be the case. I wish he would have
spot on
more specifically so we
can notice it. Come on, by and large in this country for generations, I mean, let's be real. The black community has set the standard and the styles for fashion by and large for at least several generations. I mean, you can go all the way back like to the zoot suits and stuff like that came out like the jazz era and that sort of stuff.
So I'm gonna see you in the Elmo shirt next time in my day.
Yeah, I know that Dusty has got to be joking, not knowing who Cam Newton is. I'm not even an athletes guy, but I know who he is.
For that sport, when I'm just saying, hey, bro, if you just love throwing the best football that you possibly can throw, and why your accuracy is being affected by, so if you fall in love with those things, the compensation will come.
The only problem with that, though, bro, I'll add to that, is that has always been our problem, is that we love the things that we do so much that they end up getting us on the other end, right? One thing that I say about the NBA, when people start criticizing people who are jumping from team to team, I say, but owners trade us like slaves and cattle.
This is so shallow. I mean, he's got all of these, so what he seems to think is great advice, and Cam Newton keeps saying, oh, that's deep. Oh, yeah. I feel like I'm watching two women on a podcast talking about it. Two white women. Right, because you know what the most spoken thing is on a white woman's podcast, don't you? It goes, yeah, oh yeah, that's deep, and that's what Cam Newton keeps doing for this guy. But the stuff he's saying is, it's an inch deep and a mile wide. You see all the drama, performative stuff, and the vocal inflections.
Since the draft is coming up.
What he's talking about ends up being, he thinks that it would help, I guess, the black community if you made boys more feminized in their thinking and behaviors and not more masculine. Because the masculine aspect, he would be saying that these young boys needed to grow up and take control and accountability for their life and to begin the due diligence now in laying out a plan for their life, getting an education and getting training and marketable skills and building themselves as a person.
Man, that was a lot right there.
Oh, so yeah, so Wicked, what you got?
I don't understand what the whole question is right now. So
What do you think about what he said?
See, look, I got no idea why my camera on the soapbox stream is so pixelated. I think it's because
I don't know if
I'm
anything
streaming
really stood out. I don't understand what his
my stream and his stream from my OBS is. So let me
I can break it
turn
down.
this camera off just a minute and
hold on.
turn it back on.
Yeah. If you don't have anything wicked, it's cool. We can go to the next person.
Yeah, I just kind of want to know what the question he's trying.
Yeah, it seemed like it rebooted it.
Big Daddy got too much going on.
What are you saying, Wicked?
I was saying I just don't really know what the question is. Like, yeah, like it's a trade. Isn't that what the NFL is about? Trading players and finding the best player and putting this person here. I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding what the basis of it is, but I think if you're finding players now, to find a loophole, like he said, to get rid of a player would definitely be 100% wrong. But if like a player's contract is up and you want to trade them for somebody else, that's just part of the rules of the game. So I don't see a problem with that. But the loophole part, I would definitely see an issue with.
All right. T, reason on you. I know you got some stuff to say on that.
Yeah. So he started with basically saying that from the business standpoint, it's perfectly okay for them to trade the player, but the player has to be loyal to the team. So that's the linchpin right there. And a lot of people don't understand.
He is saying nothing. This is feminine, woman proud of word salad coming from him.
But because they build a community, fans, and all of this stuff, there's pressure on that player not to leave. You see what I'm saying? So players are starting to wise up to this and realizing that the organization has no loyalty to them. They'll trade them on a whim. I mean, look at Klay Thompson. So you see certain things happening where the player is supposed to stay.
He has so little
but
consistency. I'm talking about the David Bannon, whatever his name is.
Some of these other
Banner,
guys,
David Banner,
get traded, and they don't even know they're being traded. What happened?
The whole interview is inconsistent. He'll turn around and say one thing and then he'll contradict himself.
I'll give it back to you, T. Reason, but I mean, he said it was like a racial component. Talks about it being like similar to slavery, and he also said white people, it's always personal, even though they say it's business.
Absolutely. I mean, we hear it on the pod. Obviously, these contracts hold a lot of weight. These players are signing big contracts. They're getting a lot of money on the front end, but don't realize what's coming along on the back end. They see the big number and they're like, where do I sign? But they don't realize, you have to hit certain metrics throughout the season. You see what I'm saying?
But how is it racial from your perspective? Like, because he said there's a racial component to it.
Well, because the people who own the organizations are going to be of the white complexion. So that I think what he really should be saying is
because the people who own the organization is white, that means that they're just picking on black people. Even though those contracts, if they're exploitative, will exploit everybody that works for them.
On the field, he's talking about the people in the
but if it's exploiting the black person and it's a white person, then that's
off the backs of all the players.
That's racist. See, that's the thin, shallow lack of understanding.
You see what I'm saying? But they don't have no vested ownership of the company. They don't have no say in the company. They can get traded virtually overnight, and they don't understand why. To them it might not be no rhyme or reason, but obviously the business side, they're saying it's business for them. So David Banner saying, well, the player should have it as a business too. The player should be like, you know what, I would be better off taking my talent over here because of XYZ reason. I can be closer to my family. I can make more money. I can get a better endorsement deal. I'll be in a bigger market. I got a chance of winning the championship. They're now starting to do that. And the community is pushing back and saying, well, we love you so much here. You have to be loyal to us. So the players have to deal with that, but the owners don't. The owners don't get the backlash the same way the players do of, you just traded my favorite player. I'm no longer going to watch you guys. I'm no longer going to put butts in the seat. You see what I'm saying? So it's cool when the business does it, but it's a problem when the player does it. And that's what he's trying to get the players to realize, because a lot of these players are of color. That's what he's trying to say, especially in football. That's why he used the football example. And then it even gave more credit to what he was saying, because Cam said he would do it all over again, even knowing that he felt like it was mirror to slavery.
All right, Powder Dusty, what you got?
Okay, so I think this goes back to the contract. This is the same concept as the contracts, right? Nobody's making anybody play football. If you don't want to play football, or if you don't like these terms of the contract, you can either negotiate a better contract that doesn't.
I mean,
have
that's
those
true
terms,
on site,
or you don't need to play
but
football.
T-Reason just kind of makes that up.
I hated wearing
He'd just
safety
pull it
glasses,
out, and then when you
guess
try to
what?
ask
You
him
have to
for
wear
some
safety glasses in construction on the
empirical
job site.
evidence
It's just
of what his
OSHA
claim
rules, right?
is, he just
This is
continues
the world we live in.
obfuscating.
And I think that there are a few. Now that this is the last, we're wrapping up. Let me push a few buttons. I think nothing shows Black entitlement more than people comparing being an elite athlete paid millions of dollars to slavery. It's crazy. It has not those conditions, those employment conditions have nothing to do with race at all. And these athletes are some of the most privileged, well-paid, elite people on earth. They're not slaves because this little clause in the contract, not even close. I yield.
All right, Dane.
I'm never sending Pete Dusty the join link again, so you or Enos are going to have to send it to him because this is I feel dirty. See, when I get off stream, I'm going to have to take a shower.
Man. Vulcan stuck with me.
I'm going to have to take a shower. But I mean, I do agree with that, though. It's amazing that you got these two millionaires sitting there talking about how terrible their life is and how oppressed they are, and how being an athlete is comparable or the same as slavery. Banners, is that how you pronounce his name? David Banner. I'm looking at your screen right now, Vulcan. Whatever. And it makes me think of the guy who Bruce Banner from the Incredible Hulk. Remember back in the 70s before y'all's time. But anyway, his entire argument that he goes from the beginning of this video to the end, he ends up looping back around and contradicting himself. You know, he'll say on the one hand, we need to build our own stuff and everything, businesses and stuff like that. But then he turns around and wants to talk about entertainment and athletics and that sort of stuff. Across the board, those white people that T-Reason ends up saying are racist because they have exploitative contracts, according to him, that they sign with black players. As far as I know, they sign those same contracts with white players. You know, but somehow or another, because it's a white team owner, I guess. I don't know who the team owners are because I'm not into that kind of stuff. But because it's a white guy that exploits it's a white guy that exploits the black guy, suddenly it's based on race and not just business of trying to make money. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. But as we teach people that the reason that you're on bottom is because this group of people is exploiting you, that's the longer it's going to give that mentality of, well, I'm under their thumb. Instead of telling them, get up, blaze your trail, lay out a plan for the next 50 years to build wealth to pass on to your children. Buy real estate, buy stocks, and then instead of selling the stocks, take out loans against the stock, and then the income you get from that loan is tax-free, and you still own the stock. Instead of teaching them finance like that, they teach them learn how to be the best running back because maybe you'll be Cam Newton or whatever position he played. You know, you could be Cam Newton too. Well, somebody has to be LeBron. So some kid that's in elementary school now will be the next LeBron. But you'd be better off telling your kids to take their allowance, if you give them allowance, and go buy a lottery ticket. So, I mean, all of this drama that Banner's got where he's jumping up and he's all this performative stuff like that to enhance his message, all feminine thinking. It's all looking to be provided for in the failures of, because in feminism, it's the patriarchy that's keeping you down. From Banner's vision, it's the way white people treat him. The message needs to be a man, do the right thing, do your own due diligence, take responsibility for your own failures and for your own life, and get to work. That's what Big Daddy says.
You got anything you want to say on that point, T-Reason?
Nothing jumped out at me. You know, obviously Dane and I are gonna we're gonna be different opposite ends of the spectrum on this one. But like I said, from the player standpoint, and I want to talk about what Powder Dusty said. You know, he said that athletes are the most privileged because they're millionaires and stuff like that. Well, money not everything sometimes. You know what I mean? Sometimes you do things for different reasons. You got a lot of players who will take a pay cut just for a shot at a championship. You know what I'm saying? You got players that'll make exceptions and draft other players to the team, so they got more salary cap. So they're doing things for a moral reason, not just for the money. But then we look at some of these owners and we see them doing it just for the money, and we like, well, sometimes y'all got to do the same thing. And then, one thing I will say today, business as usual. Come on, man. It's always politics involved. You know what I mean? If you know anything about the Cowboys, you know that whole franchise is politics. Come on now.
But that's not racism. But that's not racism. That's not racism. You're making the jump from politics to racism.
But you said it's business as usual, man.
Hold on. Yeah, well, Teresa, I want to give Powder Dusty a chance to address what you said, then Dane next. And then I know Wicked wants to get in there too.
First of all, there's no way that you can say the players are doing things for more than money, but the owners are not. Both of them are speculative. We're only talking about the business and the money aspect of it, right? Well, the contract, the deals of the contract, right? That's a job, that's employment. This is about money ultimately, even though every single person on earth has more motives than just money whenever they do anything. The other thing I would say is that Black people are the majority of players in the NFL, right? In NBA, right? If those roles were reversed, I bet you, instead of hearing about how NFL players are basically slaves, we'd be hearing about how the NFL is racist because Black people are underrepresented amongst the players.
Two things can be true at once, right? I mean, that doesn't change the perspective. That doesn't change the reality that we have right now, that majority of the football players are Black players. But a lot of times what we're not realizing is that the concussion level that these players face, how they one game away from a career-ending injury. You see what I'm saying? They putting their life on the line on those fields. And a lot of us ain't never been in that
Where did those
situation.
goalposts go? I think they left the whole stadium.
No,
and you're infantilizing them.
I'm speaking to the whole thing that they're thinking about when they sign these contracts. I'm trying to tell you some of the things that's going on in their mind when they're looking at how they're being treated. You're not looking at that. You're just saying, oh, well, the owner owns the company, so they signed a contract so they can treat these players however they want to treat them, whether it makes sense for the player or not. We don't have to look out for the best interest of our players. We look out for the best interest of the name on the jersey on the front, not the name on the back.
Business.
Business.
Yeah.
Business.
Yeah, but that's
and I don't know why you keep infantilizing people who are employees, right? You're infantilizing all these football players, saying that they're
ownership is.
Let him finish his point. Let him finish.
I mean, how condescending can you be towards people who engage in a contract? These people have spent their whole lives.
It doesn't have anything to do with race on site, but people
in the NFL.
from T Reasons' perspective, everything.
Terms of an NFL contract when they were in middle school.
He seems to lack any identity at all. That's not tied to his race.
Move that football.
I mean, if he has a success, he probably succeeded because of, I almost said black girl magic, but he's a male. But you get what I'm saying. If he has a success, it's because black people are great. If he has a failure, it's because black people are being injured, being oppressed, being held down. He can't seem to perceive anything outside of race.
We all have to learn through trial and error. Right, like Dane pointed out so graciously earlier, absolutely. I'm not on my first marriage, right? Like I had to try a bad one to get a good one, right? Some things you just have to learn through experience.
You mean there's two women that would sleep with you, Dusty?
With enough chloroform.
Okay, Rick Ross.
Yeah. So real quickly, Wicked, you had something you wanted to say?
I mean, there's a few things that I want to get at here. The first thing would be that how is this different from any other job where an employer has any right to fire you for whatever reason that they want to? That doesn't apply to the NFL specifically. Listen, in the state of Florida where I live, it's a right to work state, which is like many other work states. If you're wearing a shirt I don't like, I could fire you if I wanted to. Not saying that it's right, but that's just the way the laws are worked, and that's just how every job mostly is. So if any job can fire you for whatever you want, the job of the owner of the business is to put the business first. The job of the employee is to put the business first because it is what provides them their income. So their benefit would be to put the business first and actually be loyal to the business because it's what's giving them the money. Now, the business owner is not loyal to the employee. They are loyal to the business because that is what comes first. Every business, the goal of the business comes first before the feelings of any employee. Now, should it be like that? No. Is it like that? Yes. But being that that's the way it is, it's not. It doesn't really matter. Now, you could be loyal to a company and get screwed over. You could be not loyal to a company and be there forever. It doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, a business has the right to choose whatever it thinks it is better for the business. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant.
That if they choose to do something, that they can't be sued or held liable for what they do. That doesn't mean that they're excluded.
I mean, that depends. That all depends. What are you? You need to be more specific. You're being too vague. You're being too vague. Be more specific.
You're the one who's being.
How am I being vague?
Let me tell you.
Oh no, you are.
They can fire you for any reason. And
yeah, that's called a right to work state.
And what I'm telling you is some of those reasons can get them sued and get them in court.
Not in a right to work state.
Yes, even in a right to work
state. It's an at-will state.
Yeah. You are using the wrong term, Wicked, but same thing.
At will, right to work is the same thing. It's the same thing.
Fire them for.
No,
you can't.
A right to work
means you can.
A right to work state is a state where you can't be legally compelled to join a labor union. They're cousins to one another, but what Dusty is saying is correct, unusually so. It's a at will state, meaning I hire you at my will.
Yes, you're correct. Yes. Yeah. Yes. I mean, I think they're pretty similar. That's why I say it almost the same.
And so I will say this, even in many of those different kind of situations, people can still be sued. That's why if you owned a business or anything like that, your HR person is going to tell you to document everything. And because they don't want to get sued, you can still get sued in those situations. And it does happen, so if you have somebody who's
but that depends on the level of what you're being fired for. But in most cases,
on site, I like Vulcan the way he does it because he's trying to parse and navigate through the minefield of arguments and logic and feelings and evidence.
Reason that they wanted to,
because he's trying to teach. From his perspective,
the exception doesn't make the rule.
The black community, but as his channel grows, it's involving other people.
Dane, you have something you want to add to it?
No, I'm just I'm listening to Wicked. I could come up with all sorts of things that I could add to it, but I think Dusty and Wicked have sufficiently covered it. But I would like to say this to T Reason and people who have the mindset and agree with what T Reason is saying. There's a book that was written centuries ago called The Prince. It was written by Niccolo Machiavelli. There's a term that we get for someone who's an extreme, sort of a vicious, brutal person. We say that that's a Machiavellian. That could be applied in some instances to even Mr. Trump. Niccolo Machiavelli. And this book was the handbook for tyrants for centuries. And it has things in it that says things like keep your friends close. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. When I was selling new cars back in the 90s, my sales manager told me, you have to screw your friends and family because your enemies won't let you. See, and we can argue whether or not it should be like that or not. That's the reality, okay? So, we need to really get away from, especially all six of us being males, away from this idea of we should all play nice and make sure everyone gets an equal piece of the pie. We're able to do that because we live in the West and we have all this technology to keep us fed and housed and medicine and everything else. The fact of the matter is, if this economy eventually crashes, we're going to be out there trying to dig stuff out of the ground to eat, and it's going to be a kill or be killed sort of a situation.
That's what you want to see.
That's not what I want to see. That's reality, man. That's history. Do you really think the United States is going to be here for millennia and forever? No. You only have to go back a few generations and people could catch some little disease or infection and they died. There was not the supply chain we have. Within the supply chain that we have in this country right now, we're able to have all these complaints and all these ideas and stuff and talk about how, well, business shouldn't be like that. Business being like that is what has given us all of these comforts of fresh water coming to our homes and electricity and roofs that don't leak and that sort of stuff.
Let me interject real quick, Dane. So y'all, this is a good show. We're going to do our closeout. Everybody gets a minute to close out on it. And so I got my timer right here. So we're going to start it off with you, Wicked. You got a minute to close it out. Sorry, hold on. Before we do that, we got comments, Enos? Okay, Angry Casper, this is the biggest issue with panels and panelists. Sometimes you just do not have enough information.
If you're on site, if you're on Twitter, I'm on Twitter. Maybe you can message me over.
You got Enos?
A way to get in contact with you.
All right, yeah, Wicked, you got a minute.
Or you can just reach out like P. Dusty did.
I think we were good. I think there was a.
Sorry, we gotta finish the comments. I thought
like he did in chat, you know, and I'll send the link to you or post the link or whatever.
I spent wallowing in concrete and silica.
We want to expand it, but just understand that what he's trying to do, what Vulcan wants to do, is keep a much more controlled thing instead of the melee.
Raging Patriot. Here's for a new gas station lighter. No smokes. Enos Quest. The powder, Dusty. What made you buy a FBA hat?
I consider myself the first white foundational Black American.
There we go.
I just don't know what to say about that.
I don't know. Some of your takes wasn't taken enough, man.
Well, hold on. Before we get into that right there, we're gonna start it off a minute or less. Wicked. You starting off? Anything you want to say about the show in general? Anything you want to say in the last minute? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good show. I think we were able to touch base on a little more things that we went over last show. I do think there was quite a little bit of speculating.
Well, you can also find me on Facebook under my name, Dane Snyder. You can find me there. I'm on Twitter.
He felt about something. He couldn't.
That sort of stuff.
I was very surprised to see Dane and P. Dusty get along because I don't think I've ever seen that in my life. So I don't even know if this show is real now. But overall, I think it was a good show. I think we were really able to get a little bit more in depth on some of the other conversations. I think overall, we kind of all agreed on some of the points, had a few disagreements, but overall, I think we kind of came to the same conclusion on a few things.
Cool. All right. The Powder Dusty, what you got?
Hey, thank you for having me up, and thank you, Dane, for inviting me. This has been fun. It was. Your structure format provides a little bit of a challenge sometimes for my ADHD brain, but I feel like I stuck with it pretty good. It was a good conversation, guys. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chats. Everybody on my side, subscribe to Vulcan. He hosted this. Subscribe to Dane. He's the one who got me up here. And if you guys got T-Reason and Wicked, if you guys got channels, please put the link in the back so I could subscribe to them as well. If you're on my side, hang around. After I drop here, I'm going to go live, and I'll redirect you over into that live.
Stop blaming me for you.
You're responsible for me.
I would agree with that.
All right, Dane, what you got?
I have a lot of guilt now that he said all of that. I have a lot of guilt, but I'll get over it.
Yeah, you were about to talk mad crap.
No, not really. Credit where credit is due. I'm just waiting for you to earn credit. Anyway, so this is my thing. Touching on what T-Reason said, because the white team owners and the black players, that's a basic model. What Brennan, whatever his name is, Chaw-Hee was saying, everything seemed to be wrapped back around to because black people have been mistreated, so we need to do this, that, and the third. Here's what needs to happen, okay? First of all, we need to stop with this. Well, this hurts people's feelings, or this makes people feel bad, or this is how people feel, or whatever. If the community really wants to move up, you need to start subscribing to some of the stuff that Machiavelli taught in The Prince. We need, people in general, but this is black and white, needs to start focusing on having that intact home. We need to restore the patriarchy. We need to get men back in the home, standing there, providing and protecting and passing on a legacy and building it up, moving young people towards the building trades or moving them into STEM fields and academia so they have marketable skills to sell that's not hanging on whether or not an audience comes in to watch your game or buy your record or see your concert. It gives a lot more power. Mr. Reason up here said, well, money ain't everything. Oh, yes, it is, because power comes from that dollar bill. That bull crap of knowledge is power. No, knowledge ain't power. You can know a whole bunch of stuff and still be living homeless and still be run over.
Are you next?
Money. You have to make money.
All right. It's on you now, T-Reason.
Hey, it was a good pod, man. Any day I get to beat up on Dane and the Little Daddy pod, man, I'm all for that. You know what I'm saying? And now I got another little clown peon, Powder Dusty. I got two of them. I get to bump their heads together. I'm loving this. I didn't even have to roll up my sleeves tonight. You know what I'm saying? This was too easy, man. I will say this: Wicked is improving tremendously. I gotta watch him. You know what I'm saying? He's not quite there yet, but he's getting close. But right now, I think everybody brought some insight to the conversation. Everybody contributed. in some way, shape, or form. But money is not everything. God, faith, what you believe in, family, that's gonna always trump money. And you can, and your life is going to trump money, because I promise you, if I paid you $8 million right now, and I gave you $8 million, but you don't get to wake up tomorrow,
anything about what I'm trying to explain to him. When you're in a job,
so a lot of times you got to really
and he's
think about
saying
what you're saying, because you might
money
think
ain't everything.
saying,
why are you working?
But you really don't.
If you have a
There's
business,
more to it. And
if you have a business,
is it shows you really got to think things through.
Your feelings, your community involvement, how you're, all that touchy-feely, warm, fuzzy stuff. None of that matters in business. You have to make money.
Counter his beliefs.
And you need to hang on to most of your money.
Thank y'all for having me on the Vocal
You need to
Pod.
wisely invest your money to get more money.
You guys, you know what I'm saying? Anytime I get
money ain't everything. It comes straight out of the foundations of the feminine mindset, because the woman has the man to provide resources for her.
Check out the channel. We got a lot of different topics on it. We covered things from the colonizers versus the Native Americans on Thanksgiving. We've covered all kinds of different topics on here. We cover the 4 R's basically: rap, religion, race, and relationships. Now, relationships could be romantic, it could be business, all kinds of different things. So we try to have a very diverse palette as far as what we like to discuss, and we have all different types of perspectives and viewpoints on the show. And let's have it out. But we wanted to keep it to where it's not too crazy, where people can hear each other and really formulate a good argument and a counter argument so that everybody can follow it. But other than that, man, we like to have fun on this panel. So thanks to Powder Dusty, T Reason, Wicked Dreams, and Dane, the Big Daddy Pod. We thank all of y'all for doing it, man. And Vulcan Soapbox, we out.
All right, so we're off stream now.
Good show.
All right,
dude. Still got yours going, right?
Yeah, mine's still going. Powder Dusty's probably still streaming. I don't know, but
no. Mine was a restream off of his. I'm just firing up a new stream on my end.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I do appreciate you coming on, P. Dusty, because it helps to give a little bit more diversity. Now, Vulcan and T Reason and Enos that's doing the production stuff on the back end, they might think you and I are some kind of like me and Wicked. We're kind of allies most of the time. So, but just to let my more melanated friends know, me and Powder Dusty, we're typically not on the same side of the fence.
I've never seen you guys agree ever.
Well, that's because he's not as smart as me.
That's why tonight. I think tonight wasn't even real.
What?
No, listen, Reason, you don't understand. They're like nemesis. They're like oil and water. They're like oil and water.
Would you believe that the last time I talked to Big Daddy Pod, he was in my chat and he was talking shit on my content about how it was stupid. And
it is stupid.
I told him that I would still be his friend, and he said he wasn't my friend.
I didn't say I wasn't your friend. I asked you why. I said it's funny that you think I'm your friend.
You're my friend.
Man,
I just
let me love you, Big Daddy.
I gotta see y'all work it out, because I didn't see y'all really go at it. Y'all was trying to put pause on me the whole time. I'm like, when are y'all gonna go at each other, man? What's going on?
I was waiting for P. Dusty over here.
I was like, dang, you got a whole posse with you, man. You got
no,
amigos,
Dusty. No, me and Dusty are not posse.
No. Listen, you don't understand. Reason, you would be more like I honestly, I thought that both of y'all were going to be going after Dana, and it was going to be a shit show. No lie. Dude, I promise you. You think Dusty and Dane get along? This was like a first time ever miracle.
I think it just so happened that the topic.
Maybe next time we'll get to see something different, man.
No, I think the topic is what put me and Dusty on the same side of the fence was the topic.
You and Dane are more likely to get along than Dane and Dusty.
Wow. That's crazy.
I'm just mad. I'm mad because
my spider sense didn't go off in that direction.
Yeah. So here's what you don't know. Dane, when I was just a little kid, Dane went for milk and he never came back.
Is that what you did, Dane? Come on, man.
I don't even know what that means. See, that's what he says stuff like that.
Doesn't mean Dad, you and Mom child support.
I'm headed up the street to get some milk. I'll be right back, and don't never show up. Ain't that about a beer?
I guess P. Dusty's out of here.
Yeah, he got enough of you. He was ready.
Yeah, he is monetized though. He's been monetized for a little while. What he was talking about, I said, I was saying in his chat on stream was because see, too, I don't know how much of these debate type genre stuff you follow, But sometimes they'll get into these little pissing matches between each other, and they'll be trying to out insult or out gossip one another on their streams. And Dusty does that a good bit. If he's wasn't talking about Andrew Wilson, he was, and he fell out with Sarah, the menopausal tomato, and then he was talking about her and back and forth. That guy that P. Dusty tried to bring up, Speakeasy, he'll do the same thing a little bit. And I just
it's a shit show over there.
One of his streams, so I at least understand what's going on.
Yeah, but I think it's
a shit show.
It sounds like chaos, man. It sounds
it's a complete shit show.
Chaos. So we was probably way too structured at first when he first came in. He like, hold up, there's rules.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to him.
But listen, he did cuss a couple of times, and he asked if he could do it. So I was like, yeah, he must be used to just letting him ride.
Yeah. That's that blood sport. I enjoy that too, but
it's not. Listen, it's not even blood sport. Listen, anything that if you go into a P. Dusty panel, a Speakeasy panel, any of those, that is a rugby match. Okay. Like there's no structure. It's like if you were to have two women on their period arguing with each other.
Well, and it's kind of like there's no direction.
Pretty much.
It's like they're all just sitting around in the living room just chatting, and it's just they don't have anything to say that's really interesting as far as I'm concerned. But what I was trying to say in his chat was that so many of his streams, the content hangs on some other creator. Because it'll be him criticizing or insulting. So the whole stream will be about what a loser the other creator was. And my thing is, if there weren't other creators, you wouldn't have any content. To me, that's just some weak punk bitch stuff.
It's all about Andrew. It's all about Andrew.
They do reaction.
If you go on to Panelverse, it's not no. It's not reaction content. If you go on to the Panelverse, all of their content is hit pieces on Andrew Wilson.
Oh, just hit piece. Okay.
It's literally hit pieces on. They could have 100 videos, 99.9 of them are about Andrew Wilson. Well, like they have semen stuck.
Some of Andrew Wilson's takes I like, some of them I don't like. So he
that's how I am.
He kind of sometimes he be on point, and then sometimes like, come on, Andrew, come on.
Yeah, that's how I am with all of them.
But their point is like, it doesn't matter what he says. He could be like, the sky is blue, and they're going to be like, he thinks the sky is blue, and it's sky blue. It's not really blue. It's sky blue.
Yeah.
Oh, so they feed he basically keeping them in business.
Right. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have any content.
Pretty much.
Platform. That's kind of sad.
It's like the little cliques from high school. It's like they're still trying to have these little cliques from high school instead of actually covering topics.
My thing with content, and Vulcan does this, is he has times where he's giving his own content. He's creating his own thoughts of things. You know what I'm saying? He's not reacting to another person trying to do a hit piece. He's literally just talking in logic and giving sound understanding and education. You know what I'm saying? So I think with content, you still got to create. You still got to add to the creation pile. You know what I mean? And it sounds like this guy's not adding to the creation pile. He's just vulturing off of people he don't like. And just
it's feelings based.
Well,
it's feelings based.
It's like gossip, you know. They're trying to be the cool kids, but they're not actually talking about any actual topics that's interesting outside of their little group. And P. Dusty's response was, "Well, I've got this many subs and I'm monetized, and you're not." Well, first of all, I just started my channel a few months ago, but that still doesn't mean that what he's doing isn't stupid. You see what I'm saying? But that's why he brought up Speakeasy, because he says something that he tries to make out like Speakeasy is some hero of mine. I barely ever go to Speakeasy stream, but I do pay for a membership because I want to support the stream. I also pay for a membership on Dusty's channel. I mean, because, hey, why not contribute to his channel? If Vulcan ever sets up memberships, I'll buy a monthly member. Well, I don't know what he's gonna charge. I do have a budget, but you know, I'll probably support his channel. But in Dusty's world, if you buy a membership, then you support that person like they're your partner or something. I mean, that's the way he sees it. But that's why I wanted to bring up Speakeasy. Are you gonna do memberships, Vulcan?
We're talking about that now. It's kind of been just an ever evolving thing. You know, me, Enos, and Freshly kind of started out doing it together, and all of us, our lives have changed. Different things have happened, stuff going on. So we're figuring out a new norm. That's what we're doing now. Freshly, he has a corporate job, or he's like a corporate safety guy, and stuff like that.
Like regional stuff.
but but I guess an 18-wheeler rolled. And so he, you know, his position, he's like a regional guy, so he has to be involved with that. So last minute he couldn't be on the show.
Yeah.
Well, you guys was one of the sexiest girls on the block tonight, man. Coming down that stripper pole, y'all got that nice tip. Think I seen $100.
Oh, I think that was on Dusty's, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was on Dusty's.
That was on Dusty.
Why did
I will say this. It's all
so I noticed
together.
that the way it's set up, it's all together. I noticed that one time before I was on stream, you could see they'll bring up comments from everybody's panel. So like if you were streaming too, your comments would also pop up on it's literally it streams everything.
Yeah, but see now, now I'm streaming through OBS, so the camera y'all see, like you said something about I had too much going on. I turned my camera off and turned it back on because the camera y'all see me in is OBS's virtual camera. It isn't my physical camera because I'm streaming through OBS into y'all. So my chat isn't aggregated in with Soapbox's chat. But on StreamYards, if you look up there in that upper right-hand corner, it'll give you an option to connect your channels. And if you do that, then it'll stream this panel through your channel, and then your chat is aggregated in with theirs. But Vulcan, I was going to mention to you.
So it's like,
hang on, Mickey. I was going to tell you, Vulcan, some of those chatters that were popping up, like Grid One Motorsports and them, Wicked and I recognize those guys, and they do.
Yeah, I recognize Grid One.
They do send in a lot of super chats. So I mean, that wasn't why.
Grid One definitely.
That's gonna be our next move. You know, we just just figuring out how we're gonna do this, rolling in, having we had Enos moderating. Now so I'm trying to work out the kinks before we start trying to like have a big production and stuff like that. And we need to get that stuff rolling. So yeah, no, that's next on the list.
You could get your white daddy to moderate.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. But see, this is the issue. This is the issue with you moderating, and same issue with Freshly moderating. So, because I consider y'all to be very similar. The thing is, when Freshly moderates, he likes to talk a lot. So I've had to send breakdowns of the show where like so we'd say it's us four and it's Freshly. When T Reason says something, then Freshly has to summarize what he said, maybe give his thoughts, and then Wicked will go. So then Freshly will talk at every point. So it doubles the amount of time it takes to get back around everybody for the debate.
When I moderate any kind of panel, what I want to do is strictly moderating to keep the conversation going. I wouldn't want to be a part of the discussion. I wouldn't want to
be hard with the topics for you to take yourself out of it, though.
Well, no, I've done it before. I've done it before.
That's hard is like you got to keep your own inner thoughts to yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it ain't nothing but a thing.
You got a big personality to not just start splurging.
Well, no, it's a matter of the role you're in. If I was in the role of a moderator, then I'm going to be a moderator.
Yeah, I've seen you moderate for Cooley before. You did a great job when you moderated for Cooley. He debated that you were debating that with some lady.
Yeah.
And I
I think that was that book writer, that British lady or whatever it was. I think it was, right?
No, I think it was a young lady off of Jubilee. It was a Jubilee debater.
The Jubilee chick.
I'd like to see it, man. I want to see you moderate, man. I would like to see that.
Well, I mean, one thing Vulcan probably needs to consider is some of his audience are not real fond of me. So if I was moderating, say like Zaddy is not the only one. So if I was moderating, then Vulcan would have to deal with people saying, "Oh, well, he's just." Trying to
get more comments though.
Well, that happens. That happens regardless. Like my whole family, almost my whole family does not like the show at all.
Really?
Listen. He's already going to get enough shit for having me and you on there just because we're white.
Well, I don't know if that's the case.
Well,
I can bet you there are some people that will give him shit for that.
Well, I'll say this. There's truth to it, but not so much because you're white, but it kind of boils down to
some of the things you say trigger them.
It's not even some of the things you say. There's a segment of Black people that believe that a white person, and Zaddy said it last show, shouldn't even be talking about these things. So if somebody says something about Black issues and the white person even speaks to it, they will be like, why are you platforming this white guy to speak to our issues?
Right.
So that's my whole point.
That would be a thing right there, yeah.
Right.
That's my whole point. But then that's like, okay, can you ever speak about a cat or a dog or a woman or, I mean.
Well, it's the same argument.
I don't agree with those people. I think y'all got a right to have an opinion too. I think y'all have a right to have a stance. I think y'all have a right to present facts from y'all's lens. So I think that's where I differ with those people because I think we got to get perspective. In order for us to find out what's going on, we got to see perspective.
Yeah, let me
piggyback have the right perspective, and I could have the wrong perspective. But
yeah, let me piggyback on.
You got to show me that. You can't just be saying it. It got to be proven.
Yeah,
good luck,
exactly. And part of the purpose of the whole thing is that I think a lot of times in the Black community, unfortunately,
Vulcan doesn't have the mute button. He knows how that is.
And so, like Dr. Umar,
so that's why he couldn't
great orator, very intelligent man. I've never seen him debate anybody really. Only time I've ever seen him debate was Roland Martin. On the Roland Martin show. I never seen him debate. Every time somebody interviews him, they're pretty much
he just goes on a rant.
He just goes on a rant, and they're asking very surface level things. He never has to really defend. The only time you really see him defend was on the Joe Budden podcast. He had to defend himself a little bit, and then with Bigger, he had to defend himself a little bit. But it was nobody on his level of intelligence and credentials.
Trying to poke holes or challenge him on some of his talking points.
That was part of the purpose of it. Is hey, look, if you feel very strongly about this, you should feel comfortable coming on the show and argue people that disagree with you, whether they white, Black, Asian, whatever. No matter what it is, you should feel comfortable doing that. If your points aren't strong enough, go back in the lab.
End up like Daddy, where your wing gonna get taken out your cells, and then you can't answer simple questions no more.
Well, there's a lot different to it.
You came in hot, brother. Where your temperature at?
It's just different when you're on panel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, see, this is
2020. He was like, "Oh, I'll say this," or "Oh, I'll say that." Yeah, because you're thinking after the fact. You ain't on the live. You ain't in the heat of the moment. You ain't in the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? You ain't in the lion's den. Anybody can say what they would and should do.
I do have to say this one thing though about that last week with Zaddy, about him making the point of he's only saying it because he's not face to face. But yet
safety. Yeah,
Zaddy wasn't saying anything to you, even though you're not face to face. Like he kind of like contradicted that. So that part was weird to me because it's like I felt like he was bringing good points in the beginning of the show, and I was like, okay, he could have something to say, and then out of nowhere it was just shut down. I'm not answering any questions. All I have to say is you're white. You shouldn't talk about this. So that's kind of where I had my little issue.
He thought he had a golden ticket. He thought he had an ace in the hole, and then when his rubber sticker or his rubber stamp didn't stamp. He was like, oh, man. But it's like, no, you got to contribute to the conversation and challenge thoughts and actually be able to articulate and prove your point. He couldn't prove it.
Well, I mean, I don't care who you are. I don't care how smart you are, how good of a debater you are. There's going to be exchanges you're going to prevail in. There's going to be exchanges that you're going to lose in. There's going to be exchanges where you're going to look like some kind of babbling fool idiot. That's just the way it is. When that doesn't happen to me, but I'm sure two readers knows how that feels.
No,
so when it happens, you just got to let that go and go on to the next topic or something. But what happens is when you're dealing with someone like Zaddy, who's such a feminine thinker, it really gets to him. He really seems to really connect that with his own personal self-worth. And then he can't think enough to move on to the next topic or the next argument. He gets stuck in that. And you just have to let it go. You win some, you lose some, you move on.
Yeah, I think what's gets swept under the rug a lot of times in these conversations is the character element of it. I know we focus on intelligence and competence and focus on how much you learn, did you do your research, how logical, how critical thinking, how good of a critical thinker you are. And all that stuff's definitely of the utmost importance. That's why we do the Vulcan Soapbox. I think what's underserved a lot of times in the community, just in America and the culture, our culture at large, is the character part of it. Like if I'm debating Dane, I'm debating Tears, I'm debating Wicked. If you say a point that I think I agree with, I will say I agree with that point. I may not think it proves everything that you wanted to prove, but I don't see any problem with giving you that because and for me it's a quest for truth, and so it's my character at fault if I can't say, hey, that's a good point you have there. Well, that's a good point, but I don't think it's relevant. Whatever it is, I think a lot of guys, they beat their heels in the sand and they don't want to move. It makes them look just completely irrational.
Yeah, I think it's a pride issue.
Well, like you and I can completely, wholeheartedly be on two different polar opposites of an issue, but you and I can still be friends and do other things. See, we could engage in other things, collaborate in other things, and still staunchly disagree on topics. That's the masculine mindset. And I mean, that's how I am. It don't make no difference.
What I see is a character flaw. And I see this character flaw a lot in the Black community and all communities, but where just because I don't like somebody, that means they're automatically wrong about everything. And what a lot of people don't realize is just because you don't like somebody doesn't mean that they're wrong about everything. You know, you could not like somebody, but they can still be right about something, whether you like them or not. They right about what they're saying. So unfortunately, you got to shut up and listen.
Well, the way I've always heard it is,
say, oh, I don't like you. So even if you were right about what you're saying, I'm gonna disagree with you just off the strength I don't like you. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's
the way I describe that is that saying that even a broken clock is right twice a day.
I mean,
you know, you could be like, you know, you don't have to like that person. It doesn't mean that maybe they don't have some valid arguments.
Exactly. And then if you can't even acknowledge that, then it just shows your character, because what's happening is, you know, you're telling your audience, you're telling everybody like, hey, this person's always wrong, everything they say. When they go and hear that person say things that are clearly got some merit or maybe even be true, it just makes your credibility look crazy. Now you're starting your cult. Now you come across like you're starting a cult. That's what you're basically doing.
Yeah.
And Zaddy lost a lot of credibility because he was hanging on to one argument. We kept trying to move the subject along, and he kept trying to reel it back. And it's like, we gave you the opportunity. You didn't put the hammer on the nail then, so you can't put the hammer on the nail now. Like you keep backtracking. Like we're moving along. Yeah, we're moving the show along, and now we got other talking points. Challenge him on some of those. Beat him up on some of those. If you could do it over the phone, do it on the live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and there's also
celebrate a win over the phone instead of getting the win on the live, which is where it really actually counts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's also self-awareness. There's also self-awareness and awareness of your own arguments. Like earlier, we're discussing, redlining, and then black people selling their homes versus white people selling their homes. I believe there's something to it now, but I have to ask myself: is this something that I can defend? What quantifiable evidence do I have to be able to show that it's a significant amount of black people that are being discriminated against because of the fact it's their home? I don't have anything I can really pull from other than anecdotal situations of people that have told me, and I don't remember them that well anyway. But the thing is that, so I don't have much. Now there's things I've seen about, black sounding names, writing papers,
or like your resume, like if your resume says like Deontay or something.
Yeah.
Or Steve.
There are things, that I can say that point to there's something there, but how much of an impact is that having every day on the housing market? I don't know that. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, I think that would also, for the selling the house specific, would you say that would also have to go with the area that the house is being sold in?
Well, the case, there's a couple of cases that they're talking about, Wicked, where a black family left like Afrocentric artwork and that sort of stuff out, and the appraiser came in and gave his appraisal, and then they took all that down, and they had a white friend come and present themselves as the homeowners, and the story is that it brought a higher appraisal. So it was the same house.
I could get that part.
What I'm saying is there's actual districts in Austin and probably many across the nation where you go into the libraries and you go back and you see that in the deed it said this house cannot be sold to a person of color or to a black person, specifically in the deed of the home for many, many years. You see what I'm saying? So now you have entire communities built up, and now these people have been pushed out to the side, and now you're saying, well, now you got to play catch up. We already built this whole entire structure around you. We even displaced the deer and all the wildlife that are in these areas for us to build our homes in, for you guys to live in these other communities that are less privileged, that have worse off education and worse off schools. And we're going to teach our children how to continue to get mortgages, continue to build credit, continue to buy homes. And you guys are going to be pushed out and marginalized. And we're going to make sure that our median income is higher than your median income. So whenever you go to apply for the loan, you don't even have the median income to live in these neighborhoods. You don't even have the education to live in these neighborhoods. You don't have the social network or the infrastructure to live in these neighborhoods. So now I can say, you know what? Look, we running the same. It's no difference now, 40 years later, but we done already built the entire community where everybody lives. So now you have to look at the likelihood of people to relocate to find a home. You have to look at how willing are people.
You can say that through everywhere. If you go back in time to the 5 Points in New York, there were places that were like, you can't sell these houses to Irishmen, you can't sell these houses to Italian
None of those
men.
covenants
I mean, that happened all over back in the day,
under the
but
Fair
to be
Housing
happening
Act.
right now,
They're not. They may still
I
be
don't think it's happening
documented
now.
on the
Now
piece
it's
of
hard to
Not to say
paper,
that it didn't.
but it's not
against white
enforceable.
people. It's harder for white people to even
You're just making it up as it
against
goes
white people.
along.
You see what I'm saying? Whereas it's still easy for them to identify a black person and say, okay, I can easily discriminate against this person versus these people. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I said it goes back to what you have access to. We're going to give you guys all the things you need to have access to. We're going to give you the mindset.
Ain't nobody gave me shit. Ain't nobody gave me shit. That is bullshit you've been told that's been conjured up. Ain't nobody gave me nothing. I ain't never walked in on a job.
All the knowledge you have about selling a home came from yourself. Nobody taught you anything.
I paid to take a class. I paid. Can I answer your question? Now, you're going around rattling off all this basically white privilege stuff, want to tell me what I've been given? I ain't been given nothing. Okay, I took the initiative to take a class to get licensed. I took the initiative to pay for a class to get licensed. That's what I did. And then once I got licensed, it was on me to build the business that I have. Okay, I don't come from no privileged background with a bunch of land, with a bunch of real estate money that people can spend. So you want to talk about people giving me? Ain't nobody give me no mindset. Ain't nobody give me no mindset. My father. Can I answer your question? Can I respond to you, or do you just want to sit around and cry and whine about how you being held down and about how other people have a head start in your life? Or do you want to actually shut your pie hole and let me respond to you and maybe even teach you something? Because you're talking about something that you've made up or you've Googled up, you ain't lived it. You're talking about the housing market and real estate, that all you know is second and third hand anecdotal information. Now, ain't nobody give me nothing. I know you've been told by people that white people have been given this and given that and given the third. It's simply not true. Some white people have, not most of us. Not how many white people? I would wager that I know a lot more white people and have more experience with white people than you do. So how you gonna tell me about white people? You talking out of your ass because your mouth knows better. That's the bottom line. You don't have a clue. You just rattling off the poor little victim mindset that you've been taught by other people. But you hadn't stopped and actually had a conversation to find out whether or not it's true. See, all that bullshit gets you to understand, oh, well, the reason that I don't have something is because I haven't been helped out like somebody else and sitting around and sucking your thumb. Oh, poor me. Instead of stepping up and taking responsibility for yourself, brother.
I understand. But like
I
said,
on that note, I'm getting out of here, guys. I got to wake up in like 4 hours. So
we got to say this for the next hour, man. Don't get me started.
Other people have been given opportunities I haven't gotten.
But I got other stuff I got to do tonight too, man. It was been real.
Yeah, definitely good show, guys. Good to see you guys.
At some point.
Yeah, let's do this next week. Send me the link and we'll do this again.
Hey, y'all, and also feel free to send in topics and stuff. I've been so busy with some other stuff going on right now, especially during the summer where I have my kids on and off and stuff. So I haven't been really as into topics. So feel free to send in topics and questions and stuff so we can do. So we can get
I'd be sending Dane videos to react to all the time. I'll send you some random videos and stuff like that. I got no problem with that. Yeah, I got you, man.
But now you want the videos to be like a minute and a half, right? Though, Vulcan, you don't want like
nothing too long. People start losing interest. I think even
you played what an hour-long video, man. Oh my God, we still on the same one.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying like if we can start and stop them. We can start and stop them if it's good, but if it's long, you like to just focus on pause and just whatever the content that you think is relevant. So if it's a 10-minute video, either you send timestamps.
I got you.
The whole 10 minutes.
So maybe what we could do is start like a Facebook group chat with all of us, and then just like throw videos in there to kind of see where we can go, and then maybe really special, like okay, here's a timestamp on there.
If you're really special, you in the group chat and you in the group conference call, Wicked, but you haven't been here long enough to get seasoned or like vetted or nothing. You still like a neophyte. But if you behave yourself and you eat right and you get plenty of sleep,
seasoning than you, right?
Then maybe one day we'll promote you
to a higher echelon. Eat more than me doesn't mean you can season more than me.
Look, I know you used to all that white privilege, even though you a spaghetti Western kind of Italian, but it don't float here, man. You got to earn your way here. You don't get all that white privilege.
At some point, three of us. I think.
Hey, you know what's crazy? I think my favorite topic we've covered was: would you rather your kid be the bully or the bullied? That's probably about the one I think about the most.
That's the one me and CJ butted heads on.
I think they need to experience both sides of the coin. Honestly,
yeah, I don't think he was on. I don't think T-Reason was on for that one. I don't think he was.
I don't think he was.
CJ was. Yeah. Freshly was.
No, I don't know if T-Reason was, but
I don't think he was. But I just thought about something, Vulcan and T-Reason, with all them tattoos. That thuggish looking dude, man, he's more colored than anybody else on this panel. You got what? Red, green, black. Some creepy woman.
Hold on.
I want to see what Tiger was going to say.
You think this is it for tattoos, bro? Come on, dog.
Oh, please don't show me your fat man. See, that's
clean. I ain't gonna lie.
That's white people shit. That's what that's white people shit.
I got 30 hours worth of work on my back.
That's white people shit.
Well, hey, check it out. I got to run too, fellas. It's been real. We'll get back together.
Yeah, it's definitely been real. Yeah, can't wait to do this again next week.
Fall in a hole.
I'll see y'all later, man. Have a good night.
Fall in a hole, T-Reason. All right, Wicked, man. Take care, buddy.
All right, Dane. Have a good one.
Don't tell me what to do. Anyway, that concludes. Let me hide this thing because it just goes off into eternity behind me there. Look at all them dames. Look at me. Good Lord. Could you imagine if that was real? The world does well to handle just one of us. Let me turn off the virtual camera here. Where is that little clickety-click at? Well, I just clicked past it. There I am. Let me, get rid of it. Tell you, there we go. And then I'll shut out from this over here, get off of StreamYard. And here I still am. Well, it was a decent panel. P. Dusty showed up, and, T-Reason had a lot more mic time and everything, which it was cool with me because, I was able to do more talking to the chat, and I was able to do more listening and stuff, but I didn't have opportunity to really fully address a lot of the arguments and stuff that were being put out. I do appreciate that Vulcan and Enos. Enos is the LeBron. I call Enos Timu LeBron James because of how he looks and stuff. He used to moderate a lot, but work changes and that sort of stuff. Those guys are not like me. Those guys have real jobs that they go to and punch a clock and that answer to management. They are not like me. I am unemployable. See, it's not that I don't have jobs and skills and abilities to sell. It's just dealing with. It just doesn't sit well with my personality to go to a manager with my hat in hand to ask him if I can take off work. Or to, even if I just tell him I have to take off next Monday to take my wife to the doctor or take my kids somewhere or something like that. Even if I tell him that, and then I have to listen to him trying to explain to me why he don't think I should take off or tries to deny me to take off, and that just doesn't sit well with me. So whatever. But these guys, they work full time, and they of course have families and that sort of stuff to take care of. And everything, so they don't have as much time available as I do, but their goal of the Vulcan podcast, which I think is great, is to teach the skill of logic, to teach the skill of being able to defend your worldview. And if you're in the chat and you're not understanding what a worldview is, to put it in simplest terms, it is the collection of ideas and beliefs in your brain through which you view your world. Okay, broadly speaking, if you're a part of the Western civilization, which I guess most all of my chat is, which would be Europe, most of Europe, and then the countries that descended from it, you could even call it Christendom, the Christian nation, the nations that used to be Christian nations. But you pretty much say you have the Western worldview, but then even from within that Western civilization worldview, it can segment down into worldviews can vary to one degree or another, even within the same family, and that sort of stuff. But what they want to do is they want to teach people how to use logic If you're familiar with Debate Academy, I think it's called, that Brian Atlas and Andrew Wilson, I think Jake Rattlesnake's involved in that possibly, that they're involved in, that they're like selling a course. That's kind of the same thing that Vulcan and the guys with him are trying to do with their channel, is to try to teach people, like T-Reason. When I first engaged with T-Reason months ago, he wasn't as good at, using logic and defending his position. Believe it or not, he has improved as he is now and everything. And that's what Vulcan is wanting to do now. Anyone who's ever seen me on panel on these other streams like Speakeasy or even over there on P. Dusty's panel, I've only been on his stream. Well, I don't think I've ever actually been on Dusty's stream, but I've been on several other streams that he was also on, like tonight. I enjoy that. Like I was just doing with T-Reason a minute ago when he tried to start listing off stuff that Wicked Dreams and I had been given by virtue of being white, which is freaking absurd or whatever. And the way I jumped on him like that because Vulcan had stopped his stream. But my stream was still streaming. Well, this is my stream. I cut somebody out, call their mama a hoe or whatever. I wouldn't do that. But I'm saying I would, I'll be very abrasive. I'll let my redneck shine on my own stream. But I try to be respectful with Vulcan because they want to keep a more tightly moderated, more structured context and atmosphere on their stream so that they can take time to stop and demonstrate why is this a fallacy? Like he was telling Wicked, I think it was, he was telling him when Wicked said, well, that's a contradiction. And he said, well, I'm not sure if that's a contradiction. I think that'd probably be a paradox. Within the logical world, the debate world, the philosophical world, those are two very distinct things. And if you're going to ferret out and drill down into an idea or a belief or a worldview, it's important that you know the difference in what a paradox and a contradiction is. A contradiction would mean both of these ideas can't be true at the same time. So you're contradicting yourself. I'm a faithfully married man. I also cheat on my wife. That's a contradiction. Okay. Those two things can't be true at the same time. You can't be wet and dry at the same time. Now, don't none of you physicists show up with all of your quantum theories and tell me, yes, you can be wet and dry at the same time. You get what I'm saying, okay? So, he could take time. Like a paradox would be things that can be true at the same time, even though they might seem like they couldn't be true. And that's a nuanced difference, but if you're going to really parse out ideas and drill down into worldviews and challenge one another, the Bible says, like iron sharpens iron, one man sharpens another. So if you're going to drill down and you're going to sharpen one another and not just be grinding along on that wet rock, then it's important that if you know the nuanced difference between a paradox and a contradiction. And so with the solid moderation of the Vulcan soapbox, they have time to stop and pause and point those things out. And I enjoy it. Because it's a little bit more of a laid back, relaxed, as a panelist, you don't have to be on point at all time listening to every little detail of someone's argument, that sort of stuff. So it's a lot less pressure, a lot less hype. I enjoy it. But I do enjoy also getting on debate panels and duking it out like a bar fight, like an intellectual bar fight. And there's room for both of that. As much as Vulcan soapboxes, moderators, mute. I probably got muted 1,000 times tonight. That's fine. I know. It's their podcast. It's their panel. I also know my own personality. I get going sometimes. If you don't mute me, I ain't going to shut up. Sometimes you just got to mute me. That's fine. Does not hurt my feelings because I am a man. I'm a masculine thinking man, although I do have some feminine leanings when it comes to certain things like, I don't like being real dirty, for instance. But anyway, mute me. It ain't going to hurt my feelings because, again, I'm a masculine man. Whether I win or lose a debate, whether or not I'm treated fairly or what I perceive to be unfairly on a panel, doesn't matter. Because when I get off the panel, I'm going to turn this iMac off. I'm going to take this slush puppy hat off, and I'm going to get up out of here, and I'm going to get me something to drink, and I'm going to make sure that the Ponderosa here is locked up and secured, and I'm going to go crawl in bed with Miss Deidre. And none of what happens on that panel is really going to make a difference in who I am or how I perceive my life or how I perceive my value as a person. We can duke it out. If I don't get as much mic time as the next person, that's fine. Whatever. It's nothing personal. It's business. It's fun. It's performance. A good bit of it is fairly performative. And so you do that, and you get off panel, and you go home, and everybody's still friends. And if not everyone is still friends, then I want to be sure that it's the other guy who has decided that there's some sort of beef going on, because Big Daddy ain't beefing. But Big Daddy is tired. I've been sitting here I've been sitting here before the podcast started, but even on stream, I've been sitting here since about 8:30. It is 1 o'clock, so I'm tired. I'm too old and fat to keep staying up this late. It is past my bedtime. So appreciate you coming. Thanks for coming to the Big Daddy Pod. I'm Dane, and I will be happy